Chapter 3291. Some people were secretly asking the cultivators around them if they knew Lin Feng's background. However, none of the cultivators here knew Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very famous in the 9 prefectures back then. Many people had seen Lin Feng before, including the 10,000 clans and foreign cultivators. Many people had seen Lin Feng. However, those people had already been buried in the fertile land of the 9 prefectures. Only a very small number of them had managed to escape. However, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. The chances of meeting Lin Feng again were too small. "Thank you, fairy." Lin Feng smiled slightly. Then, he sat down with Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. Cultivators arrived one after another. They were all received by the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's name was Xu Jiaomei. This name was very similar to her temperament. More and more cultivators arrived. These cultivators came from various starfields in the starry sky world. There were many races that Lin Feng had never heard of. Seeing the cultivators arriving one after another, Lin Feng had been looking for a figure. It was the mysterious female cultivator he had seen before. Lin Feng had always been curious about what the mysterious female cultivator had obtained. Why did she attract the attention of the Black Fog race's experts? Although the Black Fog race's cultivators were not as strong as before, this race was still extremely powerful. Any race that could transcend epochs was not to be underestimated. Their strength had reached an unimaginable level. Not long after, a young master arrived, surrounded by a myriad of stars. Young Master Long Yuteng. This person is from the Demonic Dragon Clan. Demonic Dragon Clan? The Demonic Dragon Clan from the Demonic Dragon Starfield? That's right. It's that force. Long Yuteng cultivated for 240,000 years and broke through to the Emperor realm on his 80,000th birthday. Now that more than 100,000 years have passed, his cultivation must have reached an unfathomable level. In the Demonic Dragon Clan, this person's status is extremely extraordinary. Some of the cultivators in the surroundings began to discuss. Lin Feng was no stranger to the Demon Dragon Star area. Back in Lulan Island, Lin Feng had met Sun Tianwei, Lan Chaoyang, Nangong Qingwan, and Ouyang Zixue from the Devil Dragon Star area. These people were the young masters and young ladies of the influential families in the Demon Dragon Star area. The forces behind them were extremely powerful. However, the forces behind them couldn't be compared to the Demon Dragon Clan in the Demon Dragon Star area. The Demon Dragon Clan was a giant force in the Demon Dragon Star area. It was somewhat similar to the status of the Supreme Immortal Sect in the 9 Regions Great World. It was fully deserving of the title of the strongest force. From the fact that the starfield was named after the Demon Dragon Clan, one could see the extraordinary status of the Demon Dragon Clan in the Demon Dragon Starfield. Many people came forward to greet Long Yuteng. Long Yuteng, on the other hand, nodded indifferently at those people. Even though Long Yuteng's expression was cold and indifferent. However, this did not extinguish the fire in the hearts of many cultivators. If he could befriend someone like Long Yuteng, naturally, it would be of great help in the future. Of course, not everyone went to curry favor with Long Yuteng. Many people still looked like they were watching a show. At this trade fair, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Not long after Long Yuteng arrived, another group of people came. The one in the lead was still a cultivator who looked like a young master. This cultivator had a huge scar on his face. That scar. It was as sinister and terrifying as a centipede. Xie Duanhuan, the 5th young master of the demon bandits. After seeing the person who came, many cultivators frowned slightly. This cultivator called Xie Duanhuan had an extremely terrifying background. His father was the leader of the Demon Bandits. And the Demon Bandits was a famous bandit group in the Starry Sky world. In the Starry Sky world, there were countless bandit groups like grains of sand in the Milky Way. However, the Demon Bandits was ranked 17th among the top 100 bandit groups. This bandit group not only had a large number of people. The most important thing was that this bandit group had many experts. It was said that there were dozens of great emperor-level experts. The leader of the demon bandits was a peak imperial emperor. However, there was also news that the leader of the demon bandits was an expert that surpassed the imperial emperor level. Of course. As for what realm he was at, perhaps only the people of the demon bandits knew. What? Are you not going to welcome me? The corner of Xie Duanhuan's mouth curled up into a sinister expression. Many people's expressions were gloomy as they ignored Xie Duanhuan. Because many of the cultivators present had their relatives, friends, or fellow sect members robbed by the demon bandit. These cultivators naturally did not have a good impression of the demon bandits. How can we not welcome young Master Xie? For young Master Xie to be able to participate in this trade fair, I represent the 100 Music Pavilion to express our most sincere welcome, the beautiful woman said with a smile. Fairy Shu's words are still pleasant to hear. Xie Duanhuan's eyes fiercely scraped towards the beautiful woman's enchanting body. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Young Master Xie, please take a seat. It won't be long before the trade fair begins." Xie Duanhuan nodded and found a place to sit down. After Xie Duanhuan arrived, a few more experts from the top forces came one after another. All of them were like stars surrounding the moon. It seemed that this trade fair had indeed attracted a large number of cultivators. In addition to the attraction of the trade fair itself, many people were probably attracted by the mysterious item that was circulating in the battlefield of gods. That item. It was absolutely extraordinary. It was a rare treasure. Not long after, a woman arrived. Her clothes were as white as snow. Her face was covered with a veil. When the woman arrived, everyone's gaze was attracted to her. That woman seemed to have a very special temperament. To be able to become the focus of everyone. It's her. After seeing that woman, Lin Feng's eyes could not help but light up slightly. It was the woman he had been waiting for. The woman who was besieged by the Black Fog race cultivators. Her identity was very mysterious. Even the beautiful woman did not know her identity. This woman seemed to have appeared out of thin air. This aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. After this woman arrived, many people came one after another. There were also many experts. The standard of this trade fair was relatively high. Either they had an extraordinary background or were powerful. Or they had a relationship with the upper echelons of the 100 Music Pavilion to be able to participate in this trade fair. It seems that I'm not too late. At this moment, a sinister voice came from outside the private room. Then, more than 20 people rushed into the private room. This group of people included both men and women, all of whom had extraordinary strength. This group of cultivators was led by a thin cultivator. The thin cultivator took the lead and entered the private room. People from the Sun Moon Tribe. Chapter 3292. The Sun Moon Tribe was definitely one of the strongest forces in the starry sky world. The Sun Moon Tribe was a powerful force that had been passed down from the innate realm. Hence, they were extremely terrifying. The talents of this force were also extremely strong. The Sun Moon bloodline was one of the strongest bloodlines in history. In many great eras, many experts had appeared in the Sun Moon Tribe. Even now, the Sun Moon Tribe had the strongest experts and no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Sun Moon Tribe. Whoever dared to underestimate the Sun Moon Tribe, they were courting death. It's young Master Yin. Welcome young Master Yin to the trade fair organized by the 100 Music Pavilion. Seeing the Sun Moon Tribe cultivator, the beautiful lady smiled. Obviously, the beautiful lady knew this Sun Moon Tribe cultivator. This Sun Moon Tribe cultivator is called Yin Xian Kuan. He is a direct descendant of the Sun Moon Tribe. The Sun Moon Tribe is rather mysterious, so no one knows which Sun Moon Tribe cultivator's ancestor is. Someone said. The Sun Moon Tribe was a powerful force. Naturally, there was more than one bloodline. The Sun Moon Tribe was divided into 7 main bloodlines. The direct descendants of the 7 main bloodlines were all direct descendants of the Sun Moon Tribe. It has been a few hundred years since I last saw you. You are still as elegant as ever, Yin Xian Kuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, thank you for your compliment. Please take a seat, the beautiful lady said with a smile. Yin Xian Kuan nodded and was about to find a place to sit. He saw Lin Feng sitting in the room. Then, he said sarcastically, "Why? Is there a human cultivator participating in such a high-class gathering? A lowly race like you doesn't have the right to participate in such a high-class gathering." After hearing Yin Shen Kuan's words, many people's spirits were lifted. Obviously, the target of Yin Shen Kuan's sarcasm was Lin Feng. Because there was only one human cultivator in the room, Lin Feng. Previously, many people had seen how the beautiful lady was very friendly towards Lin Feng. These cultivators knew that although Lin Feng was a human cultivator, however, he probably had an extraordinary background as well. Although the human race was weak now, however, this did not mean that there were no powerful human forces. Lin Feng said faintly, "You keep saying that other people's races are lowly races, but what about your own race? Don't be too full of yourself. You're just a frog in a well. Are you refuting me? Do you have the right to refute?" Yin Shen Kuan laughed coldly as he looked at Lin Feng. The human race was indeed strong in the past. But now, the human race's bloodline was no longer strong, so the human race's power was on the decline. So what if they were strong in the past? If their bloodline deteriorates, they will become a lowly race, destined to become a stepping stone for others on the path of cultivation. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue if you speak so confidently? I can vaguely feel that your Sun-Moon bloodline is not particularly strong. My guess is that although you are a direct descendant of the Sun-Moon tribe, you are probably one of the weakest direct descendant disciples. With so few people awakening their great Yin bloodline, they shouldn't be valued by the clan, right? Lin Feng said sarcastically. What are you trying to say? Yin Shen Kuan's face grew colder and colder. Lin Feng's guess was right. Although Yin Shen Kuan was a member of the Sun-Moon tribe, because of his bloodline, he was not valued by the Sun-Moon tribe. I'm guessing that you must have been discriminated against in the Sun-Moon tribe since you were young. You are a big clan and the fighting is fierce. What kinship is there to speak of? Furthermore, I'm guessing that you must have been bullied by many clan members since you were young, right? Are there a lot of people who call you trash? It is precisely because of the humiliation that you have suffered since you were young that your personality was twisted. You were not valued in the Sun-Moon tribe and thus, you ran outside to use the Sun-Moon tribe's reputation to intimidate others. However, what can you do even if you flaunt your strength? Trash will always be trash. When you return to the Sun-Moon tribe, you will still be that trash who is not valued by the clan. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. His words could be said to strike at the heart with every word. Lin Feng felt that his guess was not far from the truth. It was easy to predict the fights between big clans. You are digging your own grave. Yin Shen Kuan clenched his fists tightly as a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. You still don't want to admit that you are trash? Now that you are so angry, it proves that my guess is correct. You don't have to hide your identity anymore. Trash of the Sun-Moon tribe. Lin Feng curled his lips as he spoke. Many cultivators in the room twitched their mouths. Lin Feng's words were like a knife that stabbed into Yin Shen Kuan's heart. One knife after another stabbed into Yin Shen Kuan's body. Looking at Yin Shen Kuan's face, one could tell how angry he was. Many people were shocked. They had not expected Lin Feng to offend Yin Shen Kuan. Yin Shen Kuan was a member of the Sun-Moon tribe. As the saying goes, one has to look at the owner before beating a dog. Furthermore, Yin Shen Kuan was a direct descendant of the Sun-Moon tribe. Although Yin Shen Kuan was not valued in the clan, that was only in comparison. Compared to the top geniuses among the direct descendants, Yin Shen Kuan was naturally not valued. However, compared to many of the branch descendants, Yin Shen Kuan was still valued. After all, his status was still there. Moreover, Yin Shen Kuan represented the Sun-Moon tribe outside. Offending Yin Shen Kuan. It was no different from offending the Sun-Moon tribe. However, Lin Feng had offended Yin Shen Kuan. After mocking Yin Shen Kuan, the hatred between the two sides was completely formed. Brat, you have thoroughly angered me. Have you thought about how you want to die? Yin Shen Kuan waved his hand and a group of people immediately surrounded Lin Feng. They wanted to surround and attack Lin Feng. If I said you are trash, You are trash. If I were you, I would have done it myself after being humiliated like this. Only trash like you would let others do it for you. However, the people around you are also trash. I can't be bothered to do it myself. Now, I will give you trash a chance. Kneel on the ground and slap yourselves 10 times each. Then get out. Otherwise, it will not be easy for you to leave in one piece, Lin Feng said calmly. His words could be said to be extremely arrogant. One had to know. Yin Shen Kuan had 3 great emperors on his side. As for the others, they were all quasi-emperors. With so many experts working together, their combat strength was terrifying. Lin Feng did not take Yin Shen Kuan and the rest seriously. He was extremely arrogant. You are courting death. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You are seeking your own death. Attack. Cripple this brat for me. This young master will torture him later. Chapter 3293. Don't worry, young Master Yin. We will capture this brat and let young Master Yin vent your anger, one of the great emperors said. This great emperor was a cultivator that Yin Shen Kuan had met outside. Now that chaos had arrived. Battles raged everywhere. Even great emperors could fall here. As such, these great emperor-level experts also wanted to befriend some of the major forces. With the protection of the major forces, things were different. For example, the demon bandits had dozens of great emperors. These dozens of great emperors seemed to be a lot. However, one had to know. The boundless starry sky world was boundlessly huge. The 9 continents world was just a drop in the ocean in the starry sky world. As such, in such a vast starry sky world, it was normal for there to be many great emperors. The 17th ranked bandit group in the starry sky world only had dozens of great emperors. Compared to the vast starry sky world, such a high-ranked bandit group only had dozens of great emperors. In fact, there were not many of them. Why did these great emperors join the bandit group? There were 2 main reasons. The first reason. The bandit group constantly robbed the cultivators of their treasures. They would even attack many life planets and steal all kinds of treasures. After joining the bandit group, it was easy to obtain many treasures. The second reason. Chaos had arrived. Even these great emperors needed to form alliances. Only then could they live longer. Of course. There were also many who liked to join the top forces. A great emperor-level expert, no matter which top-notch force they joined, would never be defeated. They would be treated well. However, some great emperors did not like to be restricted. Hence, they were not willing to take this path. Those great emperors who did not want to be restricted often joined the bandit groups in the starry sky world. There were also some great emperors who formed alliances and helped each other. Hence, there were many different kinds of organizations in the starry sky world. These organizations were formed by the great emperors who did not want to be restricted and did not want to be bandits. The 3 great emperors who followed Yin Shen Kuan had joined the Sun Moon tribe through Yin Shen Kuan. Hence, these 3 great emperors were very obedient to Yin Shen Kuan. Moreover, following Yin Shen Kuan, the 3 great emperors had gained many benefits. Facing the siege of so many powerhouses, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't even move. Du Zhu, the evil dominator sage, and the 2 ghost emperors were present. There was no need for Lin Feng to do anything. Reckless fool, you even dare to offend our young master. Are you all blind? Du Zhu sneered. He quickly rushed out. The great emperors of the 9 prefectures were much stronger than the great emperors of other worlds. Furthermore, the 3 great emperors around Yin Shen Kuan were only in the God Emperor realm. Naturally, it was impossible for them to contend against Du Zhu and the others. Even with the addition of a group of quasi-emperor-level cultivators, they were far from being able to contend against Du Zhu and the others. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. Du Zhu and the other 3 stopped concealing their cultivation levels and directly released their powerful auras. Great Emperor. 4 great emperors. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Some great emperors with high cultivation levels might be able to sense the cultivation levels of Du Zhu and the others. However, Ordinary great emperors and some quasi-emperor level cultivators couldn't sense the cultivation levels of Du Zhu and the others. Therefore, when Du Zhu and the others released their great emperor's auras, many people were shocked. Bang, 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 catcher, catcher. This was accompanied by a series of dull sounds of collision and the sound of bones cracking. One cultivator after another was sent flying by Du Zhu and the others. These cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow from Du Zhu, the evil dominator sage, and the two ghost emperors. Even the three great emperors couldn't withstand the attacks of Du Zhu and the others. One by one, they were beaten until they vomited blood and were thrown out. Those four great emperors are the followers of that human brat. That human brat actually brought four such powerful great emperors with him. Who exactly is he? Many cultivators looked at Lin Feng with puzzled expressions. They increasingly felt that Lin Feng might have a great background. Or else, how could he have four great emperors by his side as his followers? I've never heard of such a person before. Although the top factions of the human race do have them, they're too rare to be seen often. He's full of mystery. That's why that young master's identity is even more confusing, another cultivator said. He was still trying to guess Lin Feng's identity, but he had no clue. Some people whispered to the beautiful woman. However, the beautiful woman only smiled and didn't tell them Lin Feng's identity. Without Lin Feng's permission, the beautiful woman wouldn't reveal Lin Feng's identity. Du Zhu and the others surrounded Yin Xian Kuan. Yin Xian Kuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Yin Xian Kuan's cultivation level was the same as Lin Feng's. They were both at the 99th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Although they were at the same level, Yin Xian Kuan's strength was far inferior to Lin Feng's. Lin Feng had reached his current level by stepping on the bones of the dead. Yin Xian Kuan, on the other hand, had accumulated all sorts of cultivation resources. His own fighting strength. Naturally, he couldn't compare to Lin Feng. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch me, the Sun Moon tribe will not let you off, Yin Xian Kuan said darkly. He had specifically mentioned the Sun Moon tribe. He wanted Lin Feng and the others to be wary of the Sun Moon tribe. The Sun Moon tribe was indeed powerful, but Lin Feng didn't care. The starry sky was vast and boundless. It wouldn't be easy for the Sun Moon tribe to deal with him. Poison Ancestor slapped Yin Xian Kuan and scolded loudly, "Brat. So what if you're from the Sun Moon tribe? Do you think we're afraid of you? You dare to hit me?" Yin Xian Kuan looked at Du Zhu in disbelief. "Don't waste your breath on him. Break his limbs and throw him out," Lin Feng said calmly. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone had a better understanding of Lin Feng's character. He was truly a fearless person. Breaking Yin Xian Kuan's limbs would offend the Sun Moon tribe. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Did he not care about the threat of the Sun Moon tribe at all? "You dare!" Yin Xian Kuan shouted in fear. In the next instant, Du Zhu slapped Yin Xian Kuan. Yin Xian Kuan quickly reacted and exchanged blows with Du Zhu. However, he wasn't a match for Du Zhu. His arm was instantly broken by Du Zhu. Yin Xian Kuan was sent flying. Du Zhu rushed forward and broke Yin Xian Kuan's limbs. Chapter 3294. A direct descendant of the Sun Moon tribe was beaten half to death and thrown out of the 100 Joy Pavilion. Many people were shocked by what they saw. As for Yin Xian Kuan's followers, they scrambled to get out of the room. They did not dare to stay in the pavilion for another minute. Almost everyone is here. We can start the trade fair now, the beautiful lady said. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the trade fair was about to begin. Someone said impatiently, "Fairy, is it time to take out the item that was passed down from the battlefield of the gods? Let us broaden our horizons," the beautiful lady said. "Don't be impatient. The senior who has the treasure has not appeared yet. Let's wait for the trade fair to continue. When the senior appears, he will take out the treasure to trade with everyone." Everyone nodded when they heard this. Such a high-class trade fair was basically a barter trade fair. Therefore, it was important to prepare many top-grade treasures to participate in such a trade fair. Or else, It was very likely that they would not obtain anything from such a high-class trade fair. Such examples were quite common. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. It turned out that a cultivator had taken out a treasure, and the terrifying aura was emitted from that treasure. The treasure was a jade white lion. That jade white lion actually had 12 pairs of wings. No one knew what kind of creature it was. Once the jade white lion is activated, it can turn into a living creature of flesh and blood. The owner of the jade white lion was a burly old man called Old Man Yoon. He was a famous rogue cultivator in the starry sky world. His strength was unfathomable. As soon as Old Man Yoon finished speaking, he pointed at the jade white lion. Roar! A deep roar was suddenly heard. The jade white lion turned into a lion of flesh and blood. Its body was covered in green fur and it looked ferocious. The 12 pairs of wings spread out and extended more than 10 meters. Many people were amazed that the jade white lion could turn into a living creature of its own accord. This was simply too inconceivable. Other than turning into a living creature, what other uses does the jade white lion have? A cultivator asked. He was very interested in the jade white lion. The jade white lion was indeed extraordinary. This aroused the interest of many people. Daoistune said, once the jade white lion is refined, it will become one with its master's mind and will be able to unleash 70% of its master's power, which is like refining a powerful clone. Plus, the jade white lion can travel through space. If you run into a powerful enemy, you can use its power to travel through space and get rid of your enemy. What a good white jade lion. This jade white lion. What would you like to exchange for? An old man asked. Many people looked at Old Man Dao Yun. The jade white lion was truly heaven-defying. Almost everyone present was moved. Even Lin Feng was tempted. If he could blood bond with the jade white lion, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Exchange for a piece of chaos metal, Old Man Dao Yun said. Chaos metal? Many people shook their heads when they heard this. Lin Feng had heard of chaos iron before, but he had never seen it before. Rumor had it that the chaos iron was an immortal iron that was born before the heavens and earth were created. This was the earliest immortal iron that was born between heaven and earth. It was even more valuable than chaos gems. It was too rare. Even in the absolute beginning era, let alone now. It wasn't easy to find chaos iron. Rumor had it, if a thumb-sized piece of chaos iron was fused into a magic treasure, there was hope that the magic treasure would transform into an immortal artifact. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if the rumor was true. That was because he had never seen chaos iron before. His understanding of chaos iron was limited. He had only seen or heard about it in legends. Of course. The heavens and earth were vast. Anything could happen. There might even be chaos iron in this world. Can I exchange for it with something else? Someone asked. They couldn't take out chaos iron. They wanted to exchange for it with Old Man Dao Yun. But Old Man Dao Yun shook his head and said, I only want chaos iron. The surroundings fell silent. Many people wanted to exchange for it, but they couldn't take out a supreme treasure like chaos iron. Naturally, they couldn't exchange for it with Old Man Dao Yun. I have chaos iron, a voice said. Everyone looked over. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the white-clothed woman who had been surrounded by the Black Mist tribe. She was very mysterious. He had heard from the beautiful woman that this white-clothed woman had appeared in the previous trade fairs. And she would buy or sell a lot of things every time. Now, this white-clothed woman could actually take out chaos iron. It was really shocking. Old Man Dao Yun's eyes lit up. The white-clothed woman took out a small piece of milky white immortal iron. The immortal iron was very small. It was about the size of a peanut. That's right. It's chaos iron. I'll exchange it with you. Old Man Dao Yun was extremely excited. Lin Feng guessed that Old Man Dao Yun wanted to upgrade his magic treasure. That was why he was so eager to find a supreme treasure like chaos iron. After completing the exchange, both sides sat down. Next, one by one, cultivators took out the treasures they had prepared in advance to trade. Because it was a barter, so the success rate wasn't very high. Lin Feng had been watching from the side. That was because very few of the treasures that appeared could pique his interest. So Lin Feng didn't make a move. About 4 hours later, Lin Feng took out some of the treasures he had prepared. The first treasure that Lin Feng took out was a semi-finished emperor weapon called the Heaven's Thunderblade. A semi-finished emperor weapon was different from a boundary emperor weapon. A boundary emperor weapon was already formed. It was more difficult to evolve into an emperor weapon. A semi-finished emperor weapon had yet to be formed. So, as long as he found a suitable sacrificial method, it would be very easy to evolve into a real emperor weapon. The second treasure that Lin Feng took out was an Earth Dragon Immortal Pill. It was an immortal pill. Although it was the most ordinary immortal pill, its value was immeasurable. It could improve a cultivator's physique and gradually develop the physique of the dragon race. One had to know that the dragon race's physique was extremely terrifying. It was one of the strongest physiques among the various races. It would be very heaven-defying. The third treasure that Lin Feng took out was the most precious. It was a piece of purple devil immortal iron. It was said that treasures made from purple devil immortal iron could eventually reach the level of a quasi-immortal artifact. Many people were shocked to see the 3 treasures that Lin Feng took out. Chapter 3295. After Lin Feng took out the 3 treasures, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Lin Feng introduced, "These are my 3 treasures. The first treasure is a semi-finished emperor weapon made from 9 Heaven's Thunder iron. This semi-finished emperor weapon is very close to becoming an emperor weapon. For cultivators who cultivate thunder attribute cultivation methods, this is definitely a divine ability that they can only dream of." After Lin Feng finished speaking, the eyes of several cultivators who cultivated thunder attribute lore suddenly lit up. Such a treasure was indeed very attractive to them. Lin Feng continued to introduce the second treasure. The second item is an elixir called the Earth Dragon Celestial Elixir. This is an immortal elixir. The Earth Dragon Celestial Elixir is made from the immortal herb, dragon bloodgrass, and thousands of spiritual herb. Moreover, it is infused with Earth Dragon blood essence. Its value is unimaginable. As everyone knows, the Dragon Clan's physical body is very strong. After consuming the Earth Dragon Celestial Elixir, one's physical body can be tempered to the same level as the Dragon Clan's physical body. The Earth Dragon Celestial Elixir attracted even more people's attention. Many people could not help but breathe heavily. If one's physical body could become as strong as the Dragon Clan's, it would definitely be a great improvement. It would have a great effect on one's cultivation. Lin Feng continued to introduce the third treasure. The third treasure is a piece of purple demon immortal iron. I'm sure everyone has heard of this immortal iron. This magic treasure made from immortal iron can become a quasi-immortal artifact in the future. Its power is really unimaginable. Many people could not help but exclaim. The 3 items that Lin Feng took out to exchange were all priceless. "What do you want to exchange for?" An old man could not wait to ask. This was a great emperor-level expert. His aura was extremely powerful and his cultivation could be described as unfathomable. Lin Feng said, "I want to exchange the Heaven Thunderblade for 100 materials to cultivate immemorial ancestral insects, 100 materials to cultivate Emperor Archaic, and 100 materials to cultivate primitive demon refining insect. These materials are too precious. Moreover, he actually wants so much. Isn't he asking for too much?" Someone said coldly. Lin Feng said faintly, "It's my freedom to choose what price I want. It's your freedom to trade with me. No one is forcing you to buy. You." The expression of the cultivator who was ridiculed by Lin Feng suddenly sank. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. Primordial ancestral insect. Emperor Archaic. Primitive demon refining insect. These were all legendary divine and demonic insects, especially creatures like the Emperor Archaic. It was rumored that with a gentle flap of their wings, they could instantly annihilate everything within 100,000 miles. These creatures only appeared briefly in the Primordial era, but they caused a huge commotion. "You want to exchange for materials to nurture an Emperor Archaic? Do you have an Emperor Archaic on you?" asked Long Yu Teng, looking at Lin Feng. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Like Long Yu Teng, They all suspected that Lin Feng might have an Emperor Archaic on him, or else Lin Feng had no need to exchange for materials to nurture an Emperor Archaic. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. I have an Emperor Archaic butterfly cub on me. When Lin Feng said that, many people in the private room gasped in astonishment. How about this? I have a wolf cub that was born from a blood demon wolf. Blood demon wolves are a terrifying race that can compete with dragons. I'll use this cub to exchange for your Emperor Archaic egg. Once we're done, we'll be friends. If you run into any problems in the starry sky realm that you can't solve, you can look for me. Long Yuteng said in an unquestionable tone. This kind of high and mighty attitude made Lin Feng raise his eyebrows slightly. He said indifferently, I'm not interested in making this deal with you. Kid. Are you trying to be shameless when I'm giving you face? You should feel lucky that young Master Teng is willing to make a deal with you. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. An Emperor Realm expert beside Long Yuteng said coldly. That Emperor Realm expert was actually an immortal Emperor Realm expert. Such an expert could be considered an expert in the starry sky realm. Moreover, that cultivator was a 5th-layer immortal Emperor Realm expert. Therefore, even though Lin Feng had Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, 2 ghost emperors, and 4 great emperors. But this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator didn't care at all. Du Zhu and the other 3 were nothing in his eyes. Long Yuteng didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at all of this indifferently. He was born noble, and no one had ever dared to resist him. But now, Lin Feng actually dared to resist him. This made Long Yuteng want to kill him. A dog dares to make a fuss here? Look after your own dog. Otherwise, who knows what will happen to this dog in the end? Lin Feng said indifferently. You dare to humiliate me like this? Kid, you're courting death. The immortal Emperor Realm cultivator's face suddenly turned gloomy. Boom. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. This immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. It seemed like he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Seeing that this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator was about to make a move, the beautiful woman hurriedly said, Fellow Daoist son, this is the trade fair held by the 100 Music Pavilion. Private fights are absolutely not allowed. Fellow Daoist son, please restrain yourself. Otherwise, we can only ask fellow Daoist son to leave. The beautiful woman stepped forward to protect Lin Feng. Naturally, it wasn't because she was concerned about Lin Feng's safety. It was mainly because the 100 Music Pavilion could use Lin Feng. Therefore, at this stage, Lin Feng couldn't be harmed. As for after using Lin Feng, whatever happened to Lin Feng had nothing to do with the 100 Music Pavilion. This immortal Emperor Realm expert was called Sun Yongdao. After hearing the beautiful woman's words, his face couldn't help but turn slightly ugly. Previously, the 4 great emperors on Lin Feng's side had beaten the group of people from the Sun Moon tribe half to death. The beautiful woman didn't appear. Now, she stepped forward to stop him. Obviously, she was biased towards Lin Feng. However, Sun Yongdao had to give the beautiful woman face. Although Sun Yongdao was now under the Demon Dragon clan, he still didn't dare to casually offend the powerful 100 Music Pavilion. Kid, you can only hide behind a woman and seek protection. However, I don't believe that the 100 Music Pavilion will always protect you. When the time comes, I'll take action. At that time, I'm looking forward to seeing you kneel in front of me like a dog and beg me to spare your life. Chapter 3296. Lin Feng looked at Sun Yongdao indifferently and said, I think you should be glad. Because if you really attacked, you'd be a dead man now. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Sun Yongdao still wanted to say something, but at this time, Long Yuteng said, Brother Sun, there's no need to talk to this kid. There's no need to talk so much nonsense with a lowly cultivator who's going to die soon. That's right. The human race's bloodline has collapsed. Back then, they were just livestock raised by countless races. It's just that these livestock would sometimes recklessly jump around outside, so we'll just slaughter them, Sun Yongdao said. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he didn't continue to pay attention to these 2. If they really fought, Lin Feng was confident that he could kill these 2. So what if they were from the demon dragon race? He would still kill them. Because Lin Feng's cultivation was that of a supreme cultivator. The supreme great Tao swept through everything in its path, sweeping everything before it. He would kill gods if they blocked him. He would kill them if they blocked him. If no one wants it, then the deal is over. Lin Feng said. I want the Heaven Thunderblade, but young master needs to wait for a while. I've already ordered people to gather the things young master wants as soon as possible. When the things arrive, we can immediately make the deal with young master. At this time, a female cultivator said. This female cultivator was dressed in purple and had a tall and alluring figure. She looked to be in her 20s. However, a cultivator's age couldn't be judged purely from their appearance. This female cultivator was definitely not just in her 20s. Because cultivators had a long lifespan, their appearance aged very slowly. Many female cultivators had taken face-retaining pills or cultivated face-retaining techniques. This made them even more youthful and alluring. It's Lei Zi. Rumor has it that this woman is related to the primordial thunder god, someone said. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. The primordial thunder god was a terrifying existence. His cultivation could be described as heaven-defying. The primordial thunder god's inheritance was extremely powerful. Back then, Lin Feng had obtained part of the primordial thunder god's inheritance. In the past, when the primordial dragon-esque elephant dominated the starry sky world, the primordial thunder god was one of the few existences that could contend with the dragon-esque elephant. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lei Zi was related to the ancient thunder god. Was she a descendant of the ancient thunder god? Perhaps. There really was such a possibility. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He said, all right. I'll wait for a while. Lei Zi nodded and did not say anything else. Lin Feng continued, everyone knows the value of the second treasure, the Earth Dragon Celestial Pill. I want to exchange this treasure for 20 types of 3,000 great Taos. Any one of the 3,000 great Taos can create a powerful sect. This is an unparalleled inheritance. Although the value of the Earth Dragon Immortal Pill is very high, it is too much to ask for 20 of the 3,000 great Taos, a cultivator said coldly. This cultivator wanted to trade with Lin Feng, but felt that Lin Feng's price was too high. That was why he said those words, and there were quite a few cultivators who said those words. Lin Feng said faintly, being expensive naturally has its benefit. No matter how precious the 3,000 great Taos are, it's not as important as improving your physical body. If you improve your physical body, you will find that many times, especially in some life and death battles, a powerful physical body can help you survive until the end. I'll trade with you, a cultivator with a muscular body said. Wu Zhongsha. He's an expert from the Wu family, one of the 5 great body refinement families in the starry sky. Someone recognized that cultivator and couldn't help but exclaim. In the starry sky world, there were many body refinement families. Those body refinement families paid great attention to the cultivation of the physical body. Physical body cultivation. It was very painful. It was simply the greatest torture, but if one could achieve success in physical body cultivation, it would be extremely heaven-defying. Just like Lin Feng, he cultivated the immemorial dragon-esque elephant art, and his physical body surpassed that of a fiend god. In every battle, Lin Feng's powerful physical body played an extremely crucial role. So, cultivators couldn't just cultivate magic power. They also had to cultivate their physical body. It was just that cultivating the physical body was too difficult and painful, so many people couldn't persevere. This required painstaking cultivation from a young age. If one started cultivating the physical body halfway through, the effect would obviously not reach the desired effect. But those body refinement families were not like this. Those body refinement families. They began to nurture their disciples from a young age and began to cultivate their physical body. Therefore, their physical bodies were very powerful. This cultivator called Wu Zhongsha in front of him had an extremely powerful physical body. He took out a jade tube and imprinted the divine ability on it. Lin Feng sensed for a moment and found that he had never cultivated these divine abilities that Wu Zhongsha had imprinted. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The Earth Dragon Immortal Pill belongs to you. Lin Feng handed the Earth Dragon Immortal Pill to Wu Zhongsha. Wu Zhongsha smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, thank you little brother. Old Wu, I need a powerful immortal pill to help me break through the shackles. Now, I finally see the hope of advancing my physical body. Then I wish Brother Wu's physical body a breakthrough." Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Then, Lin Feng continued, "The third treasure. This is a material for forging a quasi-immortal artifact. Such a material can only be encountered by chance. So, everyone, seize this opportunity. If you miss it, it won't be easy to encounter such an opportunity again. This piece of purple demon immortal iron. It requires 40 types of 3,000 great Tao to exchange." Many people looked at each other. 40 types of 3,000 great Tao was not a small number. Moreover, although some of the cultivators present cultivated many of the 3,000 great Tao, they all had powerful forces behind them. These 3,000 great Tao were not things that they could take out to exchange with Lin Feng. They could not exchange with Lin Feng just because they wanted to. If they took it out casually, they would be punished by the forces behind them. Therefore, some cultivators who wanted to exchange with Lin Feng could only sigh at this moment. Unless they obtained the 3,000 great Tao by chance, it had nothing to do with the forces behind them. These 3,000 great Tao could be exchanged. "I'll exchange with you," an old man said. Sky Moon Elder. After seeing the old man who spoke, many people couldn't help but be shocked. Sky Moon Elder. One of the top itinerant cultivators in the starry sky world. It was said that Sky Moon Elder had lived for 20 million years. And 17 million years ago, he had already broken through to the Emperor realm. What was his cultivation level now? No one knew. He was definitely an ancient existence. Swoosh. A light flashed in Sky Moon Elder's hand. A jade tube appeared in his hand. Sky Moon Elder handed the jade tube to Lin Feng and said, "There are 40 types of 3,000 great Tao recorded in it. Check it. If there are no problems, the purple demon immortal iron will belong to me." Chapter 3297. Lin Feng checked the 40 types of 3,000 great ways that the Sky Moon Elder gave him. Then, Lin Feng smiled. These 40 types of 3,000 great ways. They were all 3,000 great ways that he had never cultivated. There is no problem with the 3,000 great ways. This purple devil immortal iron belongs to you. Lin Feng handed the purple devil immortal iron to the Sky Moon Elder. The Sky Moon Elder nodded with a smile. Then, he sat down. Lin Feng sat down too and started to study the 60 types of 3,000 great ways that he had just obtained. Lin Feng had already cultivated 518 types of 3,000 great ways. In addition to the 60 types of 3,000 great ways now. That was 578 types of 3,000 great ways. Every additional type of 3,000 great ways that he cultivated could greatly increase his strength. Therefore, now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to cultivate the 60 types of 3,000 great ways that he had just obtained. If he succeeded in cultivating these 60 types of 3,000 great ways, his battle strength would greatly increase again. However, Lin Feng knew that it wasn't the time to leave and cultivate these 3,000 great ways. There were still many good things that hadn't been taken out in the trade fair, especially the thing that had been passed down from the battlefield of gods. It hadn't appeared yet. One by one, treasures were taken out for trade. Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors also traded with others for treasures that were beneficial to their cultivation. Lin Feng didn't participate in the trade fair anymore. "Mister, we have gathered everything. Please take a look." Halfway through the trade fair, Lei Zi came to Lin Feng's side and handed a storage ring to Lin Feng. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. Then, his divine thought entered the storage ring. The storage ring wasn't very big. It was only about a dozen cubic meters. Inside the storage ring, there were transparent glassware. Inside the glassware, there were all kinds of materials. These materials included the 300 types of materials that Lin Feng needed. 100 types of materials were used to cultivate the Archean ancestor worm. 100 types of materials were used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic. 100 types of materials were used to cultivate the great desolate demon refining insects. Seeing the materials, Lin Feng was delighted. With these materials, he would be able to properly nurture the Emperor Archaic, the primordial ancestor worm and the primordial demon refinement broodmother. Presumably, the archaic ancestral worm and Emperor Archaic would be able to grow quickly. The prehistoric demon refining insect queen could also give birth to a large number of eggs. Lin Feng gave the heavenly thunder saber to Lei Zi. Lei Zi put away the sky thunder blade and quickly returned to her seat. One treasure after another was taken out to be traded. The woman in white bought a lot of things and also sold a lot of things. Lin Feng felt that the woman in white seemed to be collecting something, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Halfway through the trade fair, the white-clothed woman left. It seems that she didn't come for the item that was spread in the battlefield of the gods. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The white-clothed woman's departure did not affect the trade fair. The trade fair was still very lively. Everyone. I have a holy dragon fruit here. I wonder if anyone is interested in this item? A middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. Then, he took out a fruit. The fruit was sealed in a transparent glass container. Although it was just a fruit, it showed the shadow of a dragon. The dragon let out a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Holy dragon fruit. There really is such a thing. After seeing the holy dragon fruit, someone immediately exclaimed. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He had seen the holy dragon fruit in a Daoist scripture, so he knew how extraordinary the value of the holy dragon fruit was. The middle-aged cultivator said, "The holy dragon fruit is the rarest treasure of heaven and earth. It's rumored. If the holy dragon fruit tree wants to bear fruit, it must absorb the holy dragon blood essence." Holy dragon. It was a type of dragon. It was said that the bloodline of the holy dragon was almost comparable to that of the true dragon. However, the holy dragon was too rare. It belonged to the legendary dragon race. Many people even thought that the holy dragon was a fictional race. In the real world, there was no such thing as the holy dragon fruit. Of course, it didn't matter if it was real or not. The value of the holy dragon fruit was unimaginable. The holy dragon fruit had a great effect on the dragon race. It could greatly increase the dragon race's physical body, soul, and bloodline. Cultivators outside of the dragon race were not allowed to consume the holy dragon fruit. This was because the medicinal power of the holy dragon fruit was too overbearing, and it was specially targeted at the dragon race. The effect on other races was not obvious. Moreover, not only would the other races not be able to increase their strength after consuming the holy dragon fruit, it was very likely that the holy dragon fruit would harm their bodies. It could be said that the gains did not make up for the losses. This holy dragon fruit, I want to exchange for 3 immortal medicines that are over 1,000,000 years old, the middle-aged cultivator said. Spiritual medicines that were over 100,000 years old were already extremely rare. Let alone immortal medicines that were over 1,000,000 years old. That was a spiritual medicine that could be used to refine immortal pills. Even if someone obtained it, they wouldn't easily take it out. Not to mention 3 of them. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that the dragon egg in the mountain river ring was emitting a violent fluctuation. Eat, eat, eat. Xiaolong's voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Although Xiaolong had not yet hatched, it was already able to communicate with Lin Feng. This little fellow was just like before, a complete glutton. The holy dragon fruit was obviously very useful to Xiaolong. Therefore, Xiaolong could not wait to devour the holy dragon fruit. Wait patiently. Soon, I will exchange the holy dragon fruit. Then, I will let you have a good meal, Lin Feng transmitted to Xiaolong. The little fellow was intelligent, and after hearing Lin Feng's words, it was very happy. Thus, it became quiet. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged cultivator. Although the holy dragon fruit was precious, Lin Feng still intended to trade with the middle-aged cultivator. Because Lin Feng could not wait to see Xiaolong hatch successfully. 3 immortal medicines that are over 1,000,000 years old. I want them, Lin Feng said. Ha 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 ha. The holy dragon fruit is mine. This young master will offer 5 immortal medicines that are over 1,000,000 years old. Long Yuting laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. What a big deal. Many people could not help but exclaim as they looked at Long Yuting in shock. 5 immortal medicines that were over 1,000,000 years old. Long Yuting was really rich. Long Yuting enjoyed the shocked, envious, and jealous gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Chapter 3298. This Long Yuting really knows how to trample on that human cultivator whenever he gets the chance. Isn't that so? The two of them are now facing each other, but Long Yuting does have the ability to do so. That's right. Long Yuting is of noble birth and has a lot of treasures on him. The cultivators in the private room began to discuss among themselves. Clearly, in their eyes, Lin Feng had no way of competing with Long Yuting. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What a disgrace. You dare to take out 5 immortal herbs that are over 1,000,000 years old to make a fool of yourself. What a pauper. I'll give you 10. Lin Feng's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Any stalk of immortal medicine was priceless. Lin Feng actually offered 10 immortal herbs in exchange for the holy dragon fruit. He was truly rich and overbearing. Even the middle-aged cultivator revealed an expression of disbelief. You. Long Yuting's expression turned extremely ugly. Earlier, he had humiliated Lin Feng. But now, it seemed that what he had just said was like a resounding slap to his face. Long Yuting's expression was as ugly as it could be. What? You can't afford a higher price? Are immortal herbs very precious? In the eyes of a pauper like you, immortal herbs might be precious, but to me, they're nothing. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He looked at Long Yuting with disdain. Lin Feng wasn't bragging here. Because immortal herbs really weren't much to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had collected so many storage rings from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other great emperors. In addition to his own fortuitous opportunities, he had also plundered the treasuries of the exalted immortal sect, the Undying clan, the Huang Dao clan, and other forces. Therefore, Lin Feng had over 1,000 immortal herbs on him. This was the accumulation of the great emperors and other forces over countless years. But in the end, it fell into Lin Feng's hands. Therefore, a mere 10 immortal herbs were nothing to Lin Feng. Good, good, good. Long Yuting's eyes flashed with killing intent. He said the word good 3 times in a row, wishing he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces for humiliating him. But now, they were in the territory of the 100 Music Pavilion. Long Yuting couldn't go too far. Lin Feng said mockingly, "You insulter. What a humiliation. Do you feel a burning pain on your face right now? Does it feel good?" Many people's mouths twitched violently when they heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng wasn't done after slapping Long Yuting's face. Moreover, he was going to tear open Long Yuting's scar once again. "Kid. Right now, this young master won't argue with you about this. This young master is looking forward to the scene of you kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy." Long Yuting said coldly. "Young Master Teng, that's right. There's no need to be calculative with this kid." Sun Yongdao also advised from the side. Long Yuting nodded. Then he sat down and didn't say anything else. From Long Yuting's gloomy expression, one could tell how angry he was at this moment. Lin Feng used 10 immortal herbs to exchange for the holy dragon fruit with the middle-aged cultivator. Then, Lin Feng refined the holy dragon fruit. The holy dragon fruit turned into the purest energy. When the little dragon felt the energy of the holy dragon fruit, it cried out in alarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The little dragon began to madly devour the energy of the holy dragon fruit. A large amount of energy. It was all devoured by the little dragon. Crack, crack. The dragon egg kept cracking. At that moment, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the dragon egg. After devouring the holy dragon fruit, could the dragon egg completely crack? If it could completely crack, then the little dragon would be born. Was this heaven-defying little dragon the descendant of the ancestral dragon? The answer was about to be revealed. Because of this, Lin Feng felt somewhat nervous. Crack, 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 crack. The dragon egg was still cracking. The dragon egg was about to crack completely, but it was still a little short. Bang, bang, bang. The little dragon slammed its head directly against the dragon egg. Ouch, it hurts. Then, the little dragon screamed. The little guy didn't manage to crack open the dragon egg. Instead, it hit its head with extreme pain. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, although the little dragon still couldn't hatch this time. But Lin Feng felt, at most, it could devour another heaven and earth treasure. The little dragon should be able to hatch successfully. One cultivator after another took out their treasures to trade. In the following trade, Lin Feng still didn't make a move. Very few treasures could arouse Lin Feng's interest. Everyone. This old man came late. Everyone, please forgive me. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded in the private room. Then, an old man entered the private room. This old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He wore a Daoist robe, but he didn't hold a horsetail whisk in his hand. This old man wasn't a Daoist priest. Lin Feng had seen many people who weren't Taoists like to wear Daoist robes. It was said that this helped in comprehending the Tao. However, Lin Feng didn't know who spread this saying. Old man Tsunghai. It's old man Tsunghai. After seeing the old man, someone immediately cried out in alarm. What? This old man is old man Tsunghai? Then, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Old man Tsunghai seemed to be very famous. Because other than Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors, these 5 cultivators from the 9 regions. When the others heard that this old man was old man Tsunghai, they all revealed shocked expressions. Who is old man Tsunghai? Du Zhu asked a cultivator beside him in a low voice. Lin Feng couldn't help but listen. That cultivator looked at Du Zhu as if he was looking at a monster. This made the poison ancestor extremely depressed, and he almost wanted to slap him. That cultivator saw that Du Zhu didn't seem to know old man Tsunghai's origin, so he said, Old man Tsunghai is a famous expert in the starry sky world. This person is an Emperor Realm expert. 7th Heaven Emperor Realm. An Emperor Realm cultivator. He was a great emperor of the 5th Heaven. An Emperor Realm expert was definitely a figure who could dominate the world. Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't expect old man Tsunghai to be such a powerful figure. This level. It was enough to become the master of a great world. Even the myriad races, which were known to have countless experts. There weren't many Emperor Realm experts. Many people went to greet old man Tsunghai. Although old man Tsunghai's cultivation was powerful, he was very easygoing. He nodded to everyone with a smile on his face. This time, this old man represents the 100 Music Pavilion to bring something to everyone. I'm here to trade with everyone. Chapter 3299. Hearing this, everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble. The treasure they had been waiting for had finally appeared. Many people couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Du Zhu continued to ask the cultivator beside him, what's the relationship between old man Tsunghai and the 100 Music Pavilion? Rumor has it that old man Tsunghai is a hall master of the 100 Music Pavilion's main pavilion. The cultivator said. The 100 Music Pavilion's main pavilion had a chief pavilion master, 3 vice-chief pavilion masters, and 8 hall masters. Old man Tsunghai was one of the 8 hall masters of the 100 Music Pavilion. Since he was an Emperor Realm expert, didn't that mean that the other 7 hall masters were also experts of the same level? As for the 3 vice-chief pavilion masters, what was the cultivation level of the chief pavilion master? The 100 Music Pavilion was one of the most powerful forces in the starry sky world. This force really couldn't be underestimated. There were too many experts. Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. I wonder what treasure that thing is. Someone asked. She couldn't wait to see that treasure for a long time. Many cultivators had come this time. They were here for the treasure that had been passed down from the battlefield of the gods. The writ of the gods. Old man Tsunghai said. The writ of the gods? What's that? Someone asked doubtfully. Lin Feng was also surprised. He had originally thought that it was a powerful treasure. But now, it seemed to be a command medallion. Everyone should know about the tiger tally, right? Old man Tsunghai said. A cultivator said, of course we know about the tiger tally. Some secular countries need the tiger tally to mobilize their troops. It's said that the soldiers of those countries only recognize the tiger tally and not the general. That's why the tiger tally is the key to mobilizing troops in the secular world. Old man Tsunghai said, this fellow Daoist is absolutely right. The writ of the gods has the same function as the tiger tally of the secular world. Everyone looked at old man Tsunghai in shock. They couldn't help but reveal astonishment on their faces. Old man Tsunghai explained, during the late period of the Xiantian lifeforms rule, the Xiantian lifeforms formed huge cultivator armies one after another. The cultivator army is made up of true experts. It is said that many immortal-level existences have joined the cultivator army. From this, one can see just how powerful the cultivator army is, and the one who mobilized these cultivator armies was the Order of the Gods. In the past, with the Gods token, even immortals had to listen to it. If you dare to disobey, you will be killed without mercy. Oh my God! The origin of this token of the gods is simply too shocking. Many people couldn't help but exclaim, their faces full of shock. The origin of the Order of the Gods was indeed too great. Following that, someone said, the writ of the gods, in the era of Xiantian lifeforms, indeed held extraordinary significance. However, the current era of Xiantian lifeforms had long since ended. Who knew how many billions of years had passed? What's the value of the God's order? Many people couldn't help but nod. This was also what everyone was puzzled about. The Order of the Gods seemed to have only a symbolic meaning now. There was no other meaning to it. Old man Kang Hai smiled and said, the God's token is very useful. Because the God's token is a token to enter the battlefield of the gods. Only those who possess the God's token can rely on the God's token to find the battlefield of the gods, and then enter it. Old man Kang Hai said. What? There's such a thing. Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes fixed on the God's token in old man Kang Hai's hand. If the God's token had such a function, then, it was too precious. The value of the God's token was unimaginable. Senior, what do you want to exchange it for? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. In the private room, everyone looked at old man Kang Hai at the same time. Everyone wanted to know what old man Kang Hai wanted to exchange the God's token for. A supreme treasure like the God's token. It involved the mysterious battlefield of the gods. It didn't seem excessive to exchange it for anything. Old man Kang Hai said. An immortal artifact. Many people couldn't help but frown. The God's token was naturally incomparably precious. With the God's token, one would have limitless possibilities. If one used the God's token to enter the battlefield of the gods, one could even obtain several immortal artifacts. But so what? That was all in the future. Obtaining the God's token might even lead to a fatal disaster. Or, even if one could use the God's token to enter the battlefield of the gods, there was also the possibility of encountering danger and dying in the battlefield of the gods. Therefore, the so-called opportunity. These were all things that couldn't be seen. As for immortal artifacts, they were true supreme treasures. Not to mention that one couldn't take out an immortal artifact. Even if one took out an immortal artifact, no one would use an immortal artifact to exchange for the God's token. Ha 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 ha. I was just joking with everyone. Don't take it so seriously. Old man Kang Hai couldn't help but laugh. F***ck. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old man Kang Hai, who looked like an immortal, actually knew how to make such a joke. It was really unexpected. Many people couldn't help but smile bitterly. Old man Kang Hai continued, the God's token can be exchanged for a divine striking stone. I wonder who has it. Divine striking stone? This kind of thing is already difficult to find, right? A cultivator immediately frowned and said. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It was recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. The ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Taigong, searched for a divine striking stone and forged a supreme treasure, the divine striking whip, which could strike the gods of all world. The divine striking whip. It was a magic treasure that was famous for its prowess. It was one of the most famous magical treasures in history. Compared to many treasures, the divine striking whip was not as powerful as those treasures. However, the divine striking whip had an extremely heaven-defying aspect. That was, no god would be able to avoid the attack of the god-beating whip. The gods here referred to the experts of the era of the conferred gods. The divine striking whip was the supreme treasure of the Jiang family, which had been passed down until now. Back in the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi were very close. Of course, Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi were purely friends. However, they were friends who would go through life and death together. Lin Feng had heard Jiang Yudi mention the divine striking whip before. Once activated, no one could avoid the divine striking whip's attack. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how heaven-defying this supreme treasure was. The material used to forge the divine striking whip was the divine striking stone. I heard that a divine striking stone appeared in the starry sky world a few years ago. If you want the god's token, you can find the divine striking stone to exchange for it, Old Man Kang Hai said. There's no need to find the divine striking stone. It's with me. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Next. A cultivator stood up and walked toward Old Man Kang Hai. Chapter 3300. The cultivator who spoke was actually Xie Duanhuan. Xie Duanhuan was the son of the leader of the evil demon bandits, and he had a fiendish appearance. He really didn't look like a good person. Moreover, Xie Duanhuan's eyes were extremely sinister and terrifying. The scar on his face was like a wriggling centipede. His entire person gave off a gloomy and terrifying feeling. At this time, Xie Duanhuan took out an item. It was a piece of green stone. It looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. But that cyan stone was the priceless divine striking stone. This was a material used to forge the god striking whip. This was also the first time Lin Feng had seen a legendary treasure like the god striking stone. Although such a piece of god striking stone was not enough to forge a treasure like the god striking whip. However, there was no problem in forging a smaller magic treasure. Let this old man take a look, Old Man Kang Hai hurriedly said. Xie Duanhuan handed the god striking stone over to Old Man Kang Hai. Old Man Kang Hai studied it carefully. Then, he couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. That's right. It was the god striking stone, Old Man Kang Hai said. He kept the god striking stone and then handed the god's token to Xie Duanhuan. Xie Duanhuan was playing with the god's token. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister arc. The god's token had an owner. This caused many cultivators to be extremely disappointed. But this was how bartering was. Whoever could take out what the other party wanted would be able to obtain the other party's treasure. Since he couldn't take out what the other party wanted, he could only look at the treasure and sigh. The trade fair continued. However, the trade fair had already reached its end. In addition, the god's token had been exchanged by Xie Duanhuan. As a result, cultivators left the trade fair one after another. Lin Feng's group of 5 left the trade fair before it ended. The beautiful woman chased after them and said, Lin Gongzi, wait a moment. Oh, is there anything else? Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and asked. Hall Master invites you in. Let's discuss the matter I mentioned before. The beautiful woman said. Good. This is something that should be done, Lin Feng said. Following which, under the guidance of the beautiful woman, Lin Feng's group of 5 arrived at another private room. There was only one person in the room. It was Old Man Tsang Hai. Senior Kang Hai. Lin Feng cupped his fists at Old Man Kang Hai. Du Zhu, the evil dominator holy sage, and the 2 ghost emperors also cupped their fists. The beautiful woman left without a sound. The trade fair wasn't over yet. Therefore, the beautiful woman needed to preside over the trade fair. Ha 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 ha, little friend Lin Feng, This old man has heard of your great name for a long time. Now, he had finally gotten what he wanted and met his little friend Lin Feng. Truly a man of striking appearance, a dragon amongst men, old man Songhai said with a smile. Senior, you flatter me. This junior really doesn't deserve such praise. Lin Feng said hurriedly. Old man Songhai said. Little friend, there's no need to be so polite. Over the years, this old man has seen too many geniuses, but geniuses with little friends bearing are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Coincidentally, this old man has a granddaughter who is as beautiful as a fairy. Who knows how many people want to pursue this old man's granddaughter, but this old man's granddaughter has very high standard. Thus, until now, she still hasn't found her ideal husband. Little friend, are you interested in meeting this old man's granddaughter? Perhaps the two of you will be attracted to each other and have deep feelings for each other, resulting in an eternal story of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. After hearing old man Songhai's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Old man Songhai was truly an unfathomable person. Now that they had met, he didn't even talk about proper matters and instead introduced his granddaughter to him. Moreover, old man Songhai's serious manner didn't seem to be joking at all. Du Zhu, the evil dominator holy sage, and the two ghost emperors were secretly laughing at the side. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, Many thanks for senior's good intentions. Junior is just passing by, so I won't stay for long. Soon, Junior will enter the starry sky world to travel the starry sky, so I have no time to consider personal matters, so I hope senior can be magnanimous. Old man Songhai heard Lin Feng say this and continued, Little friend, you say this because you haven't seen this old man's granddaughter. If you really see this old man's granddaughter, I'm afraid you won't be able to move. When the time comes to chase you away, you probably won't leave. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He really met a weirdo. Old man Songhai was clearly different from other top experts. Who would spare no effort to recommend their granddaughter? Lin Feng said helplessly, Senior Songhai. Although Junior would like to chat with Songhai for a while, Junior still has things to deal with. If Senior doesn't have anything else, Junior will take his leave first. Old man Songhai naturally knew why Lin Feng wanted to leave. Naturally, it wasn't because he had things to deal with, but because he was frightened by his enthusiasm. Thinking of this, old man Songhai said, Little friend, don't be in a hurry to leave. Of course, this old man has something to discuss with you. Let's put aside the matter of this old man's granddaughter for the time being and talk about business. In the next hour, Lin Feng and old man Songhai talked about many things about the stone state. Lin Feng learned many secrets of the stone state from old man Songhai, and of course, he also learned about the various terrifying restrictions that shrouded the stone state. After the two sides finished talking about the stone state, Lin Feng planned to leave. Old man Songhai sent Lin Feng and the others to the door and then continued, Little friend, you must think carefully. This old man's granddaughter is really good. She's a peerless beauty. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop. You must seize this opportunity. Lin Feng, who had just walked out of the private room, almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly fled. The next day, boom, a terrifying aura pervaded between heaven and earth. The void split open. A cultivator stepped out. This cultivator was none other than Sun Yongdao, a fifth-layer immortal emperor powerhouse. Sun Yongdao had no intention of suppressing his aura. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from his body. That terrifying aura directly enveloped Lin Feng's residence. Such a powerful aura naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many cultivators rushed over and watched from a distance. It's Sun Yongdao. This person has attached himself to the demonic dragon clan. Now that he's emitting such killing intent, who is he targeting? I heard that he's targeting a young human cultivator. Sun Yongdao said that he wants that young human cultivator to suffer a fate worse than death. Oh, a young human cultivator? Is there a conflict between the two sides? It seems to be a conflict that occurred at the trade fair. Long Yutong was also involved, but he didn't appear. Perhaps he thinks that Sun Yongdao is enough to deal with that brat. This is going to be a good show. That human brat is definitely going to die, right? Not necessarily. That human brat has 4 great emperors by his side. There are strong and weak great emperors as well. With Sun Yongtao's powerful cultivation, he can deal with the 4 great emperors by his side alone. Many people began to discuss spiritedly. Little bastard. Get out here and die. Chapter 33:01. When he heard the curses, Lin Feng knew who it was. Sun Yongdao. A cultivator attached to the devil dragon race. Lin Feng had long guessed that this person would not let the matter rest and would definitely come to him. Now, he really came. You reckless thing, you actually took the initiative to send yourself to death. The evil sovereign saint sneered. This Sun Yongdao was only at the 5th level of the immortal Lord realm. As for the evil sovereign saint, he was at the peak of the immortal Lord realm. However, the evil sovereign saint liked to pretend to be weak and cultivated a special technique. He suppressed his realm to the divine Lord realm. Therefore, when others sensed the strength of the evil sovereign saint, they discovered that the evil sovereign saint was only a divine Lord realm cultivator. Naturally, they would look down on the evil sovereign saint. In fact, the evil sovereign saint was extremely terrifying. This was because the evil sovereign saint's mana was profound, and his physical body was even stronger than Lin Feng's. This was because the evil sovereign saint was an emperor's corpse. In the past, he had an emperor's body. Now that he had returned from the tribulation, then, he cultivated his body. Naturally, he was extremely terrifying. Other than the evil sovereign saint, Du Zhu and the 2 ghost emperors were only 1 step away from entering the immortal Lord realm. In addition, the 9 regions great emperor could often challenge the great emperor of other worlds. If the evil sovereign saint did not make a move, Du Zhu or the 2 ghost emperors could easily defeat this Sun Yongdao. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Feng to deal with someone like Sun Yongdao. Why did Lin Feng bring the 4 great emperors out? Of course, it was to help solve some problems. For example, encountering someone like Sun Yongdao who did not have eyes. Du Zhu and the others could help Lin Feng get rid of the other party. Little bastard, didn't you hear? Hurry up and come out to die. Sun Yongdao cursed fiercely. He was extremely excited now. Because, from Sun Yongtao's point of view, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even if he had wings. He would be able to torture and humiliate Lin Feng later. In his heart. Naturally, he was extremely excited. Creak, the door opened. Lin Feng and the others walked out. That brat is still laughing. Don't you know that a calamity is coming? Who knows what that brat is thinking? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the fun saw Lin Feng come out with a face full of smiles. All of them were extremely puzzled. She didn't know why Lin Feng was laughing. I was wondering who was buzzing around here like a fly early in the morning. So it's you, Trash. Trash son. I didn't go looking for you, but you came looking for me. Are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Feng looked at Sun Yongdao with a mocking expression. He did not put Sun Yongdao in his eyes at all. Anyone could feel Lin Feng's contempt and disdain for Sun Yongdao. This made everyone extremely shocked. Lin Feng is a piece of trash. Sun Yongdao was once again called trash. Could it be that he really had the confidence to deal with Sun Yongdao? However, many people quickly rejected this idea. Sun Yongdao had such a powerful cultivation. What could Lin Feng and the other 4 use to contend against Sun Yongdao? That brat is too arrogant. He actually humiliated Sun Yongdao like this. Sun Yongdao will definitely torture him until he wishes he was dead. Then, a cultivator said. This cultivator's words gained the approval of many people. Little bastard, you're courting death. You're courting death. This emperor will tear you into pieces. Vent the hatred in my heart. Sun Yongtao's resentful voice sounded. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, a piece of trash like you doesn't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Which one of you 4 will go and kill this trash? This guy is too arrogant. Many people couldn't help but say. Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor level cultivator, actually said that an immortal emperor level expert didn't even have the qualifications to fight with him. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? However, these people didn't know that Lin Feng was just stating the truth. Once Lin Feng, who controlled the black dragon sword, used it. Perhaps it would only take one sword. It would be enough to kill Sun Yongdao. Lin Feng was no longer interested in fighting with an ordinary great emperor like Sun Yongdao. Either that or those monstrous cultivators. Or those great emperor with a high cultivation realm. Or else. How could an ordinary great emperor be qualified to make Lin Feng take action? Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors could kill those people. Young master, I'll deal with this reckless thing. The evil sovereign saint took the initiative to ask for orders. Ha 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 ha, when the big zombie makes a move, it's simply a complete massacre. Du Zhu laughed loudly. Go. Lin Feng waved his hand and said. The heretic sovereign saint flew out and laughed coldly as he looked at Sun Yongdao, and then he said, a piece of trash like you dares to run before our young master? You're simply tired of living. I'll kill you today. In your next life, remember, don't offend people you can't afford to offend. Many people couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. Because everyone realized. It wasn't just Lin Feng, this young master, who was extremely arrogant. Even Lin Feng's subordinates. They were all so arrogant. They didn't put Sun Yongdao, an immortal emperor stage ranker, in their eyes at all. When a god-lord realm cultivator could ignore an immortal emperor stage cultivator like this. Sun Yongdao made his move, and punched towards the evil sovereign saint. Sun Yongdao's fist was surrounded by endless immortal light. Within the immortal light, a mysterious and unfathomable world could be vaguely seen. That world. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura and fluctuation. And in that mysterious world, immortals soared into the sky, flying into the 9 heavens. Flying immortal fists. It's actually the flying immortal fist. This is a terrifying sacred art. Legend has it that it was passed down from a Xiantian life form. After seeing Sun Yongdao unleash this flying immortal fist, many people couldn't help but reveal extremely shocked expressions. The power of that punch was simply too terrifying, causing people to be extremely shocked. That brat's subordinate wouldn't have been killed by Sun Yongdao's punch, right? Immediately, a cultivator said. Many people felt that, perhaps there really was such a possibility. Facing Sun Yongdao's attack. The evil sovereign saint had a cold expression on his face. At this time, the evil sovereign saint also made his move. The evil sovereign saint swept his fist towards Sun Yongdao. Moreover, his punch seemed extremely casual. The evil sovereign saint didn't put Sun Yongdao in his eyes at all, which was why he threw out such a casual punch. Bam! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. He took on the powerful attack of the evil sovereign saint. Sun Yongdao's arm was broken. He couldn't withstand the evil sovereign saint's attack at all. The evil sovereign saint's terrifying punch finally landed on Sun Yongdao's chest. Sun Yongdao's chest exploded. His body flew out and fell to the ground. He was already dead. Sun Yongdao, who was at the 5th stage of the immortal emperor realm, was actually killed by the evil sovereign saint with a single punch. Seeing this scene, the surroundings were completely silent. Chapter 3302. The heretical divinity saint took Sun Yongdao's source energy. It was an immortal emperor's source energy, and it was very precious. Sun Yongdao's storage ring was also taken by the heretical divinity saint. The heretical divinity saint gave everything to Lin Feng. Sun Yongdao had died, but Long Yuteng didn't show up. Long Yuteng was definitely not a simple person. Lin Feng turned and entered the courtyard. Du Zhu, the heretical divinity saint, and the two ghost emperors followed closely behind. Did you notice? The 4 great emperors by that brat's side seemed to be very respectful to him, someone said. That brat should be from a top faction, right? Isn't it normal for the protectors by his side to be very respectful to him? Someone continued. No. It's completely different. You have to know that great emperors have their own dignity. Long Yuteng's status in the demonic dragon clan is so high, but when Sun Yongdao faces him, he listens to Long Yuteng's orders, but most of the time, Sun Yongdao and Long Yuteng are on equal footing. But the 4 people by that brat's side are different. Did you notice the look in their eyes? Everyone's looking at that brat with respect. What does that mean? That's right. I can feel it too. The 4 great emperors respect that brat very much. That doesn't make sense. Even if they received orders from the faction behind them to protect that brat. But there's no need for them to respect that brat so much, right? There's only one way to get these great emperors to show their respect. Following that, a few more cultivators joined in the discussion. What way? Someone asked. To be stronger than those great emperors, someone said. The moment that was said, the crowd was in an uproar. According to the cultivator's speculation, Lin Feng's strength, was he stronger than the 4 great emperors by his side? That's impossible. Many people shook their heads, unable to believe it. The outside world was in an uproar because of Sun Yongtao's death. Long Yuteng had yet to make a move. However, everyone knew that Long Yuteng wouldn't let this matter rest. After all, people like Long Yuteng cared a lot about face. He had been humiliated by Lin Feng before. Sun Yongdao was his bodyguard, and now Sun Yongdao was killed. How could Long Yuteng let this go? That kid even taught Yin Shen Kuan of the Sun Moon tribe a lesson. What? There was such a thing. You even dare to offend a colossus like the Sun Moon tribe? Isn't that so? What's going on? I heard that a small-scale trade fair was held in the 100 Music Pavilion. Yin Shen Kuan and the others were no match for the young man. That young man ordered his men to break Yin Shen Kuan's limbs and threw him down from the 7th floor of the 100 Music Pavilion. He's really audacious. I don't know where that kid came from, but he's actually doing things without any scruples. Just you wait. The Sun Moon tribe and the Demon Dragon tribe will not let that brat off. I heard that the people from the evil Demon Bandit group are also inquiring about that brat recently. What? The evil Demon Bandits were inquiring about him? Were they trying to kill him and steal his treasures? How did the evil Demon Bandit group get their eyes on him? That brat displayed his extraordinary wealth at the trade fair organized by the 100 Music Pavilion. That's why he was targeted by the evil Demon Bandit group. Cultivators who are targeted by the evil Demon Bandit group don't have a good ending. Cultivators on the streets and alleys of the Lanzhou Star were all talking about Lin Feng. After all, Sun Yongdao was an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. The fall of an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator would naturally cause a huge uproar. Lin Feng was at the center of the storm. Of course, he would become the focus of countless discussions. In the blink of an eye, it was time to depart for the Stone State ruins. The beautiful woman sent someone to fetch Lin Feng. Lin Feng once again arrived at the beautiful woman's residence. The experts of the 100 Music Pavilion had all arrived. This time, the 100 Music Pavilion was led by Old Man Kang Hai. Old Man Kang Hai was one of the 8 hall masters of the 100 Music Pavilion. He was an Emperor Realm cultivator. With him leading everyone to the Stone State ruins, there would be no problems. Their safety would also be guaranteed. Anyone who wanted to attack a group led by an Emperor Realm cultivator would have to carefully consider whether they had the ability to do so. On the 100 Music Pavilion's side, other than Old Man Kang Hai, there were also 3 great emperors. One of them was the beautiful woman, Xu Jiaomei. The other 2 were a man and a woman. Lin Feng had never seen them before. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Of course, his actual age was far from that. The woman looked quite similar to Xu Jiaomei and seemed to be about the same age. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could this woman be Xu Jiaomei's sister? Because their appearances were somewhat similar, Lin Feng made such a guess. In addition to the 4 great emperors, the 100 Music Pavilion also brought many cultivators and guards. Some of the younger cultivators probably had an extraordinary status in the 100 Music Pavilion. This time, they were most likely brought along to try their luck. Perhaps they would be able to obtain a great opportunity and soar into the sky. A carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. What surprised Lin Feng was that in addition to the cultivators of the 100 Music Pavilion, there were dozens of cultivators who were not from the 100 Music Pavilion. The other dozens of cultivators were divided into 3 groups. The first group was led by a female cultivator who was about 30 years old. The second group was led by an old man. The third group was led by two middle-aged men who looked exactly the same. After seeing these three groups of people, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He originally thought that there were only people from the 100 Music Pavilion. He didn't expect. There were actually three more groups of people from unknown forces. Old man Kang Hai introduced with a smile, "Little friend. These three forces are the Bright Moon Star region, the Myriad Fiend Star region, the experts of the Yin-Yang Star region. Back then, our four forces discovered the Stone State ruins together. Therefore, our four forces are now exploring the Stone State ruins together." After introducing the three forces to Lin Feng, Old Man Kang Hai introduced Lin Feng to the three forces. Old Man Kang Hai said, "This is little friend Lin. He is the formation grandmaster that our 100 Music Pavilion invited. This time, he will be following us to the Stone State ruins." As soon as Old Man Kang Hai's voice fell. Chapter 3303. The cultivator who spoke was called Wn Yangming. This person was a rising star of the Thousand Fiend Star region, a super genius. He had cultivated for 50,000 years. Now, his cultivation had broken through to the peak Emperor God level. At this age, at this realm, he was indeed considered a genius. The human race was weak. Although there were some top human forces in the starry sky world. But they were only a minority. In the huge human race, in the individual top forces, in the boundless starry sky world, in the endless forces, in the huge human race, in the individual top forces, in the boundless starry sky world. Naturally, they were like a drop in the ocean. They couldn't attract too much attention. When the cultivator called Wn Yangming saw that Lin Feng was so young and was a human cultivator, he revealed a mocking expression. He didn't believe that Lin Feng was an array master. He didn't know when it started. It seemed like every force, every race. They could even mock and insult the human race. This made Lin Feng very angry. The human race was weak, but it wasn't something that these people could insult as they wish. Lin Feng ignored Wn Yangming. Instead, he looked directly at the old man beside Wn Yangming. This old man was called Wan Chiyuan. He was the fifth elder of the Thousand Fiend Star region. An emperor-level expert, his cultivation could be said to be unfathomable. The elders in the clan haven't spoken yet, but the younger generation spoke first. It seems that the Thousand Fiend Star region didn't discipline their younger generation well. Lin Feng said indifferently. Wn Yangming's face suddenly sank. Lin Feng ignored him. Instead, he directly ignored him and talked to Wan Chiyuan. Wasn't this looking down on Wn Yangming? Wasn't this saying that Wn Yangming wasn't qualified to talk to him? Thinking of this, Wn Yangming was burning with anger. Wan Chiyuan said faintly, "Sometimes, young people speak without thinking. It's understandable. If all of them are as steady as the elders, they will lose the vitality of the young." Lin Feng said, "Vitality and not knowing the rules are two completely different concepts. Senior, you should educate the younger generation of the clan properly. After all, the younger generation is the hope of the clan. One wrong step and it might affect their lives. Kid, what right do you have to boast shamelessly here?" Wn Yangming couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Lin Feng furiously. His eyes were filled with awe-inspiring intent. He had never put Lin Feng in his eyes, so how could he tolerate Lin Feng pointing fingers at him? Moreover, Lin Feng was acting all high and mighty. This kind of arrogant attitude made Wn Yangming extremely angry. Lin Feng said faintly, "Since the 100 Music Pavilion has invited me to take action, this means that I have the qualifications. You, on the other hand, don't know the rules at all. If your elders weren't here, I wouldn't mind teaching you how to behave on behalf of your elders." Everyone looked at Lin Feng with great interest. Lin Feng was a boundary emperor realm cultivator. Where did his confidence come from? She actually dared to say that she would teach Wn Yangming a lesson? Brat! How dare you strut around here with your meager cultivation? Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. Wn Yangming's voice was cold. He directly leaped out. He flew toward Lin Feng. Boom! Then, WN Yangming made his move and punched toward Lin Feng. That tyrannical punch contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. WN Yangming's punch was called the 10,000 Dragon Roaring Sky Fist. With a punch, it could erupt with the power of 10,000 dragons. Its power was endless. Will that brat be killed by WN Yangming's punch? Some of the cultivators in the crowd whispered. WN Yangming's cultivation was indeed very powerful. It surpassed Lin Feng by too much. Therefore, many people felt that Lin Feng might really be killed by WN Yangming's punch. WN Yangming looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. WN Yangming was obviously extremely confident in his own cultivation. He believed. He punched himself. Even if he couldn't directly kill Lin Feng, at the very least, he could seriously injure Lin Feng. This bit of confidence. WN Yangming still had it. No one present had seen Lin Feng make a move. Even though the 100 Music Pavilion had a certain understanding of Lin Feng. But after all, it was only the information they found out. What you hear is false, but what you see is true. Therefore, these people from the 100 Music Pavilion also wanted to see how Lin Feng's cultivation was. The only ones who were full of confidence in Lin Feng were Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors. They knew Lin Feng's combat strength. How powerful and terrifying was he? Facing WN Yangming's attack, Lin Feng's expression was cold. He also punched toward WN Yangming. Lin Feng's punch. He didn't even use any supernatural powers. He just circulated his magic power. Then, he punched. WN Yangming's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng actually looked down on him so much. It simply made WN Yangming mad. Now, WN Yangming felt that killing Lin Feng directly was letting Lin Feng off too easily. He should trample Lin Feng under his feet. He should ruthlessly humiliate and torture him. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Bang! Right at that moment, the two sides collided. Everyone saw that. Lin Feng didn't move at all. WN Yangming, on the other hand, was sent flying. Suddenly, WN Yangming spat out a mouthful of blood. WN Yangming, who was at the peak of the Emperor God realm. He was actually beaten by Lin Feng to the point of spitting out blood. This, everyone present had an incoherent expression on their faces. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng was only a boundary Emperor realm cultivator. Now, he actually beat a peak Emperor God cultivator to the point of spitting out blood. Furthermore, he had only used a single move. This combat strength. Wasn't it too powerful? Today, I'll give face to 1000 Fiend Star region, so I'll spare your life. In the future, be more low-key. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Lin Feng said indifferently. Arrogant. Lin Feng's words. It could be said to be extremely arrogant. However, now, everyone felt that Lin Feng's words were normal. Because Lin Feng was strong enough. When he was strong enough, he could do anything. Everything was natural. If he wasn't strong enough, if he was still so arrogant, that was the path to his own death. WN Yangming's expression was as ugly as it could be. His fists were even clenched together. An unprecedented sense of humiliation. It made him feel like death was better than living. Just like what Lin Feng said before, those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. WN Yangming reaped what he sowed. Humph. This old man is still here. How dare you injure someone from my myriad fiend starfield? Are you looking down on my myriad fiend starfield? At this moment, WN Chiyuan spoke. Now that WN Yangming had suffered a great loss in Lin Feng's hands, WN Chiyuan naturally wouldn't sit idly by. A terrifying aura surged out of WN Chiyuan's body and suppressed Lin Feng. Chapter 3304. WN Chiyuan's Emperor Realm cultivation was extremely terrifying. Now, he openly attacked. He wanted to humiliate Lin Feng in front of everyone. However, soon, WN Chiyuan's expression turned ugly because a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. However, it did not affect Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng looked at Wen Qiuan indifferently as if nothing had happened. After seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The aura of an Emperor Realm expert was oppressing. It did not affect Lin Feng at all. This was too unbelievable. It was no wonder these people were shocked. After all, an Emperor Realm expert's cultivation was so powerful. It was impossible for ordinary people to fight against a cultivator of this level. The aura emitted by a cultivator of this level. It was enough to suppress many Emperor Realm experts. No matter how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was, he should not be able to ignore the aura of an Emperor Realm expert like this. These people were mainly unaware of Lin Feng's situation. If they knew that Lin Feng had mastered 3 types of domineering aura, they would probably know why Lin Feng ignored the aura of the Emperor Realm expert, Wan Qiuan. Lin Feng said indifferently, Elder Wan's taste is really good. You like to release your aura when you have nothing to do. Are you amusing yourself? Or are you trying to make us laugh? Fart. When Xu Jiaomei and the other female cultivators heard Lin Feng's mocking words of Wan Qiuan, they could not help but laugh out loud. Many people laughed involuntarily, because Lin Feng was really good at mocking people. How could an expert like Wan Qiuan amuse himself or make everyone laugh? It was obvious that Wan Qiuan's aura suppression had been neutralized by Lin Feng. When Wan Qiuan heard Lin Feng's mockery, he was furious. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Wan Qiuan was an emperor-level expert, yet he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. It was as if he had been slapped in the face again and again, making him angry out of humiliation. Wan Qiuan couldn't help but want to kill Lin Feng. Old man Kang Hai also knew that this matter could not continue. Otherwise, it would get out of hand. Therefore, old man Kang Hai stood up and said, Brother Wan, little friend Lin, everyone was about to become a team and enter the stone state together. Therefore, peace should be the most important thing. The previous conflict was just a small matter. There was no need to make things unpleasant. How about we all take a step back and let this matter end here? Since old man Tsunghai had taken the initiative to mediate, naturally, they had to give him face. Lin Feng said, I have always considered myself to be a magnanimous person. Senior, please take the initiative to mediate. I won't bicker with the people of the 10,000 Fiends Starfield. Lin Feng's words infuriated the people of the 10,000 Fiends Starfield so much that they flew into a rage. Lin Feng was clearly implying that the people of the 10,000 Fiends Starfield did not know the rules and were acting like villains. However, the people of the 10,000 Fiends Starfield could only endure for now. Ignorant junior, why would this old man lower himself to your level? Wan Qiuan said coldly as he flicked his sleeves. Lin Feng smiled faintly and did not say anything. Wan Qiuan's cultivation base was high. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of him. Because Lin Feng had many supreme treasures and powerful abilities. Wan Qiuan could not do anything to him. Let's board the ship and set off now. Old man Kang Hai said. Okay. Everyone nodded and boarded the ancient starship of the 100 Music Pavilion. The ancient starship of the 100 Music Pavilion was called the 100 Music. The flag of the 100 Music Pavilion looked like an immortal palace. This was the unique symbol of the 100 Music Pavilion. There were too many different kinds of interstellar bandits in the starry skies. Therefore, they had to be careful. After hanging the flag of the 100 Music Pavilion, the interstellar bandits saw it. They would not attack. The 100 Music Pavilion was not something that ordinary bandits could fight against. Therefore, even the bandits in the starry skies did not dare to attack the 100 Music Pavilion. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the 2 ghost emperors lived in a huge suite. Lin Feng had been studying the 3,000 great Daos that he had obtained previously. Lin Feng had cultivated the true incantation of Lin, so his comprehension of the Dao was very fast. Therefore, his cultivation of the 3,000 great Daos was very fast. Other people might have to cultivate for a long time after obtaining the 3,000 great Daos before they could cultivate one of the 3,000 great Daos. However, Lin Feng could comprehend one of the 3,000 great Daos in a few days. In another suite, the 10,000 fiend star fields WN Chiyuan, WAN Yangming, and 2 other cultivators were here. What was even more shocking was, surprisingly, WN Chiyuan, who was an Emperor sect expert, was not the leader of these 4 people. Because, among the 4 of them, only one person was sitting there. Even WAN Chiyuan, an Emperor sect expert. They were all standing at the side. The one sitting on the stool was a female cultivator. This female cultivator looked very young. And her life aura. She was also very young. However, facing this female cultivator, even WN Chiyuan was very respectful to him. That brat surnamed Lin is really despicable. If I don't kill him, I swear I'm not human. WN Yenming's voice was filled with cold killing intent. Towards Lin Feng, he hated him to the bone. That brat surnamed Lin is not a simple person. Suddenly, the female cultivator opened her mouth and said, "That brat's cultivation is so low. It's absolutely impossible for him to have such a powerful cultivation. He must have an extremely powerful magic treasure on him. Killing him is tantamount to obtaining a great opportunity." WAN Yangming said. The female cultivator said, "This brat surnamed Lin has 2 bloodlines, the immortal bloodline and the sovereign emperor bloodline." What? Hearing this, the 3 people in the private room could not help but exclaim. WN Yenming's eyes flashed with deep jealousy. Immortal bloodline. Sovereign emperor bloodline. 2 legendary bloodlines. Having 1 bloodline was already extremely heaven-defying, but Lin Feng had 2 bloodlines. How could this not make people envious and jealous? He's probably training outside, right? WN Chiyuan said, "This brat's origin is too great. It seems like it's not good to make a move. Otherwise, it will lead to the destruction of our clan." The female cultivator said, "It's fine. Find an opportunity to make a move in the Stone State ruins. The Stone State ruins can shield the secrets of heaven. Do it cleanly and won't be exposed." "Yes." WN Chiyuan and the other 2 hurriedly said. The most excited person was none other than WAN Yangming. He could finally kill Lin Feng. Chapter 3305. Lin Feng didn't know that he had been targeted by the mysterious powerhouse of the myriad fiend starfield. Today, Lin Feng was still diligently cultivating the 3,000 grand dows he had obtained before. The One Happiness ancient starship was sailing quickly in the starry sky world. Along the way, they encountered several waves of starry sky bandits. But after seeing that this starry sky ancient ship belonged to the One Happiness pavilion, those bandits retreated and didn't make things difficult for them. 1 month later, the One Happiness starry sky ancient ship arrived at a vast starfield world. And this starry sky world was the Storm Starfield. Looking at the Storm Starfield from the outside, one could vaguely see that the entire Storm Starfield was shrouded in powerful storms. All kinds of terrifying storms swept across the Storm Starfield. Some storms. Some could even kill great Emperor-level powerhouses. Of course. The most terrifying ones were probably the spacetime storms. Of course. Spacetime storms were also divided into different levels. The most powerful spacetime storms could even bury immortal-level powerhouses. From this, one could see how terrifying spacetime storms were. Once a spacetime storm blew up, it could be called a disaster for any cultivator. We have arrived at the Storm Starfield. Next, we will enter the Storm Starfield. I hope everything goes smoothly, Kang Hai Old Man said with a dignified expression. Kang Hai Old Man had been to the Storm Starfield several times before. So, Kang Hai Old Man knew how terrifying the Storm Starfield was. In such a place, if one was careless, one might die without a burial place. Therefore, in a place like the Storm Starfield, one must be careful and pray that a spacetime storm doesn't appear. The One Happiness ancient starship entered the Storm Starfield. A powerful storm swept over. The All-Joy Starry Sky ancient ship released a huge energy shield. The energy shield immediately enveloped the All-Happiness Starry Sky ancient ship. The raging storm outside was blocked by the energy shield. Lin Feng no longer went into seclusion. He chose to come out. After learning that Lin Feng had come out, Xu Jiaomei came to invite Lin Feng for a chat. Xu Jiaomei, such a beauty, invited him. Lin Feng naturally had no reason not to go. After arriving at Xu Jiaomei's place, Lin Feng smiled and said, "The night is long. Did you invite me here to spend the night with me?" Xu Jiaomei smiled and said, "If this servant says yes, do you dare to stay?" Lin Feng smiled. "Why wouldn't I dare? Ha 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 ha." At this moment, a charming laughter came from behind the screen. Next, the female cultivator who looked quite similar to Xu Jiaomei walked out. Xu Jiaomei and this female cultivator were not only similar in appearance. Even their temperaments were somewhat similar. They were both charming women. I've long heard from my sister that Lin Gongzi is a straightforward person. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's indeed the case. The female cultivator squinted her phoenix eyes at Lin Feng and said with a smile. Lin Feng had previously guessed that this female cultivator and Xu Jiaomei were most likely sisters. Now, this female cultivator called Xu Jiaomei sister. It confirmed Lin Feng's previous guess. These two people. They were really sisters. "How should I address you, fairy?" Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator with interest. Even if he didn't do anything, just looking at such a peerless beauty, it was also a kind of enjoyment. The woman smiled and said, "This servant is Xu Jiaoyue. Xu Jiaomei is this servant's sister." Lin Feng said, "They are really like two immortal lotuses. They are beautiful and moving, causing one's heart to sway uncontrollably." Xu Jiaoyue smiled and said, "Young master is also a talent. I reckon that any woman would like a man like you." "Then, does fairy like a man like me?" Lin Feng looked at Xu Jiaoyue with a smile that was not a smile. "Young master, you can take a guess." Xu Jiaoyue winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm an optimist, so I always like to think about things on the bright side." He. "Perhaps young master guessed right." Xu Jiaoyue winked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He didn't think that Xu Jiaoyue was as shallow as she appeared to be. In fact, whether it was Xu Jiaoyue or Xu Jiaomei, these two women were not simple. They were both women who hid very well. If one was deceived by their appearance and was sold by these two women, one would probably have to count the money for these two women. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's a long, long night. Could it be that the two fairies want to spend this beautiful night with me?" Xu Jiaomei said, "The two of us do feel a little lonely in our hearts. Only with young master, we have some common topics, so we thought of inviting young master to come and have a good talk." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that this Xu Jiaomei really thought so? Or was she just using words to deceive him? However, Lin Feng soon found out that the Xu sisters didn't have any ulterior motives in inviting him. It was a sincere invitation. It was a wonderful night. Listening to the two fairies playing the zither together was a great pleasure. The ancient starship All Joy quickly shuttled through the storm star field. After flying for about half a month, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of them. At the center of the whirlpool was a black hole. That black hole seemed to be able to swallow everything. Many things were attracted to the whirlpool. Then, they were instantly torn to pieces by the whirlpool. That whirlpool. It was so terrifying that one couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Everyone walked out of the cabin and looked at the whirlpool. "We're here," Xu Jiaomei said. "We're at the Stone State ruins?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "That's right. The Stone State ruins are inside that black hole. In fact, it's not a real black hole. It's just a star cavern that's similar to a black hole. There's a space inside, but it's extremely dangerous to go there because the whirlpool around the cavern is extremely terrifying. Even great emperors can be torn to pieces by that whirlpool," Xu Jiaomei said. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. That whirlpool was actually so powerful. "How should we enter the whirlpool?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "We have a way," Xu Jiaomei said. At this moment, old man Tsunghai took out a treasure. Lin Feng looked over and saw that the treasure was actually a stone orb. Old man Tsunghai poured his magic power into the stone orb. Then, the stone orb flew into the air. Then, the stone orb cracked open, and a powerful devouring force surged out. Everyone was swallowed by the stone sphere, Even the ancient starry skyship, the One Happiness, was swallowed by the stone sphere. Then, the stone orb closed again. Chapter 3306. The whirlpool contained a destructive power. However, when the power of the whirlpool bombarded the stone ball, it could not destroy the stone ball at all. Now, everyone was under the protection of the stone ball. They quickly flew towards the center of the star cave. Whoosh! The stone ball was extremely fast, passing through the huge distortion formed by the whirlpool. Then, they entered the interior of the star cave. Finally, the stone ball landed in the depths of the star cave. At this time, the stone ball split open again. Lin Feng and the others flew out of the stone ball. There was no storm at the center of the star cave. It formed an independent space, unlike the outside where storms raged. What appeared in front of them was a hazy and huge country. That huge country was now protected by a powerful restriction. Little friend Lin, it's the restriction here that killed many of our spirit array masters. Old man Kang Hai said. Lin Feng nodded and then carefully studied the restriction here. The restriction here was indeed very powerful. It contained many terrifying killing arrays and was incomparably dangerous. Moreover, many of the absolute kill grand arrays were linked together, forming a combination array. Among the various large arrays, the combination array was the most terrifying. Lin Feng roughly estimated that there were probably 300 to 400 types of arrays sealing the stone state ruins. The number was too shocking. With so many large arrays forming the restriction in front of them, it was no wonder that so many spirit array masters had died. Looking at the restriction here, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Not to mention ordinary people. The large arrays here are so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The large arrays here made him feel deeply shocked. One had to know. As time passed, the power of the restriction here could no longer be compared to when it was first set up. But even so, the large arrays here were still so tyrannical. It was hard to imagine when these large arrays were first set up. Just how terrifying were the restrictions in this place? Little friend, can you break the array? Old man Kang Hai couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng said, I need some time to study these large arrays before I can finally determine if I can break the array here. All right. Old man Kang Hai nodded and no longer disturbed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, began to study and deduce the grand formation here. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng deduced countless times. Finally, this allowed him to deduce the solution. If you want to break the formation, you'll need a lot of formation materials, Lin Feng said. Don't tell me you're trying to scam us for our formation materials. Wan Yangming sneered. The cultivators from the Bright Moon Star region and the Yin Yang Star region couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng said indifferently, You're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Old man Kang Hai said, Little friend, what array formation materials do you need? Just tell us. We will definitely gather all of them for you. Lin Feng nodded. He took out a jade tube and imprinted more than 10,000 array formation materials in it. This secret technique of mine is a secret technique that uses formations to break through reality. You don't need to completely destroy the restriction here, but you need to concentrate your strength and tear a corner of the restriction, Lin Feng said. Using formations to break formations, what a wonderful method. Old man Kang Hai couldn't help but praise. Then, the experts of the four major forces began to gather the formation materials that Lin Feng needed. Lin Feng could also take out these formation materials. However, Lin Feng wouldn't take them out. Because it was also very difficult for him to gather the formation materials. Moreover, he was the only one who could break the formation. He didn't want to be a fool. The four major forces had so many experts. Some of them had lived for tens of millions of years. Their savings were naturally enormous. In addition, they had come to the stone state ruins this time. They were definitely well prepared. They would definitely be able to take out more than 10,000 formation materials that Lin Feng needed. Sure enough, as Lin Feng had guessed, it didn't take long for the four major forces to gather more than 10,000 formation materials that Lin Feng needed. Then, They handed all the formation materials to Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to set up the formation. It took him 3 days. Lin Feng succeeded in setting up the formation. He activated the formation. The formation that was activated by Lin Feng immediately released a powerful power. It directly blasted towards the restriction that enveloped the stone state ruins. The method of using formations to break formations was a method that Lin Feng had learned from Taoist Wu Liang. This was the top inheritance of the Taoist lineage of moving mountain. Using formations to break formations was to gather all the power of the formation and then break a corner of the opponent's formation. This was the essence of using formations to break formations. This wonderful method of using formations to break formations played an extremely crucial role at this moment. After many consecutive attacks, the sound of cracking could be heard. The restriction that enveloped the stone state ruins began to gradually crack. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but reveal ecstatic expressions. The formation that Lin Feng had set up continued to attack for 6 hours. Finally, the sound of tearing could be heard. A gap was finally torn open in the formation that enveloped the stone state ruins. "I didn't let you down," Lin Feng cupped his fists and said to Old Man Kang Hai. "Ha ha ha ha, little friend Lin's formation skills are truly superb. This old man admires you," Old Man Kang Hai said with a smile. Then Old Man Kang Hai continued, "Everyone, there's no time to lose. Let's enter now." Everyone nodded. They quickly entered the interior of the stone state ruins through the cracked restriction. After entering, they saw dilapidated stone temples appear in front of them. In the distance, it was a dense forest. Stone state ruins. Since it was a country, it naturally couldn't only have one ancient city. A country was made up of ancient cities, mountains, rivers, and so on. Stone state ruins. It was the same. Although the stone temples are dilapidated, we can vaguely see the glory of this place in the past. Old Man Kang Hai said. Everyone couldn't help but nod. Everyone was shocked by the stone temples in front of them. The stone temples were one after another, as if they were endless. They couldn't even see the end at a glance. Some of the taller stone temples were even thousands of meters tall. They were all built by piling up huge rocks together. I don't know what happened in the past, but it actually destroyed the stone state. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The stone state was the absolute overlord of the starry sky world in the past, but it was suddenly destroyed just like that. There was definitely a huge secret hidden behind it. The answer might be hidden in the stone state, Old Man Kang Hai said. "Come and see, what is this thing?" In the distance, a cultivator from the yin-yang starfield said in shock. Chapter 3307. Soon, everyone arrived at the yin-yang starfield cultivator. Then, they saw something on the ground. It was a broken fragment. And it was a stone fragment. "It looks like a severed limb from the stone clan," Old Man Tsung Hai said. Someone as powerful as the stone clan actually had their bodies shattered. "What exactly happened? This is shocking," a cultivator said. They were extremely shocked. The stone clan had always been synonymous with power. Back then, the stone state was even more so. They were almost the supreme overlords of the starry sky world. Even the 3 supreme realms were extremely wary of them. Back then, the stone clan in the stone state must have been a peerless and terrifying existence. But now, they found the remains of those stone clan creatures. Their bodies were shattered. It turned into pieces and pieces. It was really unbelievable. Back then, an unimaginable battle must have happened here. Then, a cultivator said. Lin Feng said, "Such a huge stone temple is enough to show how prosperous this place was in the past. But now, the stone temple has been completely destroyed. Look around. Maybe there are some shocking clues in the stone temple." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, everyone quickly separated. They looked for clues left behind in the stone temple. At the same time, they looked for opportunities in the stone temple. In such a huge stone temple, perhaps there would be some amazing things left behind. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic supremacy saint moved together. The cultivators of the other 4 factions also moved separately. It was naturally not appropriate to search for opportunities with others. It was to avoid causing more disputes. Lin Feng used the dragon searching art and the carnate 8 trigrams. He deduced the mysteries of this place. That dilapidated ancient temple. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at a huge temple. Through deduction, he found that the temple was extremely extraordinary. It seemed to hide some shocking secrets. This was his initial deduction, so Lin Feng could not confirm it. He needed to reach the temple and carefully explore it before he could know. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the temple. Du Zhu asked, "Did you discover something?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Perhaps there really is something extraordinary in the temple." Du Zhu and the others were also overjoyed. Everyone sped up and soon arrived at the outer area of the temple. The stone temple covered an area of more than 10 acres. It was huge. But now, it was no longer the same as before. The huge and prosperous stone temple of the past was now completely ruined. Only broken walls and ruins were left. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a faint energy emanating from the stone temple. "Let's search for him," Lin Feng said. Du Zhu, the evil dominator holy sage, and the 2 ghost emperors nodded. Then, they quickly split up to search. Not long after, Lin Feng saw something. It was a string of Buddha beads. But what was shocking was that the string of Buddhist beads was actually made of stone. A total of 18 Buddha beads were strung together. Each of the prayer beads was covered with runes. They looked like Buddhist words. Those runes were very ancient, and Lin Feng did not recognize them. The only word Lin Feng recognized on the prayer beads was the word swastika. The word swastika had an extremely special and extraordinary origin in Buddhism. Rumor had it that the master of Buddhism was born with the word swastika. Therefore, the word swastika represented the sacred word of Buddhism. Each of the 18 prayer beads had the word swastika written on them. When exactly was Buddhism established? Did Buddhism already exist in ancient times? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. His gaze was attracted by the prayer beads. He turned the prayer beads in his hand over and over again. He couldn't help but frown slightly. This string of prayer beads was too extraordinary. It emitted astonishing fluctuations and energy. Lin Feng felt that this string of prayer beads was definitely an incredible treasure. He tried to pour his magic power into the prayer beads, but there was no reaction from the prayer beads. Lin Feng's magic power was like a stone ox entering the sea. It was completely devoured by the prayer beads. It hasn't changed. Perhaps I'll need some time to study this string of prayer beads. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I found something," Du Zhu exclaimed in the distance. Lin Feng was alerted and quickly rushed over. Du Zhu also found a Buddhist vessel. It was a wooden fish. It was very well preserved and was also made of stone. There were countless runes on it. Du Zhu was very happy because this wooden fish was definitely an amazing treasure. Soon, the heretic Lord Holy and the 2 ghost emperors found something amazing. The heretic Lord Holy found a tattered kasaya. The kasaya was surrounded by holy light. Although it was tattered, it was still extraordinary. The 2 ghost emperors found a pair of Buddha hands. The pair of Buddha hands were very special. They were also made of stone and looked like the broken limbs of a god statue. However, they contained exuberant vitality. Before, Lin Feng had sensed that the temple contained a powerful life force. However, he had never been able to confirm where the vitality was coming from. Now, he was finally able to confirm this point. The vitality was being emitted from the Buddha hands. Lin Feng carefully looked at the Buddha hands obtained by the 2 ghost emperors. He only felt that they were extraordinary, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was so extraordinary about them. "Let's go. Let's continue to search and see if there are any other gains," Lin Feng said. He quickly rushed into the distance. Du Zhu, the heretic Lord Holy, and the 2 ghost emperors followed closely behind. Lin Feng had always wanted to find a complete statue of a god in that place. He wanted to see which expert was worshipped in this temple. But unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The temple complex was very large, but there was no complete statue left behind. It was extremely strange. Could this be the place where the stone state's lord is worshipped? Duzu couldn't help but say. Of course. He didn't rule out this possibility. After all, the stone state's lord had single-handedly established this huge and ancient stone state. And this country. It was once incomparably prosperous. Therefore, within the stone state, it was very normal to cultivate a stone temple that worshipped the stone state's lord. However, Lin Feng felt that he still needed to continue to confirm this. He needed to find a statue to finally confirm this point. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. A large number of dilapidated temples began to collapse. What happened? Lin Feng and the others were shocked. Everyone looked around. The people from the other four major forces also looked around, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, in the depths of the temple complex, a golden light soared into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Over there, Lin Feng said and quickly flew towards the depths of the temple complex. Duzu, the heretic Lord Holy, and the two ghost emperors. Chapter 3308. Everyone arrived at the depths of the temple. After arriving here, everyone saw a stone tablet. This stone tablet was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. It was covered with blood. Just like the blood that had just been poured on it. It was dripping with blood. It was eerie and terrifying, emitting a strong smell of blood. It really made one's hair stand on end. Why is there a stone tablet here? And it's a wordless stone tablet. Everyone was puzzled. They did not understand the origin of this stone tablet. Right at this moment, the blood on the stone tablet seemed to have come to life. A terrifying scene appeared. The blood started to distort. It was like a small worm. It wriggled on the stone tablet. Then, the stone tablet gradually emitted a blood-red light. Look, words have appeared, someone said and pointed at the stone tablet. Sure enough, words appeared. They were very blurry and could not be seen clearly. It was unknown what kind of words they were. Old man Kang Hai frowned and said, very ancient words. They have long been lost. He had studied many ancient words, but he did not recognize the ancient words on the stone tablet. The ancient words on the stone tablet were filled with a strange and mysterious power. Those ancient words were like a medium. The ancient words communicated with another world. Lin Feng was also observing the ancient words on the stone tablet. There were not many ancient words. Although there were not many, they were incomparably mysterious. The Demon Lord said, "This is the legendary pre-Buddhist script. It is one of the earliest scripts of Buddhism." Oh, one of the earliest scripts of Buddhism? Buddhism has a long history. I don't even know when it existed in the world. The earliest scripts of Buddhism have probably been lost by now, Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord said, "It is indeed lost. Back then, I was lucky enough to enter the Great Lei Yin Temple in the Buddhist world. Once in a while, I saw such ancient characters, which were exactly the same as the ancient characters in front of me. However, Buddhism has only mastered a very small number of ancient characters, only a few dozen of them. It's no different from being lost in history." Lin Feng asked, "Does the Demon Lord recognize the words on the stone tablet?" The Demon Lord said, "I only know the first word. If that word was changed to the current word, it would be forever, forever, forever." Forever? Lin Feng was surprised. This was a huge clue. He began to activate the mantra of confrontation. Lin Feng activated the true incantation of Lin in his heart as he tried to comprehend the first word on the stone tablet. At the same time, he kept repeating the word forever in his heart. Lin Feng tried to use that as a clue to understand the situation. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend some of its mysteries. He tried many times, but failed every time. However, Lin Feng did not give up. After 145 attempts, he finally succeeded. Lin Feng felt as if he had arrived in an ancient and boundless world. Where he was, it was an ancient temple. In this temple, it was the dilapidated stone temple. However, the stone temple that Lin Feng saw had not been ruined yet. It was preserved very well. Above the 9 heavens, endless thunderclouds seemed to cover the sky. Inside the stone temple, Cultivators constantly rushed into the sky. They charged into the thunderclouds. There was a huge battle that broke out in the thunderclouds. Then, those cultivators fell one after another. Dead cultivators. There were humans, demons, and demons. However, most of them were monks. This was a terrifying battle. Who knew how many people had died? The living beings in the thunderclouds had never appeared in the world. Namo Amitabha. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. Then, an old monk walked out of a temple. The old monk was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. What was shocking was that half of the old monk's body was flesh and blood, while the other half was stone. Stone Clan, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The old monk was a member of the Stone Clan. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a member of the Stone Clan become a monk. Usually, only those who had seen through the world of mortals would become monks. Could it be that the old monk had already seen through the world of mortals? Clearly, the old monk had reached an extremely critical moment. However, Lin Feng did not know which stage of transformation the old monk was going through. Usually, the transformation of the Stone Clan was divided into two stages. The stone body grew flesh and blood and turned into flesh and blood. The flesh and blood turned into stone and turned into stone again. This transformation. It was an extremely difficult transformation. However, if one could succeed, one's level of life, potential, and so on would be greatly improved. Furthermore, one's combat strength would increase to an unimaginable level. This was the special evolution path of the Stone Clan. When the Stone Clan was transforming, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed by others. But now, the old monk took the initiative to come out because danger had arrived. The old monk could not continue transforming. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge palm condensed in the thunderclouds and struck towards the old monk. No one knew what kind of living being was attacking. The palm condensed in the thunderclouds was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could freeze the void. That kind of power was enough to make one's face pale. The old monk put his palms together and endless Buddhist light surged out of his body. Then, the Buddhist light condensed into a Buddhist light hand. At the center of the palm of the Buddhist light hand, there was a swastika written on it. That swastika. It was surrounded by endless holy light and looked extremely holy. Bam! The two huge hands collided and then both of them were annihilated. Die! Die! A cold voice suddenly came from the thunderclouds, filled with endless majesty and killing intent. It was like the might of the heavens. The might of the heavens was vast. There was no way to fight against it. Even if it was just his consciousness that sensed everything that was happening here. Lin Feng still felt his soul trembling. It was hard to imagine how strong that terrifying existence was. It was definitely an invincible existence. It was shocking. It was frightening. The heavens want me dead. I'll slaughter the heavens. The old monk's voice was cold. Shameless boasting. A contemptuous voice came from the thunderclouds, as if it did not care about the old monk's words. Swish. A light flashed and a stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was surrounded by holy light. There were some ancient words on the stone tablet. Although there were not many, they were all extraordinary and contained terrifying power. This is a blood-stained stone tablet. Lin Feng was shocked. The stone tablet that the old monk took out was exactly the same as the one that was stained with blood. It was just that the stone tablet that the old monk took out was not stained with blood. Eternal. Suppression of either yellow springs. The old monk could not help but shout out. He carried the stone tablet. Then, he rushed towards the thunderclouds. At this moment, all the images disappeared. Lin Feng's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and looked at the blood-stained stone tablet in shock. Those 4 words. Could it be the words that the old monk said, eternal suppression of the yellow springs? The blood on the stone tablet. Chapter 3309. Let me see what's so special about this stone tablet. Wan Yangming said. He was about to step forward. He wanted to shake the stone tablet. Don't touch the stone tablet, Lin Feng said hurriedly. Why? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. because Lin Feng had previously displayed extremely high attainments in formations. Therefore, now, the cultivators of the four factions still attached great importance to Lin Feng's words. Although Wn Yangming couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But in reality, Wan Yangming, he took Lin Feng's words very seriously. He also attached great importance to it, because it could be related to his life. These four big words are the words eternal suppression of the yellow springs, Lin Feng said. Eternal suppression of the yellow springs? What does that mean? Everyone revealed a puzzled expression. Eternal suppression of the yellow springs was full of doubts. It made people wonder how many secrets and dangers were hidden in it. Obviously, this wasn't as simple as just a few words. There might be great danger behind it. Lin Feng didn't intend to hide what he had seen from these people. He said, "Just now, when I was comprehending these ancient words, I was able to sense an ancient world. In this world, a terrifying battle broke out, and the location of the battle was right here in the group of temples we are in." Everyone was shocked. Old man Tsunghai asked, "What was the final result of that battle?" "That was an incomparably tragic battle. Who knows how many people died? Countless cultivators rushed into the cloud. They entered the thunderclouds and fought with unknown existences. However, corpses fell from the sky one after another, and cultivators died tragically. The last Stone Clan monk who was undergoing a transformation appeared. He had reached a critical moment in his transformation. Half of his body was made of stone, and the other half was made of flesh and blood. But now, he had no choice but to come out early. That monk took out a stone tablet, which was the eternal suppression of the yellow springs. That monk carried the stone tablet and charged into the thundercloud. The images I saw disappeared at this point. I don't know what happened after that. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was deeply shocked. What Lin Feng was reading was probably about what had happened back then. Perhaps the truth behind the Stone State's destruction was in that battle. But what could he do? Lin Feng wasn't able to see any more content. This fresh blood. Is it the old monk's blood? The female cultivator from Bright Moon couldn't help but ask. This female cultivator from the Bright Moonstar area looked to be in her 30s. Her figure was plump and charming. She was different from Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiaoyue. This woman's temperament was very cold. He had always been cold. That kind of temperament made people not dare to approach him. This female cultivator was called Nangong Xianwu. His cultivation was also unfathomable. Lin Feng felt that this female cultivator was most likely an Emperor sect-level expert. That might be possible, but I'm not sure, because I wasn't able to see what happened after that. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Then, he continued, this stele clearly wasn't placed here. It was suppressed here. I vaguely feel that there's something terrifying suppressed under this stele. This feeling was very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng spoke of this feeling at this moment. He didn't want anyone to have any ideas about the stele. The Eternal Suppression Yellow Springs stele might be extraordinary, but it couldn't be touched. Because there might be dangers that couldn't be dealt with. If such a danger really appeared, no one knew what terrible things would happen. Perhaps many people would die here. Could it be that a terrifying existence that attacked the Stone State in the past was suppressed here? Now that so many years have passed, could this existence have been suppressed to death here? Even if it wasn't suppressed to death here, after such a long time, it shouldn't have much battle strength left, right? One of the cultivators said, voicing his thoughts. Since this cultivator suggested such a thing, he probably wanted to move the Eternal Suppression Yellow Springs stele. Lin Feng said. There's no need to take this risk. Everyone discussed for a while. In the end, they made a decision to ignore the stele. Lin Feng persisted because the stele made him feel very uneasy. So, everyone followed Lin Feng's idea. Everyone spread out and continued to search for treasures left behind in the huge temple complex. However, they found nothing. Perhaps this place really didn't have any other treasures left behind. However, Lin Feng was already very satisfied with the string of stone prayer beads he obtained earlier. 2 hours later, everyone gathered together and planned to leave this place. The stone state was so big. If they couldn't find anything good in the temple complex, they could go elsewhere to search. Just as they left the temple complex, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the temple complex. Next, endless thunderclouds soared into the sky. Not good. Someone moved the eternal suppression yellow springs steely. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Inside the temple complex, several hundred cultivators appeared. These cultivators' clothes were all printed with a special pattern. That picture was a picture of a skull. This was the 42nd ranked skeleton bandit group in the Starry Sky world. The leader of the skeleton bandit group was the skeleton Great Emperor. He was an emperor-level expert and was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were more than 20 Great Emperor-level experts in the skeleton bandit group. This was an extremely powerful bandit group. It was unknown how these people came in. However, since the 100 Joy Pavilion, Bright Moon Star region, Thousand Fiend Star region, and Yin Yang Star region were able to discover the secret of the star hole hidden in the Stone State ruins, it was naturally not strange for the other forces to discover the secret here. Moreover, perhaps there were insiders among the 4 major powers who would sell this important information to others. There were many such people. Because selling such an important piece of information, the reward was absolutely unimaginable. The person who moved the eternal suppression yellow springs steely was the deputy leader of the skeleton bandit group. This person was called Sun Shizong. He was a Confucian cultivator. He looked very refined. It was Sun Shizong who moved the eternal suppression yellow springs steely, causing the change. Quickly retreat, Sun Shizong said in a deep voice. Hundreds of skeleton bandit group cultivators retreated. Lin Feng and the others also stood in the distance and watched the change in the temple complex. The ground cracked open. Endless thunderclouds surged out. They rolled violently in mid-air. A huge mushroom cloud was formed. A thundercloud light pillar connected the cracked ground and the mushroom cloud. Keikakik, suddenly. Chapter 33:10. When she heard the sinister laughter, she was stunned. Everyone's faces. They couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Especially Lin Feng and the others, their expressions changed drastically. This was because Lin Feng had some enlightenment and saw some images. So, everyone thought of the battle back then. Now it seemed that it was really as Lin Feng had guessed. An ancient existence was suppressed under the eternal suppression Yellow Springs Monument. That existence. It was very likely that it was one of the existences that attacked the Stone State back then. Look, it's out, Du Zhu pointed at the thundercloud light pillar. No one knew when it started. A terrifying creature appeared in front of everyone. Lin Feng saw that terrifying existence. It was an extremely strange creature. The body of a human, the head of an octopus, and the head was covered with dense tentacles, just like the tentacles of an octopus. It was extremely terrifying. It was horrifying. No one knew what kind of creature it was. This is a creature that walked out of the wasteland, the demon lord said. What? A creature that walked out of the wasteland? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The wasteland. It was a special place. It didn't belong to this starry sky universe. It didn't belong to the foreign world either. The wasteland was connected to the foreign world's passageway, which was connected to the 3 supreme realms. It was a very special place. Even now, Lin Feng still remembered that a powerful existence like the great Emperor Lord Grimm had fallen in the wasteland. It was a place that gods and demons revered. It was a place that was enough to bury countless creatures. The great Emperor. Even the immortals. Entering the wasteland, it was very likely that they would die there. No one knew the origin of the independent world of the wasteland. Lin Feng didn't know where that world was. With his cultivation, he couldn't come into contact with everything about the wasteland. But Lin Feng knew. A creature that walked out of the wasteland was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The demon lord now said that the monster was a creature that walked out of the wasteland. This made Lin Feng think of many things. Could it be the one who destroyed the Stone State? Were they cultivators from the wasteland? With this in mind, Lin Feng asked, Could it be that the stone state was destroyed by the wastelands? The creatures in the wasteland won't easily leave the wasteland. However, only a certain kind of creature would leave the wasteland. The demon lord said. What creature? Lin Feng asked. Those who betray the wasteland will choose to join some large organizations after leaving the wasteland. I wonder if this wasteland creature is in the same situation. The demon lord said. Can you tell me more about the situation in the wasteland? Lin Feng asked. He thought about the specific situation of the wasteland that he had obtained from the demon lord. Because the demon lord's words were too vague. Lin Feng only knew that the wasteland was a very scary place. Experts were as common as clouds. It was a place where countless emperors and immortals were buried. However, Lin Feng didn't know how the powers in the wasteland were divided. The demon lord said, there are some things that you still don't know. It won't do you any good to know. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he also felt a little helpless. Lin Feng knew too well what kind of person the demon lord was. Since he didn't want to talk about it, no matter how he asked, the demon lord definitely wouldn't say anything. Lowly creature, thank you for letting this lord out. In order to repay you, this lord has decided to devour all of you. The wasteland creature looked at the group of cultivators from the skeleton bandits with a sinister gaze. Reckless fool, let's attack together and kill him. Sun Shizong's voice was cold. Although Sun Shizong was a Confucian expert, he had abandoned himself. He became a space bandit. When the skeleton mercenary group was founded, he was one of the founding members. All these years, what kind of storms had Sun Shizong not experienced? Back then, the 9 great space bandit groups had even attacked a great world, then burned and looted it before successfully escaping. Therefore, Sun Shizong, who was used to seeing big scenes, was very calm. Hundreds of experts from the skeleton bandits attacked, wanting to kill the wasteland creature. But at this time, the wasteland creature opened its mouth and sucked. Huff, 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 huff. The bandits of the skeleton bandits unleashed all kinds of attacks. All kinds of magic treasures. They were all devoured by the wasteland creature. Next time, it will be your turn. The taste of flesh and blood. How nostalgic. The wasteland creature let out a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth again and sucked. Huff, 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 huff. The powerful suction force surged out once again. This time, it directly engulfed a group of cultivators. The cultivators of the skeleton bandits couldn't resist the wasteland creature's devouring. Many cultivators' bodies flew uncontrollably towards the wasteland creature. When they got close to the wasteland creature, their bodies began to shrink. Then, they were swallowed by the wasteland creature. Crunch, crunch. The wasteland creature began to chew, and screams could be heard. The cultivators who were devoured by the wasteland creature were directly bitten to death. They became the wasteland creature's food. Blood flowed down the wasteland creature's mouth. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this scene, Sun Shizong's expression changed greatly. More than half of the hundreds of people had been devoured. He led the rest, wanting to quickly escape. The wasteland being laughed sinisterly. Delicious. Truly delicious. Now, it's not a place where you can leave as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning clouds enveloped Sun Shizong and the rest of the skeleton bandits. We can't stay here for long, let's go. Old man Kang Hai couldn't help but take a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded and hurriedly left this place. Rumor has it that the Stone State has an imperial city. We need to find the imperial city. As long as we find the imperial city, we can find the Stone State's treasury. Old man Kang Hai said on the way. The Stone State's monarch was so powerful back then, there must be countless treasures in the treasury he built. Moreover, there might even be the Stone State's monarch's legacy. These things were extremely attractive. Everyone increased their speed. Then, they quickly headed toward the depths of the Stone State. Not long after, they saw a black ocean appear in front of them. Everyone soared into the sky and flew above the black ocean. They wanted to fly across the black ocean. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Then, A black demonic dragon appeared in the depths of the Black Ocean. The black demonic dragon was extremely fast, quickly disappearing from sight. Everyone was shocked and quickly chased after it. Not long after, they saw an island. On the island, there were many palaces. The palaces there were extremely well preserved. This place hasn't been destroyed. Could there be something amazing left behind? Someone asked, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. Chapter 33:11. On the island, there were many palaces surrounded by holy light. It was a sacred place. Everyone flew over and landed. They heard waves of immortal music intertwining in their ears. It was beautiful. It was very pleasant to hear. It's really an extraordinary place. Who lived here in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Back then, the Stone State was incomparably prosperous. Therefore, there were many experts in the Stone State. Other than the Supreme King of the Stone State, there were also some other mighty figures. They also had a world-shaking reputation. If they couldn't find the treasures or orthodoxies left behind by the King of the Stone State, finding these people's things, it was precious enough. Lin Feng's biggest purpose for coming here was to find the 3,000 Great Tao. He had now obtained 578 of the 3,000 Great Tao. The 3,000 Great Tao before Lin Feng became an emperor. There was still a certain gap. And although Lin Feng's goal was to cultivate 1,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao before becoming an emperor, but the more of the 3,000 Great Tao he cultivated, the better. The more. Lin Feng's Great Tao foundation was getting stronger. Then, the more his combat strength would increase when he broke through to the Great Emperor realm. His potential would also be greater. His future achievements would also be higher. Therefore, Lin Feng had been searching for these 3,000 Great Tao. Let's split up and search for our own opportunities. Old man Tsunghai said. In order to avoid conflict, everyone was the same as before. They chose to split up and search for various opportunities. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, Evil Lord Saint, and the two Ghost Emperors went together. After the five of them chose a direction. Then, they quickly walked over. Lin Feng was proficient in the dragon searching formula, and he had recently cultivated the Carnate 8 trigrams. Although he wasn't particularly proficient in the Carnate 8 trigrams, but he had already reached a higher level. Therefore, now, with the help of the dragon searching formula and the Carnate 8 trigrams, these two powerful techniques, Lin Feng was able to lock onto the best treasure hunting location as soon as possible. This time, the palace that Lin Feng chose was a rather ordinary one. The palace was ordinary, but perhaps the things inside weren't ordinary. The five of them arrived in front of the palace and directly opened the door. A decaying aura gushed out from the palace. The five of them entered the palace and saw the corpses in the palace. There were dozens of corpses lying here. Moreover, these corpses had already become dried corpses. Time passed. Powerful as they were, his body had already decayed. They were all experts of the past. How did they die here? Lin Feng couldn't help but cautiously size up this palace. They had to be on guard against any terrifying dangers. But fortunately, there was no danger, which made him feel slightly relieved. We can't be careless in a place like this, Lin Feng said. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the two ghost emperors nodded. Then, everyone walked towards the corpses. The storage ring of the dead expert was still there. Lin Feng arrived in front of a corpse. Then, he took off the storage ring from the corpse. Lin Feng tried to invade the storage ring with his divine sense. Let's see if there are any treasures in the storage ring. However, it was a pity. The storage ring had been destroyed. Time was the quickest to age. It seemed that there was nothing that time couldn't destroy. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the two ghost emperors each checked a storage ring. The storage rings they checked were the same as the storage rings Lin Feng checked. They were all destroyed. What a pity. These cultivators must have been incomparably powerful in the past. There must have been a lot of good things in the storage rings, but now, they are all destroyed. Lin Feng checked 5 or 6 storage rings in succession. The situation was exactly the same as the first storage ring. The storage rings that he had been looking at. They were all destroyed. It was a pity. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the altar. There were 3 statues on the altar. On the left and right were 2 guardian boys. They weren't old, only in their teens. The one in the middle. Instead, he was worshipping an extremely strange creature. This creature had a human body, but it had 9 heads. The strangest thing was that this creature's head wasn't a human head. It was a lizard's head. It was a statue of a god with a human body and a lizard's head. This is a 9-headed lizard. In the past, this race was extremely powerful. It's said that their ancestor was also a Xiantian life form. However, during the Primordial era, this race was completely wiped out. I never thought that this temple would actually worship such a statue, the demon lord said. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He hadn't thought that this strange creature would be from such an extraordinary race. The 3 of them searched for treasures in the temple, but after a long time, they found nothing. Did we find the wrong place? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He used the dragon-seeking incantation to locate it. He also used the Xiantian 8 trigrams to deduce. The location he found was within this temple. There seemed to be something extraordinary here. But until now, he hadn't found anything. Could there be something in the statue? Du Zhu asked. He wanted to smash the statue to pieces. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Let's smash the statue to see what it is." Du Zhu quickly walked forward and smashed the statues of the 2 boys on the left and right. But he found nothing. Next, Du Zhu smashed the 9-headed lizard statue in the middle. The moment the 9-headed lizard statue was smashed, a cold light quickly flew toward Du Zhu. It was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Du Zhu. It was actually a 9-headed lizard with a pitch-black body. The 9-headed lizard opened its mouth and bit at Du Zhu. Each of its teeth contained a lethal poison. The poison ancestor's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast as he grabbed the 9-headed lizard. The 9-headed lizard took a bite out of Du Zhu's hand. Du Zhu's body quickly turned black. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this. Wasn't the 9-headed lizard's poison too terrifying? In other words, it was Du Zhu. If it were someone else who was bitten by the 9-headed lizard, most likely, he was already dead. This little thing's poison is so terrifying, Du Zhu said as he sealed the 9-headed lizard. At this moment, catcher 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 sounds suddenly came from behind. Lin Feng's group of 5 was alarmed. They all turned around to look. They saw that the dozens of dried corpses lying on the ground had all stood up. Each of the dried corpses was moving their bodies. The catcher 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 sounds were also coming from these dried corpses when they moved their bodies. The eyes of the dried corpses flickered with a blood-red light. Their auras were extremely powerful. Now, these dried corpses surrounded Lin Feng's group of 5. How did these dried corpses come to life? Du Zhu's voice changed slightly. The situation here doesn't seem right. It's not as peaceful as we thought. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng said in a deep voice and quickly took out the black dragon sword. Screech, at this moment. Chapter 33:12. Bam! The 2 sides immediately engaged in a great battle. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and clashed with a mummy. A dull sound of collision was heard. Next, the mummy was sent flying by Lin Feng. However, the mummy's body was not destroyed, which shocked Lin Feng. The body of this mummy was too strong. It was unbelievable that it could block the attack of the black dragon sword. Dozens of mummies surrounded Lin Feng and the other 4. The 5 of them did not hold back at all. They attacked with all their might. Clang clang clang, Lin Feng's mana continued to pour into the black dragon sword. The power of the black dragon sword increased greatly. Lin Feng seemed to have the help of a god. One strike after another, he collided with these mummies. Although these mummies had strong bodies, they could only withstand 4 or 5 attacks from the black dragon sword. They were about to be completely destroyed by the black dragon sword. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors also used their own methods to destroy the mummies one by one. In the end, The dozens of mummies were all destroyed by Lin Feng and the others. These mummies seem to have been possessed. It's really strange. The evil sovereign saint could not help but say. Lin Feng said, "Looks like something is going to happen." As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Feng swept his sword towards the stone statue in the middle of the shrine. Although Du Zhu did not find anything in the stone statue just now, Lin Feng still felt that there might be some treasures in the stone statue. So, now, he needed to take a closer look to confirm if there really was a treasure. Clang! The stone statue was completely shattered. Something fell to the ground. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. There really was something. He quickly walked forward and picked up the item. Then, he took a closer look. He discovered this thing. It was actually a golden box. This box was very special. There were densely packed runes on it. Although the golden box was only the size of a palm, it was locked. Lin Feng tried to open the small lock on the golden box. But he tried many times. All of them ended in failure. This golden box is very unusual, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. He threw the golden box on the ground and waved the black dragon sword. He slashed out with his sword. Clang! The attack slammed into the golden box. Then, there was a clanging sound. The golden box was too sturdy. Even a supreme treasure like the black dragon sword could not break it. It was truly unbelievable. It was hard to imagine how sturdy the golden box was. I can't open it. It seems like I need to find some time to study this golden box. Perhaps the method to open the golden box lies in those mysterious runes, Lin Feng said. He put the golden box away. Then, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors walked out. When they came out, their faces changed slightly. Because the island was surrounded by darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. Something strange must have happened. The cultivators from the other four great powers had also noticed this strange change. The cultivators from the four great powers quickly gathered together. Lin Feng's group of 5 met up with the cultivators from the four great powers. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "It seems that we need to leave this place quickly. This place is too strange." No one objected to this suggestion. Everyone quickly rushed outside. However, at this moment, darkness enveloped the world. Soon, it became so dark that one couldn't see their fingers. This kind of darkness was very strange. It could block the cultivator's vision. For example, Lin Feng. Originally, even at night, Lin Feng could see the scene dozens of miles away. This was the night vision ability of cultivators. If one used their divine sense to explore, they could clearly see the scene hundreds of miles away. However, on this island, Lin Feng's night vision ability was completely lost. He couldn't even see the scene 3 meters away. And Lin Feng's divine sense was also suppressed. He lost the ability to patrol the sky. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was in such a situation, everybody else was in the same situation. Listen to the sound to determine the location. Quickly leave this place, Old Man Kang Hai said in a low voice. This place was very unsettling. No one wanted to stay here any longer. Poof! Suddenly, something was flying through the darkness at an extremely fast speed. That mysterious thing pierced through a cultivator's chest. Ah! A scream was heard. That cultivator immediately fell to the ground. His body didn't move. What happened? No one knew what happened in the darkness. This was because everyone's night vision and divine telekinesis had been suppressed. So everyone was confused. Then, a group of people quickly surrounded the dead cultivator to check his wounds. Swoosh! Suddenly, something came out from the dead cultivator's body. Before anyone could even see what it was, it had already pierced through the chest of a second cultivator. The second cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he died. This caused everyone's expression to become unsightly. What kind of thing could be so strange? Everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. Everyone quickly retreated. Old Man Kang Hai shot out a strand of magic power and wrapped around the dead cultivator's body. He wanted to force that unknown creature out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Old man Kang Hai captured the creature that had killed the two cultivators one after another. Nine-headed lizard. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out to be a nine-headed lizard. Previously, when they were in the palace, Du Zhu had been attacked by a nine-headed lizard. Originally, Lin Feng thought that it was just an isolated case. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The nine-headed lizard here. It was definitely not as simple as one or two. Quick! Take out your defensive magic treasures to protect yourself. Old man Kang Hai said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely solemn. The nine-headed lizard was too terrifying. It gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. No one dared to hesitate. They all took out their defensive magic treasures to protect themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone quickly rushed out of the island, wanting to leave this island as soon as possible. Rustling sounds could be heard. It was as if something was crawling up from the ground. Right now, everyone's spiritual will and vision were suppressed too much. They could only distinguish by the sound. However, just by listening to the sound, many things were still impossible to judge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Streaks of cold light quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Those streaks of cold light were all transformed from the nine-headed lizard. The attacks of those nine-headed lizards were extremely powerful. Puff, puff, puff. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The defensive magic treasures of the cultivators were penetrated by the nine-headed lizard's cold light. Then, the chests of those cultivators were also penetrated by the nine-headed lizard's cold light. One cultivator after another fell. Chapter 33:13. The nine-headed lizard's attack was simply too powerful. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand the nine-headed lizard's attack at all. Clang, 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 clang. The nine-headed lizard slammed into Lin Feng's protective light shield. The heavenly mystery pagoda's defense was strong enough. It blocked the nine-headed lizard's attack. The evil dominator saint fought the nine-headed lizard with his physical body. The evil dominator saint's physical body was indeed strong. He was indeed a zombie demon transformed from an emperor's corpse. And he had reincarnated and cultivated again. Lin Feng was stupefied by such a monstrous strength. When the nine-headed lizard struck the evil dominator saint's body, the evil dominator saint was stunned. Clang, 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 clang. The nine-headed lizard didn't cause any damage to the evil dominator saint. Instead, it was the evil dominator saint who sent the nine-headed lizards flying. Clang, clang. The nine-headed lizards fell to the ground one by one. However, the nine-headed lizard's physical body was extremely strong. Although it took a terrifying attack from the evil dominator saint, it didn't suffer any damage. Du Zhu was a natural counter to the nine-headed lizard, so there was no problem. The two ghost emperors hadn't condensed a physical body yet. The nine-headed lizard couldn't hurt them. Lin Feng and the others didn't suffer any damage. But the others didn't. The others suffered great damage from the nine-headed lizard's attack. People kept dying. The four forces suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, everyone was about to rush out of the island. Just as they were about to rush out. But at this moment. However, an unforeseen event occurred. A low roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if some ancient existence had awakened from a deep sleep. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. The darkness in front of them dissipated. Everyone could finally see some of the surrounding scenes. They saw that the palaces had become dilapidated palaces. Many of the palaces were stained with blood. And there were corpses everywhere on the ground. Illusion. Seeing the sudden change in the scene, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It's not an illusion. What we saw before was an illusion, but now it's real, the Demon Lord said. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. The Demon Lord's words were simply too shocking. If that was the case, it was truly shocking. This was because Lin Feng and the others had an Emperor Realm Master overseeing them. Could it be that even old man Kang Hai was fooled? Generally, illusions were created by illusory arrays. Among the many formations, the illusory formation was obviously a relatively low-level formation. To be able to use such a low-level formation to deceive everyone. This ability. It was enough to be described as shocking. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Suddenly, a series of deep voices resounded between heaven and earth. When they heard that deep voice, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. He had only heard the voice of that supreme being. He had yet to see what kind of creature that existence was. It was already so shocking. So, it was hard to imagine how terrifying that existence was. The air seemed to have frozen. Thump, 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 thump. Heart. Lin Feng hurriedly covered his chest. He found that his heart was beating very fast. He even felt that his chest was about to split open. This feeling was too painful. Bang, 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 and at this moment, the chests of the cultivators exploded. Those cultivators who were slightly weaker. They couldn't withstand that terrifying oppressive force at all. They all died tragically. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, the densely packed 9-headed lizards rushed towards those corpses and began to gnaw on them. Those 9-headed lizards were very small. The smallest 9-headed lizard was only as long as a finger. The larger 9-headed lizards were about 10 centimeters long. Hurry up and come with me. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. He activated his magnetic field and blocked that terrifying oppressive force. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors were in Lin Feng's magnetic field, and the pressure on their bodies was reduced by a lot. Lin Feng brought the 4 of them and quickly rushed outside. Now that a great disaster was about to befall them, they flew separately. They couldn't care less about the others. Everyone, good luck. The experts of the other 4 forces also took action to protect their cultivators. They each chose a direction to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a figure appeared in the darkness. That figure. From illusory. It became real. After seeing that figure, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It was a creature with a human body and a lizard head. There were a total of 9 lizard heads. Each of the lizard heads had a sinister and terrifying look in their eyes. Is it that 9-headed lizard that was worshipped? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized that it wasn't that lizard, because the 9-headed lizard that was worshipped in the side hall was a male lizard. And this lizard in front of him didn't look at the head. If he only looked at the body, it was obviously a woman's body, and it was very graceful and moving. But if it was coupled with those 9 lizard heads, it would look ferocious and terrifying. I'm from hell. A sinister and terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Then, waves of terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth. That fluctuation had an extremely powerful attack power. It was shocking and moving. Bang, bang, bang. That fluctuation was an indiscriminate attack, so everyone was hit. Including Lin Feng. After being hit by that terrifying fluctuation, catcher sounds were heard. The magnetic field was actually destroyed. And Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. This is too terrifying. Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. That creature was so powerful. It was simply unimaginable. In the distance, even the most powerful emperor-level powerhouse, Old Man Tsunghai, couldn't withstand the 9-headed lizard's attack and was also swept away. Many cultivators' bodies directly exploded, and they died tragically on the spot. The situation in front of them was really despairing. As for that terrifying existence, it continued to step forward. Terrifying power spread out again, and for the second time, it suppressed everyone. Many people couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. And just at this extremely dangerous moment, a terrifying creature appeared in this place. It turned out to be the creature in the wasteland. You're not dead yet. I'll send you to hell. Chapter 33:14. Bang. Along with the sound of a violent collision, the 2 sides fiercely clashed together. The powerful collision caused the entire island to shake violently. Everyone was shocked. They did not understand why the wasteland creature was fighting the 9-headed lizard queen. However, the battle between the two terrifying creatures gave Lin Feng and the rest a chance to escape. Despicable thing, you've been suppressed for so many years and you're still not dead. The nine-headed lizard queen's cold voice could be heard. His voice contained a monstrous killing intent. The wasteland creature said coldly, "Filthy thing, aren't you cursed? Why haven't you completely lost yourself?" These two creatures were so powerful. But now, they were attacking each other. Something unknown must have happened in the past to make them attack each other. However, this was destined to be a secret. Ordinary people would not know the secret of the past. Lin Feng and the rest were not interested in knowing what happened between these two terrifying creatures that caused them to fight to the death after so many years. Now, Lin Feng and the rest only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Bang bang bang, the two terrifying creatures clashed fiercely. Every time they clashed, the earth would shake. Their battle prowess was so strong that it was shocking. If it was someone else fighting with them, they would have died countless times. Destroy them first. Suddenly, the two terrifying creatures spoke at the same time. Although they were fighting to the death, these two terrifying creatures did not want to let Lin Feng and the rest go so easily. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two terrifying creatures quickly chased after the group. Boom boom! Then, the two terrifying creatures attacked. The nine-headed lizard queen spat out energy balls one after another. A total of 9 energy balls were spat out. Each energy ball contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The wasteland creature gently waved its claws. Whoosh! Suddenly, claw lights flew out one after another. The dense claw lights instantly tore apart heaven and earth. They were so powerful. People couldn't help but shudder in fear. Bang bang bang, the bodies of the cultivators exploded under the nine-headed lizard queen's attack. They died on the spot. After their bodies exploded, the nine-headed lizard queen directly devoured the blood chi that was formed from their exploding bodies. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, the sound of tearing could be heard. Under the attack of the wasteland creature, the cultivators' bodies were torn apart by the wasteland creature. Then, the cultivators were devoured by the wasteland creature. A large number of cultivators died. Many people could not help but reveal a deep look of despair. In their opinion, it was impossible to escape. They could not see any hope of escaping. Therefore, many people were in despair. Lin Feng and the rest were targeted. Not bad, not bad. 4 great sovereigns. That kid who hasn't even become a great sovereign has such a powerful bloodline. The wasteland creature looked at Lin's group. He quickly flew towards Lin Feng and the rest. A terrifying aura. It was suffocating. The creatures of the wasteland were too powerful. There was simply no way to resist. We'll stop him. Zhu! The evil dominator saint shouted. Those two people were loyal and devoted to Lin Feng. Now that they saw the wasteland creature chasing after them, they would rather sacrifice themselves. They also wanted to give Lin Feng a chance to escape. The two ghost emperors hesitated for a moment. They quickly said, "Young master, leave quickly. We will definitely hold it back." The two ghost emperors had no choice but to acknowledge Lin Feng as their master. But they only agreed to serve Lin Feng for 100 years. But after following Lin Feng, the two ghost emperors realized. Lin Feng did not look at them as if they were slaves. Lin Feng was very sincere to them. And he had been helping them to break through their cultivation. So, the two ghost emperors gradually became convinced of Lin Feng. Now, they were very loyal to Lin Feng. Of course, compared to Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint was more loyal to Lin Feng. The two ghost emperors might be a little worse. This was because Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint had followed Lin Feng for a long time. The fact that the two ghost emperors were willing to die for Lin Feng was enough to show their loyalty to Lin Feng. The two ghost emperors originally thought that he was afraid of death. But they didn't know until now. They were actually willing to die for others. Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors' voices fell. The 4 of them turned around and pounced towards the wasteland creature that was chasing after them. At this moment, Lin Feng was incomparably touched. To have such loyal and devoted subordinates, Li Tianlan thought. It was truly a blessing in life. How could he bear to watch Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors die in the hands of the wasteland creature? Therefore, Lin Feng opened his hand, and a powerful mana enveloped Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. Then, Lin Feng instantly activated a void teleportation array. The void teleportation array enveloped Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. Then, it wrapped them up and was about to send them out. Void teleportation array? Humph. What wishful thinking, you can't escape. The wasteland creature let out a contemptuous sneer. Then, he opened his hand and attacked Du Zhu and the other three who were enveloped by the void teleportation power. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and quickly charged towards the wasteland creature. Young master, Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors couldn't help but have their eyes pop out of their sockets. They wanted to rush out and fight side by side with Lin Feng. They even wanted to risk their lives to stall the wasteland creature. Then, Lin Feng would be able to leave this place. However, it was already too late. The four of them were teleported out. The wasteland creature's attack that was originally aimed at Du Zhu and the other three was blocked by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Lin Feng bought time for Du Zhu and the other three to be teleported out. Bang! Lin Feng, on the other hand, was sent flying by the wasteland creature's terrifying attack. Half of his body exploded. If not for Lin Feng's strong physical body and his immortal divine body, that attack just now, Lin Feng would probably have been killed. Even so, the wasteland creature's attack almost killed Lin Feng. As expected of the wasteland creature, its cultivation is really strong. Lin Feng looked at the wasteland creature with a gloomy expression. He activated his immortal divine body. His body quickly recovered to its original state. You know my identity. The wasteland creature narrowed its eyes and looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Of course I know. I'm just very puzzled. Don't the creatures of the wasteland usually not leave the wasteland? Why did you walk out of the wasteland back then? Kid, is this something you have the right to ask?" The wasteland creature sneered and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Chapter 33:15. This attack from the wasteland creature was extremely terrifying, shocking everyone to the extreme. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of suffocation. That feeling was too terrible, making Lin Feng feel as if he was going to lose his life at any time. Fate seemed to no longer be in his own hands. The power of the wasteland's life form, it was unimaginable. Heaven-mending technique. Facing the terrifying attack of the wasteland's life form, Lin Feng did not choose to fight the wasteland's life form head-on. Instead, he chose to use the heaven-mending technique to dodge the attack of the wasteland's life form. Because the attack of the wasteland's life form this time was much stronger than the previous one. As a result, Lin Feng felt that even if he activated the Black Dragon Sword, it was very likely that he would not be able to block the attack of the wasteland's life form. Since that was the case, it was better to dodge the attack of the wasteland's life form. There was no need to continue fighting with the wasteland's life form. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. A talisman stone appeared in his hand. That talisman stone. Not anything else. It was the Destiny Stone. It was something that senior sister Shui Linglong gave to Lin Feng to save his life at a critical moment. Destiny Stone. It could change fate once. Right now, Lin Feng was being targeted by the wasteland's life form. Lin Feng's fate should be death. Once the Destiny Stone was crushed, Lin Feng's fate would become rebirth. Therefore, as long as he crushed the Destiny Stone, Lin Feng would be able to resolve the crisis in front of him. Just as Lin Feng was about to crush the Destiny Stone, suddenly, Lin Feng discovered that a treasure in the mountain river ring was fluctuating violently. When he sensed the treasure, Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. That treasure. It was actually the Saint Emperor Stone. The Saint Emperor Stone was a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained a long time ago. The Saint Emperor Stone was a treasure that the Fire Chelin had given to Lin Feng. Back in the Sky Martial continent, the Fire Chelene had gone through untold hardships to obtain the Saint Royal Stone, but it was besieged by countless cultivators. Thus, the Fire Chelene swallowed the Saint Emperor Stone. However, this almost took the Fire Chelene's life. The Fire Chelene's divine power was completely devoured by the Saint King Stone. After the Fire Chelene took the Saint King Stone out of its body, it felt that the Saint King Stone was too demonic. It didn't dare to keep it and gave it to Lin Feng. This was a supreme treasure. It had been a long time. Nothing strange had happened. Now that something strange had happened, Lin Feng was very surprised. Lin Feng originally planned to crush the Destiny Stone and leave. But now, the Sage Emperor Stone had mutated. Buzz. At this moment, the Saint Emperor Stone flew out. Human heritage. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the Saint King Stone. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but shake slightly. Because that voice. It was Han Fizi, the war saint. Years ago, the Saint Emperor Stone was stained with the blood of the war saint Han Fizi. The war saint Han Fizi was a powerful existence. In the history of the human race, the war saint Han Fizi had an extremely important position. The war saint Han Fizi had passed down many great Dao. Han Fizi advocated that the power of the human race should be concentrated in the hands of the human monarch. The monarch of the human race led everyone to rise in the chaotic world. This was because the human race was weak, so their strength had to be concentrated. This way, it would be easier to unite. If the human race didn't unite, perhaps the human race would once again become the slaves of other races. Their status would not even be as high as some of the livestock raised by those races. Han Fizi's ideas were promoted in the human world. Therefore, in that era, the power of the human race was very concentrated. Under the leadership of the ancient Saint Emperor, the human race was extremely united. Perhaps it was because of this that the human race was able to survive until now. And the war saint Han Fizi had many classic views that were passed down. These views even had a huge impact on future generations. For example, don't blow the hair but nitpick. Han Fizi times general principles win without arrogance, lose without resentment. Shong Junshu times battle techniques 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. Han Fizi times Elder Yu, using a spear to attack a shield. Han Fizi times Nan Yi, more haste, less speed. Han Fizi times external Chu Shore above left flashy but impractical, empty but useless. Han Fizi times difficult to speak winning is the strongest. Only those who can defeat themselves are the strongest. Seeing is clear. Only those who can recognize themselves are wise. There is a Tao in the world, and there is a plan to calculate. One must have a certain principle when doing things. One must calculate both the gains and losses. If one wants to succeed, one must first fail. If one wants to succeed, the first thing one may encounter is failure. Therefore, Han Fizi played an extremely crucial role in the development of the human race. No one knew how Han Fizi died in the past. Now, this blood-stained sacred Emperor Stone. Perhaps it was left behind in this world. The only thing that had something to do with Han Fizi. When the words human heritage were spread, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of pride. Many races had been annihilated in the course of history. But no matter how many great wars broke out, but the human race still survived until now. This was the human heritage. Buzz. Han Fizi's shadow appeared. He stood in the void. His aura was so otherworldly. Standing in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. What human heritage? It's just a lowly race. The wasteland creature sneered. He looked down on the human race and mocked them, saying that they were a lowly race. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to slander the human race? Lin Feng looked coldly at the wasteland creature, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The words of the wasteland creature completely infuriated Lin Feng. The human race. It was not inferior to any race. The human race. It was the most glorious race. Because the human race not only had the human heritage, but also the human heritage and spiritual heritage. So, the human race understood etiquette, justice, shame, filial piety, loyalty, and trust. This was something that other races could never understand. What? You don't believe me when I say that you humans are a lowly race? I have traversed the starfield and have seen the human race in many places. The human race is always so weak, living at the bottom, and even being slaves and servants. What's wrong with me saying that the human race is a lowly race? The wasteland creature looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. That gaze was filled with disdain from the bottom of his heart. The wasteland creature's voice was cold as he charged toward Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. It made people feel suffocated. Human heritage will never be extinguished. At this moment, the shadow of war sage Han Fizi spoke. The next moment. Chapter 33:16. When Han Fizi entered his body, Lin Feng immediately felt an unprecedented power surge into his body. That feeling made Lin Feng have the urge to look up to the sky and roar. That feeling was simply too good. Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble slightly. Now. Han Fizi's strength fused together with Lin Feng's for a short time. Die. The wasteland creature's cold voice suddenly sounded. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Facing the terrifying attack of the wasteland creature, Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. Dragon elephant arm. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout in his heart. Now that Han Fizi's power merged with his body, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to an unimaginable level in a short period of time. Naturally, his various abilities were increasing crazily. Including the power of the dragon elephant arm, Lin Feng used the draconic elephant arm, a peerless and invincible skill. It instantly shattered the vacuum. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and the wasteland creature fiercely collided. Deng 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 deng. Both sides kept retreating, and they were actually evenly matched. This is impossible. The wasteland creature shouted in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Because the wasteland creature didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. He didn't even take the war sage Han Fizi seriously. But now, he actually couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to the wasteland creature. My clan's holy emperor's shadow merged with my body, and you can't defeat me anymore. Now you know who's the lowly creature, right? Trash, like you don't even have the right to carry my clan's holy emperor's shoes. Lin Feng looked at the wasteland creature and couldn't help but curl his lips. Murderous intent. Lin Feng's words angered the wasteland creature. He said coldly, "Brat, do you know what a stupid thing you've done?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "A stupid thing? I don't think so. You're a lowly race to begin with. Do you know what the greatest race in history is? Let me tell you, the greatest race in history is the human race. When the heavens and earth was first created, the first living being was the ancestor of the sovereign's imperial clan. The sovereign clan was the first human race. Countless Xiantian lifeforms were born later on, and countless of them took the appearance of their ancestor. This is the greatness of the human race. Only lowly creatures like you, only ignorant fools would think that the human race is a lowly race. Of course, you might know that the human race is ancient and noble, but for the sake of your own vanity, you're insulting the human race. You're just trying to hide the jealousy in your heart. Just look at your hideous appearance, and it's obvious that you're a dirty and lowly race. Am I right? In the past, you weren't even fit to carry my clan's holy emperor's shoes, and you still aren't. Soon, you won't even have the right to carry my shoes. However, I can see that you have some cultivation, so I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground, kowtow to me, and swear your loyalty to me. I can reluctantly take you in as a slave." Lin Feng continued. In terms of eloquence, Lin Feng didn't lose to anyone. His words angered the creatures of the wasteland so much that they trembled all over. The wasteland creature was a powerful existence that everyone respected. Who would dare say such words to him? But now, Lin Feng had not only said such words, but also said many more. The wasteland creature couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. "Little bastard. I'm going to break every bone in your body. The wasteland creature looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Trash like you? I can make you vomit blood with 3 punches. Lin Feng continued to provoke the wasteland creature. I'm so angry. I'm going to eat you. The wasteland creature was furious. He roared. He directly pounced at Lin Feng. Then, 2 sharp claws quickly clawed at Lin Feng. Shua shua. Although it was only a physical attack, it still formed a claw light. The wasteland creature's physical body was terrifying enough. Therefore, the wasteland creature was extremely confident in his physical body. In addition, Lin Feng said that he could make him vomit blood with 3 punches. How could the wasteland creature endure such contempt? Therefore, the wasteland creature once again used his physical body to activate martial arts moves to deal with Lin Feng. The wasteland creature wanted to kill Lin Feng with his physical body, to prove his strength. And this was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. Because Lin Feng had greatly improved in all aspects. The power of the dragon elephant arm suddenly increased. Then, the power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times would definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, facing the attack of the wasteland creature, Lin Feng activated the 5 devouring martial spirits. The power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times poured into his arms. The power of 1 punch. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. It was shocking. When the power reached the peak, it could break through 10,000 methods with force. Breaking the attack of the wasteland creature was not a problem. Bang! The power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times suddenly erupted. It was really a peerless terror, directly breaking the attack of the wasteland creature. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch directly hit the chest of the wasteland creature. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The powerful wasteland creature could not resist the power of Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm by 5 times. Wah! And the wasteland creature vomited blood from Lin Feng's punch. No. This is absolutely impossible. This is absolutely not true. The wasteland creature could not accept what had happened. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a human cultivator. This made the wasteland creature almost go crazy. I originally thought that I would need 3 punches to make you vomit blood, but I didn't expect that I would only need 1 punch to make you vomit blood. This is really unexpected. Trash is trash. I said that you are trash. Do you admit it? If I was at the same level as you, do you believe that I would be able to kill you in 1 move? Now you know who is the lowly race, right? Lin Feng quickly killed the wasteland creature, not wanting to give it a chance to struggle. He unleashed a terrifying attack on the wasteland creature. At the same time, he continued to provoke the wasteland creature. When the wasteland creature was suppressed in the past, it had never suffered such humiliation. But now, it suffered such humiliation. It was really a great humiliation. Therefore, the wasteland creature could not accept it. Anger attacked its heart. With a wah, it vomited another mouthful of blood. I said that you are trash and you still don't admit it. With such a poor psychological endurance, you don't even have the qualifications to be my slave. Chapter 33:17. Although the wasteland creature couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Eat Lin Feng's flesh. Drink Lin Feng's blood. But the wasteland creature also knew that Lin Feng's physical strength was too strong. It wasn't something he could contend against. Therefore, the wasteland creature didn't want to fight Lin Feng in close combat anymore. He wanted to distance himself. He wanted to use his powerful magic power to suppress Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wouldn't give him this chance. The best way to kill the wasteland creature was to destroy his physical body. The wasteland creature wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's attack, but he found that Lin Feng was following him like a shadow. He couldn't dodge at all. Therefore, the wasteland creature had no choice but to take action to defend against Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The 2 sides collided again. The strength of the dragon elephant arm increased to an unimaginable level. It was very powerful. It was shocking. Crack! Crack! This time, the wasteland creature's arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, directly suppressing the wasteland creature to the point that he could only defend himself. He had no strength to fight back at all. Lin Feng's morale was greatly boosted. The war Saint Han Fizi was really terrifying. It was just a shadow that had entered his body, but it had already erupted with such a terrifying combat power. How powerful was the war Saint Han Fizi at his peak? Perhaps. The war Saint Han Fizi at his peak. Even if he entered the wasteland, they were all existences at the level of rulers, right? But such a powerful war Saint Han Fizi. How did he fall? Just this point, Lin Feng was puzzled. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about this. Lin Feng only wanted to kill the wasteland creature. If he could kill the creatures of the wasteland and then plunder their origin to refine, he would be able to kill them. He would definitely be able to increase his combat strength again. Increase his savings. Before breaking through to the Great Emperor, Lin Feng had to constantly collect all kinds of origin, top-notch heaven and earth treasures, and other things to refine. At the same time, he had to cultivate all kinds of 3,000 great Daos to increase his own great Dao foundation. Constant accumulation. 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 Only then could Lin Feng shock everyone when he broke through to the Great Emperor. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng rushed forward and punched towards the wasteland creature. Crack crack crack. It was unknown how many of the wasteland creature's bones were broken. Lin Feng saw the hope of killing the spirit of the wasteland. After he threw 9 consecutive punches, the wasteland creature was already severely injured. It was almost couldn't hold on at that moment. Lin Feng threw his 10th punch. He wanted to kill the spirit. Escape escape escape. At this moment, the wasteland creature couldn't help but roar. Then, with a loud bang, the wasteland spirit's body exploded. Terrifying energy waves lint ts was it Feng's to self-explode? When the wasteland creature's body exploded, the energy shockwave was so terrifying that it was shocking. Therefore, facing the wasteland creature's terrifying attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly cast magic immunity, great defense technique, and heavenly pagoda to protect himself. 3 layers of defense. Lin Feng was still sent flying. The heavenly pagoda's defense was instantly destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was now possessed by the Sage Emperor and was very powerful. In the end, he resolved the wasteland creature's self-explosion. But what shocked Lin Feng was that the wasteland creature didn't die after self-exploding. When it had just self-destructed, the wasteland creature had once again derived a new body. Damn it! Damn it! You didn't die from the explosion. The wasteland creature's expression was extremely gloomy, and its entire face was distorted. Just now, the wasteland creature had used a heaven-defying technique. It definitely couldn't be used too many times. What technique was that? Lin Feng asked. Die. The wasteland creature didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, it condensed a huge energy ball. Then, the wasteland creature threw the huge energy ball at Lin Feng. That energy ball contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He had used the demon-worshipping god diagram. This powerful divine ability had been passed down to him by Mother Nuwa. Its power was extremely tyrannical. After Lin Feng used the demon-worshipping god's picture, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In an instant, in the void, an illusory world appeared. In that illusory world, Goddess Nuwa appeared. In the surroundings, densely packed ancient devils. They knelt on the ground and submitted to Goddess Nuwa. At the same time, the demon lord's voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Cicada shedding is the wasteland creature's desperate technique. It's said that this technique can only be used once in a lifetime. If it dares to use it a second time, its soul will be shattered and scattered. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the cicada shedding to have such harsh requirements. The communication between the demon lord and Lin Feng was done in an instant. It didn't affect Lin Feng's attack. At this moment, the wasteland creature shot out an energy ball. It collided with Lin Feng's demon-worshipping god diagram. Lin Feng's demon-worshipping god diagram directly broke the energy ball of the wasteland creature. Then, the wasteland creature was sent flying. If it wasn't for the cicada shedding technique, you would have died without a burial place, and the cicada shedding technique can only be used once in a lifetime by your race. Now, I'll see how you die. Lin Feng's face was full of dense killing intent. He quickly charged towards the wasteland creature, wanting to kill it. The battle here had already attracted everyone's attention. No one expected it. Lin Feng actually had such a method. It's the treasure floating beside him. The cultivators stared at the heavenly king stone with greed in their eyes. Come and help me kill this kid. The things on him must be extremely shocking. Maybe some of them can help you remove the curse. The wasteland creature blocked Lin Feng's attack while looking at the nine-headed lizard queen. Hearing that, the nine-headed lizard queen ignored the other cultivators. She quickly flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to besiege Lin Feng with the wasteland creature. Go go go, the surviving cultivators naturally didn't dare to stay and watch the show. Instead, they quickly fled. Kid, hand over your life. After the nine-headed lizard queen flew over, she directly condensed a demonic mountain shadow and charged towards Lin Feng. The wasteland creature condensed a destructive star field and smashed towards Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the two terrifying existences, Lin Feng coldly snorted. Chapter 33:18. Boundless Haki was an extremely terrifying technique. Moreover, Lin Feng's combat strength had increased so much. Displaying Boundless Haki. This was even more shocking. After Lin Feng displayed Boundless Haki, this powerful divine ability instantly collided with the attacks of the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. Along with the violent collision, there was a sudden sound. Boundless Haki. Invincible. It directly destroyed the attacks of the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. After that, Boundless Haki bombarded the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. The two terrifying creatures were directly sent flying by Lin Feng's Boundless Haki. Damn it! How can this brat be so powerful? The nine-headed lizard queen said with a gloomy expression. That blood-stained sacred rock is definitely extraordinary, the wasteland creature said greedily. He was looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of greed in his eyes. With Lin Feng's cultivation, he could display such powerful combat strength after being possessed by the sacred Empress Phantom. Let alone them. Although they were not humans, the wasteland creature believed that they would have a way to control the sacred Emperor Stone. They might even be able to borrow the power inside the sacred Emperor Stone. Don't hold back anymore. Use all your strength to kill this brat, the nine-headed lizard queen said coldly. She was also tempted by greed. However, killing Lin Feng was the most important thing now. As for who would get the treasures on Lin Feng after Lin Feng was killed, at that time, it would depend on who was stronger between her and the wasteland creature. Although these two terrifying creatures were working together, in reality, these two terrifying creatures were still enemies. However, the huge benefits in front of them made them temporarily put aside their grudges. They chose to work together. Boom boom boom, at this moment. Terrifying auras surged out from the bodies of the two terrifying creatures. The wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen began to circulate their powerful magic. The magic in their bodies was like a torrential flood, sweeping through the world and shaking the void. The power was so strong, it was truly shocking. Obviously, the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen were preparing an even more powerful attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent after sensing the aura fluctuations from the two terrifying existences. With the War Saint Han Fee's projection in his body, Lin Feng was no longer afraid of the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen. Lin Feng was just about to unleash a powerful divine ability to deal with the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen. However, Lin Feng discovered that the power in his body was rapidly weakening. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the War Saint Han Fee's power could not be maintained for too long. What a pity! What a pity! If only it could last a little longer, perhaps I can kill one of them. But now, the War Saint Han Fee's strength is rapidly declining. I have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, the situation will be extremely unfavorable. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Whoosh, Without stopping, he turned around and rushed outside. The wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, so they were both preparing their ultimate move. Such a powerful move. Naturally, it would take a little longer to prepare. The two of them were about to succeed. However, at this moment, Lin Feng escaped. This made the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen have the urge to vomit blood. Kid, don't run. After the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen dispersed their divine abilities, they quickly chased after Lin Feng. As they chased, they roared. But Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Soon, he rushed out of the island. Because of the curse, the nine-headed lizard queen could not leave the island. And the wasteland creatures had a deep grudge with the nine-headed lizard queen. After realizing that Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace and could no longer catch up, they returned to the island and fought with the nine-headed lizard queen. Soon, Lin Feng flew dozens of miles away. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Han Fei's shadow flew out of Lin Feng's body. Endless connections. After Han Fei's shadow flew out, he looked at Lin Feng and said aloud. Looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with relief. Lin Feng was shocked. A brand. Could it still have consciousness? This was too inconceivable. Senior, could it be that you still have a soul in the Saint Emperor Stone? Lin Feng asked the question in his heart. If Han Fei still had a soul in the Saint Emperor Stone, with Han Fei's ability, maybe he could reincarnate. For the human race. This was definitely a joyous occasion. It's not a soul. My soul has long since dissipated into thin air. This is an obsession of mine. There is a matter that has yet to be resolved, so this obsession of mine has yet to dissipate. Perhaps, after that matter is resolved, my obsession will also disappear with the wind, Han Fei said. Hearing Han Fei's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sadness in his heart. Han Fei was the Saint Emperor of the human race. A saint king like him had made countless contributions to the human race. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of death. It was really sad and lamentable. People couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Is there anything this junior can do for senior? Lin Feng said in a dry voice. He really wanted to do something for Han Fei within his power. In Lin Feng's heart, he really hoped that Han Fei could survive, even if it cost Lin Feng 50 million years of lifespan. In exchange for 5 years of Han Fei's life, Lin Feng would agree without hesitation. But Lin Feng knew. Many times, things were not as simple as he thought. Many times, many things. They were all filled with helplessness. I'll stay by your side and use your qi to protect my obsession. Perhaps the awakening of this obsession has a great deal to do with your luck. Han Fei said, therefore, you don't have to do anything anymore. Perhaps, before my obsession dissipates, it can appear a few more times. Lin Feng's mood was very low and sad. He really didn't want to see the ancient Saint Emperor of the human race end up like this. Don't be sad. Don't be sad for me. Everyone has their own destiny. This is something that can't be changed, Han Fei said. He wanted to reach out and pat Lin Feng on the shoulder. But his hand stopped in mid-air before touching Lin Feng. Because his body was only formed from his obsession. It was not a real body. Such an illusory body could not have any physical contact with Lin Feng. Man can conquer the heavens. There must be a way to defy the heavens and change fate. I will work hard to find such a way to revive Senior. Chapter 33:19. You are considerate. You don't have to deliberately do these things. Many things can be done naturally, Han Fei said. Let nature take its course. Lin Feng muttered these 4 words, savoring these 4 words. From these 4 words, he could tell. He tasted some special charm from it. That kind of charm. It was as if it made Lin Feng feel enlightened. The great Tao was simple. Sometimes, it was a simple sentence. Perhaps it contained the truth of the great Tao. Just like what Han Fei said now. Just 4 words. But it contained the supreme great Tao. Lin Feng knew that Han Fei was giving him pointers. He cupped his fists to Han Fei to thank him. Thank you for your pointers, Senior, it's your own enlightenment. Han Fizi looked at Lin Feng with appreciation. At this moment, Han Fizi's body was dissipating bit by bit. Han Fizi's body couldn't appear for too long. This obsession couldn't be accommodated by heaven and earth. If it weren't for Lin Feng's luck protection, perhaps, this divine will, there would never be a day when it would wake up. I wanted to teach you some supreme supernatural powers, but unfortunately, there are no memories of any supernatural powers in my obsession. I can't teach you, but the Holy Emperor Stone is very extraordinary. Back then, it recorded a powerful supernatural power. You can comprehend it. If you can successfully comprehend it, it will be of great use to your future, Han Fizi said. After saying this, his body disappeared into thin air, and the holy light of the Holy Emperor Stone dimmed. Perhaps, for a long time, Han Fizi couldn't appear again. The Holy Emperor Stone recorded a powerful supernatural power. What kind of supernatural power is it? Lin Feng was very puzzled. Previously, he had never thought that the Saint Emperor Stone would actually record such a powerful divine ability. Because Lin Feng never found any clues on the Holy Emperor Stone. He carefully observed the Holy Emperor Stone. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Some mysterious runes appeared on the Holy Emperor Stone. In the past, there were no runes on the Saint Emperor Stone. These runes, all of them had just appeared. Lin Feng guessed that the appearance of these runes had something to do with Han Fizi. Could these runes be the incantation for the divine ability that Senior Han Fizi mentioned? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. Furthermore, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Perhaps it was just as he had guessed. However, now was not the time to study these runes. The most important thing now was to leave this sea area. One day later, Lin Feng left the sea. He tried to communicate with Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors. This was because there was a special soul imprint between them. Therefore, within a certain distance, Lin Feng could sense the presence of the four people. However, this time, Lin Feng failed. He couldn't sense the existence of Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. They should have only been teleported 300 li away. Moreover, they should be able to use their senses to find me. Therefore, we should be very close to each other now. However, I can't sense the four of them. This is really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There was only one possibility for this situation. That was that Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors had entered a place that blocked all senses. Even their spiritual will could sense it. It could be blocked. The four of them should not be in any danger when they were together. Lin Feng was quite confident in the four of them. Since he couldn't contact Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors, Lin Feng found a hidden place to enter seclusion. He couldn't wait to study the Holy Emperor Stone. What kind of divine ability is recorded in the Holy Emperor Stone? Even an expert like Senior Han Fizi seems to admire this divine ability. It must be an extremely heaven-defying divine ability, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He carefully observed the runes on the Holy Emperor Stone. The runes were very ancient and filled with a mysterious feeling. Lin Feng carefully looked at them and found that he didn't recognize the runes on them. Over the years, Lin Feng had seen all kinds of ancient runes. However, this was the first time he had seen such runes. Demon Lord, have you seen such runes before? Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. I've never seen such runes before, but judging from their shape, they seem to be a kind of runes passed down by Taoism. Demon Lord said. Taoism's runes? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Taoism. It had a long history, and it was incomparably mysterious. Taoism's inheritance was also incomparably powerful. In fact, nowadays, the various divine ability inheritances were more or less related to Taoism. The ancestors of Taoism, the three pure ones. They were also figures that reigned supreme in both ancient and modern times. There was a saying that Buddhism was Tao. In the world of cultivators, there was even a saying. Even Buddhism. They all evolved from Taoism. Not to mention other sects. Since the Demon Lord said that these runes might be Taoism's runes, didn't that mean that the divine ability inheritance recorded on the Holy Emperor Stone might be Taoism's inheritance? Lin Feng cultivated 2 Taoism inheritances. The first was the divine ability of 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. It was one of the supreme techniques of Taoism. The second was the true word Lin of the 9 words mantra. Lin Feng's comprehension was so strong. He could comprehend any divine ability. And it was comprehending those divine abilities in a short period of time. It had a lot to do with the true word Lin. True word Lin. It could help cultivators comprehend the Tao. This was a heaven-defying method. In fact, any of the 9 words mantra of the Taoism inheritance. They were all extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, the most important thing was 9 words mantra. Each had its own wonders. Lin Feng tried to communicate with those mysterious runes with his divine will. At the same time, he activated the true word Lin. It helped him comprehend the runes on the Holy Emperor Stone. Time passed. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly heard a dong 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 sound. That sound. It was like the sound of the Hong Lu bell being rung. The next moment, Lin Feng found that he had arrived at a continuous range of mountains. This was a celestial mountain. There were endless celestial mountains. Cranes could be seen soaring into the sky everywhere. Those cranes spread their wings and flew high. Their wings flapped gently. His body flew more than 10 miles away. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. At the peak of a celestial mountain, there was a pavilion. There was a big bell hanging in the pavilion. A Taoist priest. He rang the big bell. When the bell rang, many Taoists appeared on the square. Under the lead of the elders, these Taoists sat cross-legged and comprehended the Tao. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Chapter 33:20. What are these Taoist priests doing? Are they cultivating together? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Taoism was too mysterious. Therefore, everything about Taoism was to Lin Feng. There was a sense of mystery about it. He sat down as well. Cultivating with these Taoist priests. The incantation of Lin played a key role at this time. It helped Lin Feng blend into this group of Taoist priests. It was a very special feeling. Lin Feng felt as if he had become a Taoist priest. A special aura filled the air between heaven and earth. That special aura made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. It was as if all the pores on his body were about to open. He tried his best to breathe in this world. To comprehend this world. The 3 old Taoist priests sitting on the platform led everyone to cultivate together. Everyone's breathing. It was exactly the same as the 3 old Taoist priests. Lin Feng's breathing was exactly the same as the 3 old Taoist priests. Vaguely, he felt the aura of great Tao. This feeling made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in the Tao law. His body seemed to be going through a special sublimation. At this moment, the old Taoist priest in the middle suddenly opened his mouth and softly spat out a word. It was the word Tao. It contained the power of great Tao. It was mysterious and unfathomable. This word. It was the word Bing. Lin Feng was very surprised. The word Bing was very special. Especially in Taoism, this word was even more special. The 9 words mantra of Taoism. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The word Bing was ranked second. It could be seen from this. The word Bing. How important it was. Previously, Lin Feng had seen the Peacock King and others use the supernatural power of the word Bing. This divine ability was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Once it was used, it could forcibly control the opponent's weapon. Then, with the opponent's weapon, attack the opponent himself. His opponent was caught off guard. Just a little carelessness. He would definitely die under the attack of the soldier mantra. Right now. The old Daoist lightly uttered the word army. This made Lin Feng very confused. Lin Feng also thought of a possibility. Could it be? The old Daoist lightly uttered the word army. It had something to do with the army mantra. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Army mantra. That was a divine ability that everyone dreamed of. If he could get the weapon incantation. To Lin Feng, this was definitely a huge opportunity. The Bing mantra could play an extremely crucial role for Lin Feng. The sound of the great path intertwined between heaven and earth. The sound of the great path reverberated throughout the world. An unknown amount of time had passed. Lin Feng felt as if he had heard something special. That kind of sound was ringing in his ears, as if someone was lying next to his ears. That was the legendary voice of the heavenly Tao. Waves of sound. It contained the great Tao of heaven. When he heard that kind of sound, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. Because, in the voice of the heavenly Tao, it contained a series of chants. Those chants. It turned out to be the cultivation chants of the army mantra. The army mantra. The supreme divine ability that Lin Feng had been peeping at for a long time. Now Lin Feng actually had an epiphany of the cultivation chants of this divine ability. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Once the army mantra was an unparalleled divine ability, it would definitely have an extremely heaven-defying effect. Lin Feng worked hard to comprehend the contents of the army mantra. As time passed, chants after chants, they were remembered by Lin Feng in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the scene in front of him disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he found that he was still in the cave where he was in seclusion. He still held the Saint Emperor stone in his hand. Just now, Lin Feng entered the state of epiphany and sensed that mysterious world. In that mysterious world, he sensed the cultivation method of the army mantra. This was the power of the great Tao. I really got the cultivation chants of the army mantra, soon. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This was because a new spell had appeared in his mind. As for the extra part of the spell, it was the cultivation chants of the army mantra. This made Lin Feng excited. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. His face was full of ecstasy. Lin Feng's mind quickly immersed in the cultivation chants of the army mantra. This divine ability was indeed incomparably wondrous. Of course, such a miraculous and powerful divine ability would be extremely difficult to cultivate. But Lin Feng had confidence in himself. He believed that he could definitely cultivate the army mantra successfully. Lin Feng didn't cultivate the army mantra here, because it took time to cultivate this divine ability. But now, it wasn't the best time to cultivate this divine ability. This was the Stone State ruins. There must be a lot of opportunities here. At this moment, the most important thing to do was to go somewhere else to look for opportunities. Maybe he could even gain something. Lin Feng left the place of seclusion and quickly flew towards the depths of the Stone State. At this time, Lin Feng found many cultivators. But the cultivators who entered here were obviously not from the four major forces. The four major forces had suffered heavy losses. There probably weren't many people left now. Could it be that someone really sold the information? That's why so many people entered here. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Because some of the cultivators from the four major forces knew about the Stone State ruins. So Lin Feng wasn't sure which cultivator sold the information about the Stone State ruins. Lin Feng continued to fly towards the depths. On this day, Lin Feng saw a white tiger galloping in a mountain forest. The white tiger's aura was extremely terrifying, causing him to turn pale with fright. But soon, Lin Feng discovered that the white tiger wasn't a real white tiger. It was formed by a spiritual aura. This made Lin Feng very shocked. How could a spiritual aura be so powerful? Lin Feng followed behind the white tiger. In the end, the white tiger rushed into a mountain range and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng tried to search for the white tiger with his divine sense. There were no clues at all. He couldn't help but touch his chin. Where did that white tiger run off to? Lin Feng didn't rashly enter the mountain range because he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying aura in the mountain range. That terrifying aura made Lin Feng very wary. Lin Feng walked around the mountain range and carefully observed it. Soon, he couldn't help but frown. Because Lin Feng discovered that this mountain range was actually the terrain of a white tiger fighting a dragon. The white tiger was in charge of killing the white tiger fighting the dragon. This was a place of absolute death. It was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people entered it. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. But in this kind of place. Chapter 33:21. Lin Feng planned to enter the mountain range to explore. He was bold because of his skill. He knew that the mountain range was dangerous. But he also wanted to enter and explore. Perhaps to be able to gain something in the mountain range. Lin Feng carefully rushed towards the mountain range. The terrain of the white tiger fighting the dragon was destined to be extremely dangerous. It emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, making people suffocate. In the mountain range, Lin Feng found that his divine sense was suppressed very much. Therefore, here, it was difficult to use divine sense to explore the surrounding situation. It's really strange. I released my divine sense outside to explore the mountain range. My divine sense wasn't suppressed at all. But now that I'm releasing my divine sense inside, it's actually suppressed. I don't know what kind of power is suppressing my divine sense. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This mountain range was full of strangeness, but there might be some amazing opportunities hidden in such a place. Lin Feng went all the way in. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. Lin Feng pricked up his ears to listen. He heard that strange sound. Lin Feng's mind trembled slightly. He felt that something seemed to be approaching. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light came out from the forest and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. That black light. It turned out to be a pitch-black insect. When he saw the pitch-black insect, Lin Feng's face showed an extremely surprised expression. That pitch-black insect's speed was really too fast. Such a fast speed. It made that pitch-black insect instantly turn into a cold light that could cut through heaven and earth. If it were other cultivators, they wouldn't even be able to react in time. Their bodies had already been torn apart by that pitch-black insect. They died on the spot. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng was good at speed. Although the pitch-black insect's speed was unbelievably fast. But Lin Feng's speed was even faster. He flicked his finger. A beam of sword chi shot out. Poochie. The sword chi slashed the pitch-black insect's body. The pitch-black insect was directly cut in half by the sword chi. And at this time, a terrifying scene occurred. When the black bug was split into two halves, a lot of liquid flowed out of his body. As for the liquid, it was light green in color. The pale green liquid was so terrifying that it corroded a thumb-sized black hole in the void. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of bug was this? Wasn't the poison in his body too terrifying? It could even corrode the void. If the venom dripped onto a person's body, who would be able to withstand the venom's attack? Think about it. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer to where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng felt that the situation was not quite right. He sped up and rushed towards the depths. Right at this moment, a dense swarm of tiny insects flew out. All of them were pitch-black bugs that contained a terrifying poison. Even the venom of a single black bug could corrode the void. Moreover, there were so many pitch-black bugs now. At a glance, there were countless of them. When he saw those pitch-black bugs on Lin Feng's face, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He hurriedly took out the heavenly mystery pagoda. And at this moment, the dense swarm of pitch-black bugs had already rushed over. They directly surrounded Lin Feng. The endless pitch-black bugs were lying on the defensive light shield outside Lin Feng. They were constantly gnawing at the defensive light shield. Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire, wanting to burn those pitch-black bugs to death with the heavenly fire. But very quickly, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. Those pitch-black bugs were actually not afraid of being burned by the heavenly fire. Such a powerful heavenly fire, it actually couldn't hurt those pitch-black bugs. This made Lin Feng feel a sense of disbelief. This is the black flame scorpion bug. It is rumored that it is a terrifying demonic bug born in the hellfire. Its body contains an extremely terrifying poison. The poison contained in the bodies of 10 black flame scorpion bugs can kill an emperor god-level cultivator, and because this poisonous bug is born in flames, it has an extremely strong immunity to flames. Even the heavenly fire can't hurt these bugs. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. This kind of poisonous bug was a little too terrifying. 10 of them could poison an emperor god to death. Perhaps dozens of them could poison an immortal emperor to death. Hundreds of them could poison an emperor-level expert to death, and in front of him. This poisonous bug. It covered the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. He didn't know how many of these poisonous bugs there were. If the defensive light shield formed by the heavenly mystery pagoda was destroyed by these poisonous bugs, then, at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng directly used the divine ability, 10,000 swords return to sect. The densely packed sword chi slashed towards the poisonous bugs. Screech. The densely packed poisonous bugs all let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. There were so many poisonous bugs. They roared together. The sound wave attack formed was extremely powerful. Clang clang clang, accompanied by the sound of violent collisions. The billions of sword chi condensed by Lin Feng. They were all blocked by the poisonous bugs. They couldn't hurt the poisonous bugs. And the poisonous bugs closest to Lin Feng began to spit out venom. The venom stuck to the light shield. Kai 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 sounds could be heard. The defensive light shield formed by the heavenly mystery pagoda was damaged. It was constantly corroded. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The defensive light shield formed by the heavenly mystery pagoda. It would be completely destroyed. Once it was destroyed, Lin Feng would be in danger. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Screech. At this moment, the mother bug in the mountain river ring actually let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. This is. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. He didn't know why the mother bug would let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry at this time. He carefully sensed every movement of the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The mother bug kept roaring. It roared dozens of times in a row. Catcher, catcher. The eggshells of the mother bug's eggs actually began to crack. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the primordial demon bug would hatch at this time. One by one, the primordial demon bug larvae crawled out of the eggshells. Then, those primordial demon bug larvae flew out of the mountain river ring. Lin Feng saw a scene that shocked him. One by one, the primordial demon bug larvae actually drilled into the bodies of the densely packed poisonous bugs. In the blink of an eye, one by one, the bodies of the venomous insects dried up. The flesh and blood of those poisonous bugs were sucked dry by the primordial demon bug. Chapter 33:22. The great desolate demon refining insect is using these black flame scorpions as nourishment for its evolution. The demon lord couldn't help but say in shock. Lin Feng quickly nodded. He also had an incredible feeling. He never thought that the great desolate demon refining insect would be so powerful. Everything he knew about the great desolate demon refining insect was from what he heard or read in some books. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the great desolate demon refining insect was. The only thing he knew was that even in the great desolate era, the great desolate demon refining insect was also one of the most powerful social creatures. Now, these great desolate demon refining insect displayed heaven-defying abilities. They directly treated these terrifying black flame scorpions as their food. It was unbelievable. Great. This is great. The more powerful the great desolate demon refining insect is, the more beneficial it is for me. Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. The great desolate demon refining insect was one of the 3 insect species that Lin Feng controlled. It was also the only insect species that lived in groups. The Emperor Archaic and the Ancient Ancestor insect were naturally powerful enough. But there was only one emperor archaic and one ancient ancestor insect each. The great desolate demon refining insect. It was a huge swarm of insects. Therefore, to be honest, the threat of the great desolate demon refining insect swarm was more terrifying. Screech, screech. The densely packed black flame scorpions let out sharp screeches. Those black flame scorpions were frantically avoiding the great desolate demon refining insect. At the same time, many black flame scorpions were attacking the great desolate demon refining insect. They hoped to kill the great desolate demon refining insect. However, these great desolate demon refining insect were very powerful. Although they were only larvae, they had extremely extraordinary and heaven-defying abilities. The great desolate demon refining insect directly swallowed the black flame scorpion's attacks. Then it continued to drill into the bodies of the black flame scorpions. It began to devour large amounts of the black flame scorpion's flesh, essence, and venom. Those dead black flame scorpions were only left with the outermost layer of carapace. All the flesh, essence, venom, and even internal organs in the carapace were completely devoured by the great desolate demon refining insect. As the primitive demon refining insect devoured the black flame scorpions one after another, the black flame scorpions were devoured by the primitive demon refining insect. The primitive demon refining bugs began to evolve. This was the first evolution of the prehistoric demon refining insect after it hatched. The bodies of the primitive demon refining bugs grew larger. Furthermore, those prehistoric devil refining insects had shed their shells. The new shell was even sturdier and more powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the black flame scorpions realized that they were no match for the desolate demon refining insects, they quickly fled into the distance. The desolate demon refining insect chased after the black flame scorpion for a while, but it still managed to escape. Because there were too many black flame scorpions. However, the number of prehistoric demon refining insects could not be compared to the number of black flame scorpions. It was extremely unrealistic to want to exterminate all of the black flame scorpions. The number of the first batch of primitive demon refining insects was about 30 to 40,000. These were the earliest eggs hatched by the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The prehistoric demon refining insect queen was very similar to the ant queen. He was the king of his race. However, the main task was to give birth to an heir. The entire race. They were all the offspring of the mother worm of the prehistoric era. Therefore, the entire race. They were very loyal to the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The densely packed prehistoric demon refining insects surrounded Lin Feng and danced around him. Lin Feng felt waves of divine will waves. Those divine will waves were emitted from the prehistoric demon refining insects. The first batch of prehistoric demon refining insects had successfully hatched and even completed an evolution. Therefore, they were very excited. Lin Feng let these prehistoric demon refining insects enter the mountain river ring. After the first batch of prehistoric demon refining insects hatched, they would definitely be of great use to Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to walk in. He felt that this mountain range was really a blessed land. Although danger lurked everywhere, it was a huge gain for him. In the mountain range, the mountains were continuous. Lin Feng crossed 3 mountains in a row. Just as he entered the range of the 4th mountain, suddenly, a gust of wind swept over. In the gust of wind, there were actually dense and powerful restrictions. Restrictive spells appeared one after another. They could easily shatter the void. They were very powerful. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. What a powerful restriction storm. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Restriction storm. As the name implied, it was when the restrictions gathered together and formed a powerful storm. The storm swept through heaven and earth. The destructive power was unimaginably terrifying. Anyone who was swept into the restriction storm, they could be torn to pieces by the powerful restriction storm. Fortunately, Lin Feng was proficient in formations. Anyone who faced such a terrifying restriction storm, they would feel that it was troublesome. They might even die in it. Even Lin Feng, after being surrounded by the restriction storm, He was also very careful. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were powerful. He shuttled freely in the restriction storm. He dodged the attack of the restriction storm. He continued to go deeper into the mountain range. Lin Feng passed through the restriction storm. He arrived at the fifth mountain. In the fifth mountain, he saw a huge skeleton. That's the skeleton of a white tiger. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. The skeleton of a white tiger. It was actually the skeleton of a white tiger. Lin Feng still clearly remembered the white tiger he saw before. Although it was only a spiritual manifestation, it was incomparably powerful. That white tiger, was it related to the skeleton of the white tiger in front of him? The white tiger was a sacred beast. Among the 5 sacred beasts, it was a sacred beast that specialized in killing. So, it was widely spread in the outside world. Among the 5 sacred beasts, in terms of attack power, the white tiger should be the most powerful. Such a powerful white tiger had fallen here. He didn't know what happened in the past. To think that such a terrifying being had actually fallen. Lin Feng walked towards the white tiger skeleton, wanting to see if there were any sacred bones left behind. If the white tiger could leave behind a sacred bone, perhaps there would be some extraordinary things recorded on the sacred bone. For example, some inheritance. Although this white tiger had died many years ago, its skeleton still emitted a terrifying aura. That kind of pressure wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Sacred bone. Lin Feng approached the white tiger skeleton, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Because he saw a bone covered in runes. That bone was surrounded by sacred light. Obviously, that bone was a sacred bone. The white tiger sacred bone was still there, which made Lin Feng very excited. He was about to collect the white tiger sacred bone. But at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Waves of cold wind blew over. A cold aura filled the air. It was as if some terrifying existence was about to descend. After feeling that sinister and terrifying aura, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 33-23. He. Eerie and terrifying laughter suddenly resounded through the forest. After hearing that eerie and terrifying voice, Lin Feng quickly took out the black dragon sword. That voice made him feel uneasy. Who? Come out. Lin Feng said coldly. Hey, black dragon sword, I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see this treasure again. That voice said in surprise. Obviously, that mysterious existence actually recognized the black dragon sword. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. In the darkness, a figure walked over step by step. Soon, Lin Feng saw this figure. This was an extremely strange-looking creature. It had a human body, a scorpion tail, 2 arms like the arms of a chileen, and a head like a crocodile's head. What monster? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Although he didn't know the origin of this creature. But Lin Feng could feel the terror of this creature. This was definitely an existence that defied the heavens. Even the Demon Lord didn't say anything. The Demon Lord shouldn't be able to see the origin of this terrifying creature. Or else. The Demon Lord told him, "Lowly creature, you dare to call me a monster. You're simply courting death. Your flesh and blood are very delicious. I'm going to devour your flesh and blood now." The monster let out a sinister laugh. Then, it opened its big hand and suddenly grabbed at Lin Feng through the air. A loud rumbling sound suddenly came out. In the void, a big hand of energy was condensed. That big hand of energy directly grabbed at Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying power contained in that big hand of energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This existence. It was really terrifying. A casual attack was actually so powerful. Cut! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He held the black dragon sword in his hand, and a powerful magical power was continuously poured into the black dragon sword to activate the power of this treasure. The power of the black dragon sword suddenly increased. Then, Lin Feng directly slashed at the big hand of energy that was grabbing at him. Clang! That terrifying attack blasted on the big hand of energy. A tyrannical power erupted. Lin Feng was actually sent flying by that big hand of energy. Clang! Lin Feng's body fiercely hit a rock wall. There was a rumbling sound. The entire rock wall instantly collapsed. This monster is so powerful. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The battle power displayed by this monster was simply unstoppable. This mysterious stone state was indeed too extraordinary. These existences that appeared. One was more terrifying. Lin Feng felt. This monster in front of this monster. Even when compared to the wasteland creature, the nine-headed lizard queen, it was not inferior. To defeat. It wasn't such an easy thing, unless Han Fizi, the war saint, appeared again. Then, the power fused with his own power. Only then could he defeat this monster. Other methods. Lin Feng hadn't thought of that. Rumble. The monster's gigantic hand continued moving towards Lin Feng, trying to grab him. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved horizontally to the left. He dodged the monster's attack by a hair's breadth. However, the monster's attacks were relentless. It once again grabbed at Lin Feng. His attack was condensed and didn't dissipate. He didn't grab Lin Feng. It seemed to never dissipate. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He was targeted by this monster. The situation was a little troublesome. Lin Feng didn't even plan to take the white tiger sacred bone. He planned to leave this place as soon as possible. If he really couldn't. Thus, he decided to use the Stone of Destiny. Lin Feng had just thought of this. Suddenly, he felt it. The white tiger haki that he cultivated actually took the initiative to circulate. Lin Feng's white tiger haki seemed to be attracted by some kind of power. At this moment, the speed of circulation was getting faster and faster. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised and puzzled. He didn't know about the white tiger haki. Why did it circulate? Boom. At this moment, the white tiger haki seeped out. Behind Lin Feng, the phantom of a white tiger appeared. That white tiger phantom. It was the spirit aura that evolved from the white tiger haki. Roar. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the forest. Then, a white tiger leaped out. The white tiger that appeared. It was the white tiger that Lin Feng saw before. Now, the white tiger appeared again. Although this white tiger was only formed by the spirit aura, it was extremely powerful. It has long been reduced to ashes, but now, it has revealed its spirit aura. Could it be that it died unwillingly? The monster sneered after seeing the white tiger appear. Roar. The white tiger that appeared roared again and charged directly at Lin Feng. Then, it merged with the white tiger phantom that appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. What was going on? How did that white tiger fuse with the white tiger haki formed by the white tiger haki? This made Lin Feng puzzled. Although the aura of the spirit aura is very powerful, it might not be able to display its own fighting strength. It needs to rely on some mediums to be able to release its power. The white tiger phantasm formed by the Chi aura is of the same origin as the white tiger clan. The white tiger phantasm formed by the Chi aura can merge with the white tiger phantasm and use the white tiger phantasm's body to release its own power. At this moment, the demon lord suddenly said. Lin Feng never thought that there would be such a mysterious connection between them. Roar. After the white tiger phantom behind Lin Feng merged with the white tiger that was formed by the spirit aura. Suddenly, the roar shook the sky. Then, he leaped out. Lin Feng found that he had lost control of the white tiger phantom. Now, the white tiger phantom was controlled by the white tiger that was formed by the spirit aura. Let's continue the battle from back then, the white tiger suddenly said, its killing intent awe-inspiring. Back then, I could kill you once. Now, I can kill you a second time. This time, I will completely destroy your will. In this way, I can break the curse that you imposed on me before you died. At that time, I will be able to leave this place, the terrifying creature said coldly. Hearing their conversation, Lin Feng was very surprised. He could roughly recall what happened back then. Back then, The white tiger and the terrifying creature in front of him had a great battle. However, the white tiger was no match for this terrifying creature. In the end, it was killed by this terrifying creature. Before being killed, the white tiger cursed this living being. As a result, this terrifying creature was also trapped here. Lin Feng, of course, supported the white tiger in defeating that terrifying creature. Because the white tiger was one of the early totems of the human race. Chapter 33-24. Boom. The two terrifying existences did not speak much and directly exploded with their strongest aura. Then, they quickly rushed towards both sides. Bang bang bang. The two terrifying existences fought together. The current them. Naturally, they could no longer be compared to their peak. But they were still powerful. Their strength was shocking. Every time they collided, the world of 100,000 miles in the void seemed to tremble. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the white tiger skeleton while the two terrifying beings were fighting. He kept the sacred bone on the white tiger skeleton. Hee. So many runes. And it's the sacred bone of the white tiger. I'm rich. Lin Feng revealed a smile. At this moment, the white tiger suddenly roared, hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, accompanied by the voice of the white tiger. Endless domineering aura. It was emitted from the white tiger's body. That domineering aura was too terrifying. This kind of domineering aura could only be released when the white tiger's domineering aura was cultivated to the peak level. It made Lin Feng feel deeply shocked. The white tiger clan was born with domineering aura. That kind of domineering aura. It was the white tiger's domineering aura that Lin Feng cultivated. Lin Feng's white tiger's domineering aura was cultivated to the second level. He could just achieve the transformation of domineering aura. It evolved into a white tiger phantom. It was far from the level that the white tiger displayed. Once the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique was used, with the white tiger as the center, the surrounding void began to collapse and shatter. The sky fell and the earth sank. It was simply a doomsday scene. Sacred ancestor descends. Suddenly, the terrifying creature let out a series of deep roars. Then, behind that terrifying creature, a mysterious and illusory world emerged. No one knew what kind of world that was. The only thing they knew was that that world was very scary, and the aura it emitted was cold and eerie. It made people feel as if they had fallen into hell. And in that illusory world, a terrifying being walked out step by step. That terrifying being seemed to be the sacred ancestor that this terrifying being mentioned. However, no one could see the sacred ancestor's appearance clearly. That sacred ancestor. It seemed to be an illusory shadow. He walked out of the illusory world. Lowly creature. After the terrifying existence walked out, it let out a low voice. The lowly existence he spoke of. Naturally, he was referring to the white tiger. This was the contempt and disdain that came from his bones. What race is this guy? You actually dare to say that the white tiger is a lowly existence. You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. In the past, when the human race was in danger, the 5 sacred beast clans, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Brilliant Serpent, had once protected the human race. As such, in the past, the ancestors of the human race regarded the 5 sacred beasts as the totems of the human race. However, countless years had passed. Totem culture disappeared. However, the 5 sacred beast clans had done many things for the human race in the past, and many human cultivators still remembered them and were deeply grateful to them. Lin Feng was one of them. He had seen this introduction and history in the classic of Mountains and Seas. So when he heard the illusory figure call the white tiger a lowly creature, it was simply filled with righteous indignation. Break. The illusory figure made a move. He opened his big hand and slapped towards the white tiger. The hegemonic chi of heaven and earth condensed by the white tiger. It was actually shattered by the illusory figure. This scene. It was simply unbelievable. But this was real. The glory of the sacred ancestor shines through the ages. After the monster that summoned the illusory figure saw this scene, It immediately knelt down and bowed to the illusory figure with incomparable devotion. White tiger fighting heaven technique. The white tiger roared and jumped up. It turned into a dazzling killing light. It contained endless killing intent. It quickly slashed towards the illusory figure. The white tiger fought against the heavens. This attack was one of the most powerful attacks of the white tiger. Now, it was used by the white tiger. Humph. Lowly ant. Your little tricks are simply too weak in front of this ancestor. The illusory figure's voice was cold. This existence. From the beginning to the end, he didn't put the white tiger in his eyes. This existence once again swept a punch towards the white tiger. Above his fist, there was an extremely strange power lingering. That kind of power, cold and terrifying, seemed to come from the power of hell. Bang! The illusory figure collided with the white tiger again. This time, it was exactly the same as before. The white tiger was swept away by this existence's punch. Although the white tiger's attack was extremely powerful. However, it couldn't contend with this illusory figure. It's just a shadow, but it's actually so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he didn't want to believe what he saw, he had to believe it. The illusory figure rushed towards the white tiger, wanting to kill it. When Lin Feng saw that the white tiger was about to suffer, he thought of the mysterious iron box. He didn't know about the mysterious iron box. Could it deal with the illusory figure? Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He took out the mysterious iron box. Then, he quickly rushed towards the illusory figure. Reckless thing. The illusory figure looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant. That was a kind of contempt and disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. The illusory figure directly slapped towards Lin Feng with his palm. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng opened the mysterious iron box. A terrifying aura spread out from the mysterious iron box. Puff, puff. Lin Feng's body was penetrated by the mysterious iron box. He hurriedly healed his injured body with the immortal divine body. When the illusory figure saw the minced meat in the mysterious iron box, he couldn't help but cry out in horror. How is this possible? No. Impossible. Wasn't he already turned into ashes? Why is his corpse still in the world? The illusory figure seemed to recognize who the minced meat in the mysterious iron box was. As powerful as he was, in his eyes, he actually revealed a deep look of horror. Bang! The minced meat in the mysterious iron box vibrated with a terrifying bloody light, directly sweeping towards the illusory figure. Lin Feng had opened the mysterious iron box many times. He had never felt such a terrifying killing intent. That kind of killing intent was transmitted by the minced meat. The minced meat seemed to have a spirit. Towards the illusory figure that leaked a trace of heaven's secret. The intent to kill was aroused. Bang! The bloody light swept out from the minced meat swept across the illusory figure's body. In an instant, the illusory figure's body directly exploded. Vanished into thin air. No, no, no. This is impossible. How can the divine ancestor be defeated? The terrifying monster couldn't accept all this and couldn't help but roar. Roar, the white tiger struggled to get up from the ground. Chapter 33:25. Even if the divine ancestor's attack is destroyed, I can still destroy a lowly existence like you. The monster couldn't help but sneer when it saw the white tiger pouncing toward it. Its eyes were full of contempt and disdain, and it still didn't take the white tiger seriously. 9 changes of the overflowing sky. Invincible divine fists. The terrifying monster couldn't help but roar. His body flickered with terrifying light. 9 lights flashed in a row. Each light seemed to be able to shatter the world. This terrifying monster indeed had a lot of means. And its means were extremely terrifying. The power of the means it displayed now was really amazing. It collided with the white tiger and actually sent the white tiger flying again. Back then, it wasn't without reason that this monster could kill the white tiger. In terms of strength, it was indeed stronger than the white tiger. The white tiger, however, continued to charge at the monster without fear of death. The white tiger would never give up. Kill, kill, kill. A low roar came out, and the white tiger rushed toward the monster again and again. After charging more than a dozen times in a row, it was repelled by the monster. Lowly thing, you want to fight with me with your little strength? You're overestimating yourself. The monster sneered again and again. Looking at the white tiger, its eyes were full of killing intent and deep contempt. The white tiger pounced again. However, the result was the same as before. It was repelled again. It couldn't compete with this terrifying existence at all. Lend me your sword. The white tiger looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew which sword the white tiger wanted to borrow. He directly took out the black dragon sword. Whoosh! The black dragon sword quickly flew toward the white tiger. The white tiger bit the black dragon sword. Then it rushed toward the monster again. The white tiger came with the sword in its mouth. Its combat strength increased sharply. This time, the white tiger directly broke the monster's attack. Then, the black dragon sword slashed the monster's body. Puff! Black dragon sword. It tore apart the monster's body. Ah! You actually hurt me, you lowly ant, you actually hurt me. I will completely destroy your obsession and make you unable to reincarnate for all eternity. After the monster was injured, it immediately roared. This was the first time he was injured, and he couldn't accept the fact that he was injured. Therefore, his killing intent was monstrous. The monster's hands suddenly turned into stone. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. How could this monster be petrified? What kind of method was this? Or rather, this monster. Was he originally a Stone Clan creature? Perhaps. Is this monster a creature from this universe? Of course. Even if he wasn't a creature from this universe, it could also be a creature from the stone race. It wasn't like there weren't any stone creatures in the foreign world. The white tiger attacked again. The monster used its petrified hands to counter white tiger's sword attack. The monster and the white tiger collided again and again. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. White tiger's sword attack has greatly increased. It was actually blocked by that monster. That monster is really too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just now, after he opened the mysterious iron box to destroy the sacred ancestor's shadow, he closed the mysterious iron box again. Then, Lin Feng activated the immortal divine body to restore his physical body. Then, he began to watch the battle. He thought that white tiger's sword could kill that monster. Even if it couldn't kill that monster, it should be able to suppress that monster. But, who would have thought? White tiger's sword still couldn't cause too much damage to that monster. That monster's battle strength was so strong. It made Lin Feng extremely shocked and moved. Lin Feng decided to help the white tiger deal with that monster. He used 1 chi into 3 pure ones. And then, he used the 9-layered magnetic field. It directly oppressed that monster. The power of the 9-layered magnetic field was astonishing. Even a monster as powerful as that was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9-layered magnetic field. Its battle strength also dropped by at least 30%, and the white tiger received the bonus of the magnetic field. Its battle strength increased instead of falling. At the same time, the stone sword, the heavenly drum, the bell of Hades, the 9 demons picture, and other magic treasures all flew out. Under Lin Feng's control. These magic treasures all charged towards that monster. Although Lin Feng's battle strength might not be taken seriously by that monster definitely couldn't underestimate Lin Feng's powerful magic treasures. No matter how strong that monster was, it was only flesh and blood. How could it contend against Lin Feng's magic treasures? Seeing Lin Feng take out so many magic treasures to attack that monster, the white tiger's speed directly increased to the extreme. White tiger's sword. One strike after another struck towards that monster, completely holding it back. That monster wanted to block the attacks of Lin Feng's magic treasures. However, he was held back by the white tiger. He couldn't fight back. Bang! 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 One magic treasure after another bombarded the monster's body. A series of muffled sounds of collisions could be heard. That monster suffered a huge amount of damage. Under the bombardment of so many magic treasures, half of its body directly exploded. Ah! That monster let out a painful roar, and a pair of extremely resentful eyes looked at Lin Feng. He cursed loudly, "Little bastard. It's all your fault for ruining my plans. I'm going to tear you into pieces." That monster abandoned the white tiger and directly pounced towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. No wonder this monster wanted to kill Lin Feng so much. In this battle, he should have won. But because of Lin Feng's participation, in the end, he was the one who was seriously injured. This kind of blow, it made this monster almost crazy. Therefore, this monster completely hated Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng, to vent the hatred in its heart. When Lin Feng saw the monster rushing towards him, he quickly retreated. He sneered and said, "Didn't you say that your race is noble? Now that you've been seriously injured, do you know who's the lowly thing now? You were simply asking for humiliation before, you're the lowly thing." After hearing Lin Feng's words, this monster was so angry that smoke was coming out of its 7 orifices. "Little bastard. I'll torture you ruthlessly and make you beg for death." This monster couldn't help but roar. He sped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. But it was intercepted by the white tiger. The white tiger's attack became more and more powerful, suppressing this monster to the point that it couldn't fight back at all, and Lin Feng continued to control one powerful magic treasure after another, bombarding this monster. Bang bang bang! One after another, powerful magic treasures bombarded the monster's body. Suddenly, this monster's body directly exploded. Chapter 33:26. Ah! My body. My body was actually destroyed. It was actually destroyed by you 2 lowly ants. You 2 lowly ants, just you wait. I won't let you off. The monster roared with resentment. Then, it rolled up the blood mist that its body had turned into and was about to escape. The vitality of this monster was too strong. It was simply shocking. Its body was destroyed, but it didn't die. Seeing that the monster wanted to escape, Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too late to escape now." Endless domineering aura condensed and directly blasted towards the blood mist that the monster's body had turned into. The monster's body was now only left with blood mist and its soul. Therefore, its combat strength had fallen to the bottom. At the same time, the white tiger rushed out again with the sword in its mouth and charged towards the blood mist that the monster had turned into. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The monster's soul and the blood mist that its body had turned into had experienced the attacks of Lin Feng's endless domineering aura and the white tiger's sword. Such a terrifying attack. It had been blasted on its body twice in succession. The monster couldn't bear it. The blood mist that its body had turned into had been scattered. Only the source was left floating in mid-air. At the same time, the monster's soul had also been completely destroyed. Only the source of its soul was left. It was also floating in mid-air. This monster's cultivation was so powerful. Its source was naturally incomparably powerful. Lin Feng hurriedly put away the monster's source. The white tiger formed by Ling Yun and the white tiger phantom formed by Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura separated. The white tiger returned the black dragon sword to Lin Feng. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked him. "No need to thank me. It's really me who should thank you. It's also me who should thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have found the opportunity to take revenge?" The white tiger said. His body began to gradually fade away. "Senior, your body." Seeing the white tiger phantom that was gradually fading away, Lin Feng's expression was very moved. In the past, the white tiger race was one of the totems of the human race. Seeing such a white tiger sacred beast disappear like smoke, perhaps no one could avoid grief and sorrow. Practice well. This world is very big. When your cultivation is strong enough, you will open a new door. When you open that door, you will find that this world is far more mysterious than you can imagine. You are still young, and your future is full of infinite hope. White Tiger said. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with gratification and encouragement. Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate, Lin Feng said. White Tiger nodded. Immediately after, his body completely dissipated. Looking at the White Tiger skeleton not far away, Lin Feng felt a little sad. He dug a grave and buried white bones in it. Then, he erected a tombstone. There were 6 words written on the tablet. Senior White Tiger's tomb. I hope Senior can rest in peace, Lin Feng murmured. After which, he didn't stay any longer and flew out. Just as they arrived outside the mountain range, suddenly, the void cracked open. A figure rushed out. A palm slapped towards Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread out. That aura was too terrifying. It was suffocating. After seeing the cultivator who attacked, Lin Feng was very shocked. He had actually seen this cultivator before. This cultivator was a female cultivator. Lin Feng remembered that she seemed to be a female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiends star field. She looked very young. Originally, Lin Feng thought that this female cultivator was just an outstanding disciple of the younger generation in the 10,000 Fiends star field. When she came out this time, she followed him to gain experience. But until this moment, Lin Feng knew how wrong he was. This female cultivator was not as simple as an ordinary young cultivator. Her cultivation was too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that this female cultivator was even stronger than Wen Chiyuan, an emperor-level expert in the 10,000 Fiends star field. Lin Feng didn't know why he had this feeling. However, this feeling was so strong. Why was such a young female cultivator so powerful? Could it be that she was enlightened by a peerless expert? Or was there another reason? But no matter what the reason was, now that Lin Feng felt the strength of this female cultivator, a strong sense of death arose in his heart. He performed the Great Death Substitution technique. He wanted to use this magical power to get rid of this female cultivator's attack. However, the surrounding void distorted. This female cultivator changed the surrounding laws of heaven and earth and actually suppressed Lin Feng's Dharma power. Therefore, Lin Feng was unable to successfully perform the Great Death Substitution technique. I already knew that you had many tricks up your sleeve, so I was especially wary of you. Now that the laws of the surrounding void have been changed, your Dharma power is suppressed and you can't use your magical power, only death awaits you. This very young female cultivator said. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, one by one, silhouettes rushed out from the forest. A total of 8 people. They were all cultivators from the 10,000 Fiends star field. For example, Wan Chiyuan and Wan Yangming were among them. Originally, there were about 20 cultivators from the 10,000 Fiends star field who entered the Stone State ruins. Obviously, after experiencing the previous unforeseen event, the rest had already died in the Stone State ruins. Now, only these cultivators were left in the 10,000 Fiends star field. Those cultivators looked at Lin Feng coldly, their eyes filled with killing intent. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Only these people knew how terrifying the female cultivator was. Seeing that the female cultivator's attack was about to hit Lin Feng contacted Bibi at this time. The little guy flew out and shot out a 7-colored immortal light that wrapped Lin Feng. Swoosh. Then, the two of them traveled through the void and left. The female cultivator's attack exploded in mid-air. Big Fatso, Big Baddie. Lin Feng and Bibi appeared 100 meters away. Bibi shouted at the female cultivator who attacked. Of course, that female cultivator wasn't fat. Not only was she not fat, her figure was quite hot and charming. He didn't know what kind of aesthetic taste Bibi had. She actually thought that such a charming female cultivator was a big fatso. Who are you calling fat? When he heard Bei Bei call him Big Fatty, he was stunned. The female cultivator was so angry that her face turned ashen. She looked at Bibi angrily. She looked as if she wanted to tear Bibi in half. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? Even though this female cultivator had a very extraordinary background, her strength was also extremely terrifying. But she was still just like any other ordinary woman. She also paid attention to her image. She also liked to hear others praise her beauty and charm. He didn't say that she was a big fat person or something like that. Big fatso, I'm talking about you. You're so meaty. If you're not a big fatso, what are you? Chapter 33:27. This female cultivator's body was naturally not fleshy. It was just plump. Women were more plump, more charming. But in Bibi's eyes, plump was equivalent to fat. The female cultivator said fiercely, "You still have the nerve to call me big fatso? Look at yourself. You're as fat as a ball, and you still have the nerve to talk about others? Can't you have some self-awareness?" Bibi retorted, "Big fatso, not only are you fat, but even your eyes are not good. Is Master Bay fat? Master Bay is clearly strong, okay?" Hearing Bibi's childish voice call him Master Bay, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. This little guy. What a top-notch product. He was not old. He knew a lot. His method of humiliating others was top-notch. "Little thing, I'm going to tear you apart," the female cultivator shouted angrily, and then rushed towards Lin Feng and Bibi. The two of them turned around and flew into the distance. This woman's cultivation was too powerful. Fighting against her. It was simply courting death. Lin Feng was naturally not stupid to this extent. Now, Lin Feng just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Bibi was sent into Lin Feng's mountain river ring, and Lin Feng stepped on the world. He pushed his speed to the limit. Lin Feng's speed was like a bolt of lightning. It was unbelievably fast. Even the female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiend star region was shaken off by Lin Feng. Although that female cultivator was extremely powerful, in terms of speed, there was still a big gap between her and Lin Feng. It was too rare to see a cultivator who could be faster than Lin Feng. Unless it was a race like the Great Rock King, who was good at speed, they could suppress Lin Feng in terms of speed. Otherwise, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to suppress Lin Feng. After getting rid of the group of people from the 10,000 Fiend star region, Lin Feng found a place to refine the monster's powerful source. That monster's cultivation was so terrifying. His source. How powerful would it be? How much would his source be able to increase his cultivation? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was extremely excited and couldn't wait to see what would happen. Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He sat cross-legged. Then he took out the monster's source. Lin Feng started using the ancient Dracophant formula and started absorbing the original strength of the monster. The powerful source began to decompose. The source all turned into the purest energy, and that energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing the pure qi, Lin Feng sensed that his body was starting to transform. That kind of transformation made Lin Feng's life force evolve to a higher level. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the origin. That shadow. It was exactly the same as that monster. That shadow directly drilled into Lin Feng's mind. "Little bastard, you didn't expect it, did you? I left behind a remnant soul." This remnant soul crossed the sea and even the white tiger didn't notice it. The monster's remnant soul let out an extremely proud laugh. He searched for Lin Feng's soul in Lin Feng's mind. "I want to devour your soul. As long as I can devour your soul, at that time, I can replace you." The monster's remnant soul said sinisterly. He wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul, and then replace Lin Feng to control Lin Feng's body. In this way, that monster would be able to obtain a different kind of new life. And Lin Feng's soul was scattered. Very soon, the monster's remnant soul found Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul had always been stored in his natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. "Hey, this natal magic treasure is quite interesting, but it's useless for you to hide in it. Today, you will definitely die," the monster's remnant soul sneered. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. That monster. It launched an attack on Lin Feng. A terrifying attack was unleashed, drowning out the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng's voice came out from the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. "Reckless thing. A mere remnant soul actually wants to devour my soul? What a daydream. Today, I will let you die without a burial place. As his voice faded, the primal chaos ancient lamp flew out. The primal chaos ancient lamp shot out a ray of primal chaos light. That ray of primal chaos light directly swept over the monster's attack. Now that the primal chaos ancient lamp had transformed into an emperor weapon, its power had reached an incredible level. Although the monster's remnant soul was extremely powerful, but the power released by Lin Feng's soul activated the primal chaos ancient lamp was not weaker than the monster's attack. Therefore, after the attacks of both sides collided, it suddenly formed a stalemate. And at this moment, Lin Feng's soul turned into Lu Yue's star-gazing chart and flew out. This was the supreme technique passed down by Daoist Lu Yue. This divine ability was absolutely terrifying. When the monster's remnant soul saw the Dao diagram formed by the soul charging towards it, it hurriedly released a galaxy world to block Lin Feng's attack. It was just that the monster's remnant soul was distracted by the primal chaos ancient lamp. Therefore, the power of the attack was not particularly strong. That galaxy was instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's attack. Then, Lin Feng's star-gazing chart quickly arrived in front of the monster and directly attacked the monster's remnant soul. A bang was heard. The monster's remnant soul. It directly shattered. No. I can't accept this. Although the monster's remnant soul was shattered, its will was not completely destroyed. Therefore, the monster's remnant soul roared unwillingly. Bang! The primal chaos ancient lamp descended from the sky and directly attacked the monster's remnant soul, directly shattering its will. Lin Feng continued to refine the monster's origin. After all the origin had been refined, Lin Feng's soul level soared from the fifth heaven of the immortal emperor realm and directly broke through the restrictions of the immortal emperor realm. Then, it rose to the imperial emperor realm. In the end, it stopped at the third heaven of the imperial emperor realm. Although Lin Feng's realm did not break through to the great emperor realm, Lin Feng's battle strength had increased by 3 times. Moreover, the light of calamity between Lin Feng's brows became even stronger. He could attract the lightning tribulation at any time and anywhere. Even if he could try to break through to the great emperor realm, Lin Feng did not intend to do so. This was because the 3,000 great Dao that he cultivated was still a distance away from his goal. 3000 Great Dao. 3,000 Great Dao. I have to collect 1,000 types of 3,000 Great Dao as soon as possible. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Then, he took out the white tiger sacred bone. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed runes on the white tiger sacred bone. He did not know what was recorded in the white tiger sacred bone. Lin Feng activated the mantra of Lin and began to comprehend the mysterious runes on the white tiger sacred bone. Chapter 33-28. The white tiger sacred bone was extraordinary. The runes were very mysterious. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending the runes of the white tiger sacred bone. Time passed. Gradually, he began to comprehend some of the mysteries. The runes began to regroup in his mind. Those runes. They turned into eternal immortal runes. Every immortal rune. They were all-encompassing. This shocked Lin Feng. The runes on the white tiger sacred bone were too extraordinary. He looked carefully. There were a total of 99 runes. But the specific content of these runes, Lin Feng didn't know yet. He locked onto one of the runes and began to carefully comprehend the content of this rune. The runes were mysterious and unfathomable. It was not easy to comprehend them. However, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, his comprehension was strong, and he had the Dharma mantra of Lin. Therefore, Lin Feng began to comprehend. It didn't seem to be as difficult as he imagined. Finally, Lin Feng successfully comprehended the content recorded in the immortal rune. When his divine consciousness fused into the immortal rune, Lin Feng saw a starry sky world. In the starry sky world stood a white tiger. The white tiger's body began to move. Every movement. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Every movement. It contained thousands of changes. Lin Feng was immersed in the white tiger's vivid movements. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body shook. Vaguely, he heard a long roar resounding through heaven and earth. Great fighting heaven technique. Along with the long howl, the crowd was stunned. The white tiger leaped up and rushed to the 9 heavens. It seemed to want to kill the heavens. The white tiger was really powerful. Its combat power was shocking. This is the legendary Great Fighting Heaven technique. This is a very rare offensive 3000 Great Dao. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This 3000 Great Dao was definitely powerful. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. Could it be that these 99 immortal runes contain the cultivation methods of the 3000 Great Dao? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. If that was the case, that would be too exciting. He hurriedly studied the other immortal talismans. Soon, Lin Feng became excited. This was because when he tried to comprehend the second immortal talisman, he discovered something. The second immortal talisman also recorded one of the 3000 Great Daos. This 3000 Great Dao was called the Great Pressure Technique. This 3000 Great Dao was a support type 3000 Great Dao. Once it was activated, it could form a powerful aura pressure. Of course. Most importantly, this divine ability could support Haki and increase its power. Next, Lin Feng continued to study the other immortal talismans. One immortal talisman after another was comprehended by Lin Feng. Each immortal talisman recorded one of the 3000 Great Daos. 99 immortal talismans. It recorded 99 types of 3000 Great Daos. Originally, Lin Feng had cultivated a total of 578 types of 3000 Great Daos. Now that he had obtained these 99 types of 3000 Great Daos, Lin Feng had 3000 Great Dao, 677. Heaven-defying. How heaven-defying? One had to know. Lin Feng had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm, but he had already collected 677 types of 3000 Great Daos. Even if it was the most ancient force, to be able to collect 1 to 200 types of 3000 Great Daos over the long years. This was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And all these years, Lin Feng had actually collected 677 types of 3000 Great Daos with his own ability. One could imagine. How heaven-defying was this? Ha 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 ha, this is great. If I successfully cultivate these 99 types of 3000 Great Daos, then my battle strength will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that my Great Dao foundation will be greatly improved. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Before becoming an emperor. Shaping the Great Dao foundation. This was an extremely important point. This concerned what kind of achievements a cultivator would eventually achieve after becoming an emperor. For example, some cultivators who cultivated fewer of the 3000 Great Daos might stop at the God Emperor realm in their lifetime and it would be difficult for them to break through. If a cultivator cultivated hundreds of 3000 Great Daos, he might be able to become an Emperor Master. The difference was very obvious. Of course, there was no lack of cultivators who specialized in one Dao. They would only cultivate one type of 3000 Great Daos in their lifetime and use this type of 3000 Great Daos as their foundation. Complete the breakthrough. They might also achieve extremely high achievements in the future. However, this kind of cultivator who only cultivated one type of Dao in their lifetime was too rare. And this kind of cultivation method was also very rare today. This stone state ruins is really my blessed land. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After he came out of seclusion, he continued to explore the stone state ruins. Because Lin Feng had yet to discover the greatest treasure in the stone state ruins. It was the stone state imperial city. In the past, the monarch of the stone state was so powerful. After he died, was he buried in the stone state imperial city? After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng began to search for the stone state imperial city. He found that many cultivators had entered the stone state ruins recently. Most of those cultivators were traveling in groups. There were large forces from the starry sky world. For example, Lin Feng saw experts from the Demon Dragon Star area and even the Sun Moon tribe appear. He had a grudge with these two forces before. In addition to these two forces, there were many other powerful forces. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. There was no lack of cultivators or forces. In addition, Lin Feng also saw experts from the heavenly sage great world. It seemed the news of the Stone State ruins had spread. The merchants who bought this news would definitely seize this opportunity to publicize and peddle this news. They would also be able to make a lot of money. Now, those people seemed to have achieved their goal. In addition to the major forces in the Starry Sky world, Lin Feng also saw many Starry Sky bandit forces. For example, the cultivators of the Skeleton Bandit group he saw earlier. He didn't know if the hundreds of Skeleton Bandit group cultivators led by Sun Shizong had been killed by the wasteland creatures. The cultivators of the Skeleton Bandit group that Lin Feng saw later were not Sun Shizong's group. In addition, Lin Feng also saw experts from the Evil Demon Bandit group. Among these bandits, he saw the young leader of the Evil Demon Bandit group, Xie Duanhuan, who he had seen at the trade fair. In addition, there were also more than a dozen powerful Starry Sky bandit groups that had come to the Stone State ruins. Therefore, the Stone State ruins could be said to be very lively now. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many forces fighting together to snatch opportunities, and it was difficult to distinguish who would win. Countless people were buried in the war. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel, and Lin Feng had long been used to it. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally saw the Stone State Imperial City. Chapter 33-29. It floated in the clouds, surrounded by divine light. It was so mysterious and unfathomable. When he saw the city in the sky, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into shock. Is this the Stone State's imperial capital? Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The Stone State's imperial capital was actually built in the clouds, and it was so huge. The Stone State's rulers' methods in the past were truly powerful. Kill, 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 kill. Lin Feng looked at the words above the Stone State's imperial capital's gate. It was a blood-red word. The blood-red words looked as if they had just been written. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but those 5 blood-red words had not dried up. It seemed to have been written with the blood of a supreme expert. Who wrote the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital? Blood that wrote the word kill. Whose blood was it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He was puzzled. What happened in the Stone State in the past was still a mystery. No one knew what had happened. Perhaps, the secret was hidden in the Stone State's imperial capital. People of the future could find the root of this matter in the Stone State's imperial capital. Restrictions are everywhere. I still can't enter the imperial capital. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He could only continue to wait outside. Then, he would find an opportunity to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who came here. Many cultivators had already arrived outside the Stone State's imperial capital. When they saw the Stone State's imperial capital, they all revealed excited expressions. Many people wanted to enter the Stone State's imperial capital to search for opportunities. Now that they finally saw the Stone State's imperial capital, these cultivators were naturally very excited. I still can't contact Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. What kind of opportunity did those 4 obtain? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He had tried many times to sense the whereabouts of Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. However, all of them had ended in failure. Lin Feng tried to deduce their positions with the innate 8 trigrams. The divination of the Xiantian 8 trigrams art was displayed. The 4 of them seemed to be cultivating in a mysterious and ancient grotto heaven. However, it was difficult to determine the final location of the 4. I hope these 4 fellows can all make huge improvement. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Brother Lin, we meet again. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng looked over. It was actually Xie Duanhuan. This person had a notorious reputation. Earlier, he had exchanged for the God Legion token. Lin Feng didn't have much interaction with this person, so he didn't know why this person took the initiative to greet him. There were many experts gathered behind Xie Duanhuan. Those cultivators looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. However, Lin Feng was not frightened. His expression remained indifferent. He looked at Xie Duanhuan and said, "So it's Brother Xie. I really didn't expect to meet Brother Xie here." Xie Duanhuan said, "I can see that Brother Lin is not an ordinary person, so I want to make friends with Brother Lin." At this point, Xie Duanhuan whispered, "After that trade fair, many forces secretly investigated Brother Lin's identity, and they really did find out. So Brother Lin is the 9 prefectures world's human race genius, Lin Feng. In the starry sky world, I have also heard of Lin Feng's reputation." Xie Duanhuan didn't continue, but observed the changes in Lin Feng's expression. With his identity exposed, Lin Feng didn't panic at all. Because the star field he was in was very close to the 9 prefectures world. So, it wasn't particularly difficult for these forces to inquire about Lin Feng. If they were far away from this star field, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to inquire about Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Why are these forces inquiring about me? People die for wealth, birds die for food, the cruelty of the starry sky world is unimaginable. A young and rich cultivator like Brother Lin is the easiest to be targeted. Now, many forces want to take action, especially the Sun Moon tribe. The experts of the Devil Dragon Starfield have already begun to search for Brother Lin's whereabout. Those forces, each of them claim to be righteous, but in reality, they are all sanctimonious people. I hate those sanctimonious people the most in my life. Therefore, I can't stand those people targeting Brother Lin. If Brother Lin needs anything in the future, feel free to find me. As long as I can help Brother Lin, I will definitely not refuse." Xie Duanhuan said. A notorious starry sky bandit actually expressed goodwill to him. It was really unbelievable. So, Lin Feng wouldn't believe Xie Duanhuan's words about being able to provide him with help. One must always be on guard against others. Not to mention in the cruel starry sky world. If he really believed Xie Duanhuan, at that time, he would probably die without a burial place. Of course. Xie Duanhuan said that he was being targeted by many forces in the starry sky world. Lin Feng still believed this matter. He had too many treasures on him, too many powerful supernatural powers. Once his identity was exposed, it would be strange if he wasn't targeted. One doesn't hit a smiling person. No matter what Xie Duanhuan's purpose was to approach him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse him at this moment. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you Brother Xie for your kind intentions. If I encounter any trouble in the future, I will definitely go and look for Brother Xie." Xie Duanhuan smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Lin is a straightforward person, then we have a deal now." After the two of them had a simple conversation, Xie Duanhuan then led his men and left. "Young master, are you really planning to help that Lin Feng?" a great emperor-level cultivator asked. Xie Duanhuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said, "This Lin Feng is not a simple character, how can it be so easy to kill him? He has many tricks up his sleeve. Just now I went to express my goodwill to him, waiting for Lin Feng to be surrounded in the future and think of me when he escape." After hearing Xie Duanhuan's words, the eyes of the group of cultivators beside Xie Duanhuan suddenly lit up. Besieged, a series of bloody battles. It will definitely consume a lot of energy, and his battle strength will greatly decrease. When that kid comes to young master, we can easily take him down, a great emperor-level cultivator said. That's right. Xie Duanhuan nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Young master is really brilliant. The group of people praised. Xie Duanhuan had a proud expression on his face. Kid, have you thought about how you want to die? At this moment, a cold voice came from the left. A group of cultivators quickly flew towards Lin Feng's direction. The person who spoke was the Sun Moon tribe disciple, Yin Xian Kuan, whose limbs were broken and thrown out of the trade fair in Lanjiao Star. Chapter 3330. Yin Xian Kuan had acted all high and mighty back then. When he saw that Lin Feng, a human cultivator, was invited to the trade fair, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. In the end, Du Zhu and the rest broke his limbs. He was even thrown down from the 7th floor of the 100 Joy Pavilion by Du Zhu. This incident caused a huge uproar. Because of this, Yin Shen Kuan was humiliated and became the target of ridicule for countless people. Yin Shen Kuan's injuries were easy to heal. However, the trauma to his heart was difficult to heal. Later on, the Sun Moon tribe investigated Lin Feng's identity. When they found out about Lin Feng's true identity, the Sun Moon tribe cultivators wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was because the Sun Moon tribe was also eyeing Lin Feng's Dharma treasures and superpowers. However, Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He disappeared without a trace. Although the Sun Moon tribe had sent people to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts, they could not find him. Yin Shen Kuan was naturally the person who wanted to kill Lin Feng the most in the Sun Moon tribe. When he found out that the Sun Moon tribe wanted to kill Lin Feng, he was ecstatic. However, after searching for a long time and still not finding Lin Feng, he was furious. Now, he finally saw Lin Feng. The moment he saw Lin Feng, Yin Shen Kuan could not believe his eyes. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. In Yin Shen Kuan's eyes, today, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. There was no other possibility. Soon, a group of Sun Moon tribe cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Outside the Stone State's imperial capital, many forces had arrived. These cultivators were shocked by what was happening. They did not know who Lin Feng was, to be targeted by the Sun Moon tribe. What the hell is going on? Why is the Sun Moon tribe targeting that young human cultivator? Look at those Sun Moon tribe cultivators, they are all filled with killing intent. It's obvious that they want to kill that human cultivator. I wonder who that human cultivator is. There are immortal emperors among the Sun Moon tribe. That human cultivator is facing so many experts from the Sun Moon tribe and he is definitely going to die. Many cultivators started discussing. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng, being targeted by the Sun Moon tribe, was a dead end. Lin Feng looked at Yin Shen Kuan indifferently and said, "So it's you. I was wondering who it was. Back then, at the 100 Music Pavilion trade fair, I only broke your limbs and spared your life. I was giving face to the Sun Moon tribe and I hope that you can turn over a new leaf. Looks like you did not take that lesson to you." To Yin Shen Kuan, what happened last time was the greatest humiliation of his life. Thinking about that incident, Yin Shen Kuan felt like he was going crazy. Now that Lin Feng mentioned it again, Yin Shen Kuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brat! You lowly bloodline bastard! If it weren't for the fact that your 4 protectors were so powerful, do you think that you would be able to deal with this young master by yourself? I can kill you with one hand." Yin Shen Kuan looked at Lin Feng with venomous eyes. "Trash like you? What a joke." Lin Feng looked at Yin Shen Kuan with disdain. Everyone could see the contempt in his eyes. Lin Feng did not care about Yin Shen Kuan at all. "I know who he is," said Yi Futian. At this time, someone among the spectators said, "Who is he?" Someone asked. Back at the Lanzhou Star, Yin Shen Kuan had a conflict with a young man from the human clan. Yin Shen Kuan had been crippled by the 4 great emperors of the human clan. Now, the human clan cultivator who was surrounded by the Sun Moon tribe was that young man from the human clan. That young man's identity was not simple. It was said that he was the genius of the 9 continents' great world, Lin Feng. Now, many forces are looking for him. They want to kill him and take his treasures and superpowers. What? He was the genius of the human clan of the 9 regions, Lin Feng? Rumor has it that he possesses several magic treasures that are at least immortal tier. Moreover, he has grasped many of the 3,000 great Daos and even several peerless divine abilities. That's right. That's him. Originally, many forces were looking for him but could not find him. They thought that he had left the star field. Who would have thought that he is still here? This kid has not entered the Great Emperor realm, but it is said that he can kill some Great Emperor realm cultivators. I've also heard about this matter. If he relied on his own strength, I don't believe that he has this ability. I reckon that he is so powerful with the help of those powerful magic treasures on him. Without those magic treasures, this kid is not much of a threat. Lin Feng's identity was exposed. Next, the surrounding cultivators began to whisper to each other. Although these cultivators had not seen Lin Feng in person, they had heard of some rumors. Many people looked at Lin Feng with greed. There were forces that wanted to kill Lin Feng and take his treasures. It was not just one or two. But now, Lin Feng was surrounded by the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators from the other forces had to restrain themselves. Because the Sun Moon tribe was not a force that anyone could offend. Snatching the prey from the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. Wasn't that courting death? At this moment, Yin Shen Kuan's eyes were gloomy. Lin Feng looked at him with disdain and contempt. Yin Shen Kuan was deeply provoked. Yin Shen Kuan had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces. You reckless fool. 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to kill you. Yin Shen Kuan looked coldly at Lin Feng. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng. Trash like you dares to boast so shamelessly? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. He still looked at Yin Shen Kuan with disdain. Kid, do you think I am still the Yin Shen Kuan of the past? Let me tell you, I am not. Now, I have broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Yin Shen Kuan's eyes flashed with coldness. As soon as he finished his words. Next, a terrifying aura surged out from Yin Shen Kuan's body. It was an aura that only great emperors could have. Great Emperor. Yin Shen Kuan has broken through to the Great Emperor realm. The Sun Moon tribe cultivators could not help but exclaim. He is indeed a Sun Moon tribe cultivator. After breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, his aura is much stronger than other great emperors. His strength must be many times stronger than other great emperors. Many cultivators who were watching the show could not help but exclaim. This was because Yin Shen Kuan had hidden it well. No one knew that he had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. This was the first time Yin Shen Kuan had revealed his Great Emperor realm aura. Yin Shen Kuan had wanted to find a chance to amaze the world. Now, he finally had the chance to see the Sun Moon tribe cultivators and the surrounding cultivators looking at him in shock. Yin Shen Kuan felt extremely comfortable.